There we go. Yeah. Please be seated. All right. Morning, everybody. All right. We are present in the matter of David Krieger et al. Versus the Michigan Department of Environment and Great Lakes et al. This is our case 20-094 as well as many other case numbers. Lawyers are present, court's present. Ms. Seacock is our court reporter this morning. Thank you for being with us, Ms. Seacock. And it's 8:29. Anything we need to put on the record before we get started for the plaintiffs? Defense? All right, great. Are we ready to continue the exam of the witness we said good afternoon or good evening to yesterday? All right, Ms. Mustak, if you could approach the witness stand, please. Return. All right, ma'am, have a seat, please. Good morning. Hope you had a pleasant evening. Hopefully the roads won't be too bad. Looks like the sky is clear anyway, at least for
Should be
this
good
part of
today.
the lower peninsula. So hope you have safe journeys home at the completion of your duties here today. You're still under oath, ma'am. We'll now have the benefit of cross-examination. Counsel, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Mistak. You work for the DNR, correct?
I do.
Broadly speaking, DNR's mission is to preserve Michigan's natural resources, correct?
Yes.
And as a habitat, aquatic species and regulatory affairs section manager, your job and the job of the people you manage is to protect aquatic species and their habitats, correct?
Yes.
Clearly, I haven't woke up this morning.
Slow
We,
down.
you can slow down and we can get more coffee is available
Yes.
close by. I went to Costco on Saturday and I got a gigantic box of Keurigs. So if anyone is having a lack of caffeine headache, just let the court know and we'll take a short recess to fix you up.
Sounds good. Thank you. Those aquatic species include fish, fish habitat, mussels, mussel habitat, correct?
Yes,
Ms. Fagan asked you a number of questions yesterday regarding a 2019 per main decision. Do you recall that?
I do.
And Amy, can you bring up plaintiff's exhibit 118? That permit application from Boyce Hydro asked to lower Wixom Lake below the court-ordered levels over the winter, but stated that Boyce Hydro planned to return Wixom Lake to its normal summer level in the spring of 2020, didn't it?
Sal Jokum, can we hold off just
Yep.
a sec to see if we're gonna
See if it'll share.
see if our computer gremlins are dancing about the courtroom again.
There it goes. It's up on the screen, just missed a mistake. And Amy, can you go to page 12 of that?
Ma'am, that's plaintiff's, sorry,
Plaintiff's exhibit 118,
118.
118.
Thank you.
And can you, that area up at the top that's highlighted there, can you pull that up? So this is, do you recognize?
I do.
Okay, and this is the application that was filed in the spring of, or in the fall of 2019 to draw down Wixom Lake, correct?
Correct.
And at the time they filed the application, if you look up there, what did they identify the refilling date would be?
March 1st of 2020.
Thank you. And Eagle denied this application, is that correct?
They did.
But Boyce Hydro proceeded to do the drawdown as if Eagle had granted the application anyway, did it not?
They did.
So really, the denial of this application did not impact Boyce's activities at all, did it?
It didn't.
I apologize. What's the exhibit number again, please?
118, Your Honor. Plaintiff's 118.
Yep. Thank you.
And it was their plan all along to refill the Wixom Lake in the spring of 2020, was it not?
Correct.
So even if Eagle had granted the application according to their application, they still would have returned Wixom Lake to its normal level in the spring of 2020.
That's correct.
To your knowledge, did Boyce Hydro ever ask to modify the normal summer level of Wixom Lake?
No,
And their application that they submitted didn't mention anything about being worried about spring flooding, did it?
it did not.
As far as you know, the owner of the Edenville Dam had been returning Wixom Lake to its normal summer level each spring for decades, correct?
That's correct.
And I'll cover some of the documents Ms. Fagan went through yesterday with you shortly, but it would be helpful for you to explain what role, if any, DNR has in per main decisions. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions regarding that. Is it correct? It's correct, isn't it, that to draw down the winter levels in a reservoir or impoundment, unless an exemption applies, every person needs a permit under Part 301, correct?
That is correct.
Amy, can you pull up Part 301? And specifically, can you go to section 30102 sub 1, Your Honor? And can you highlight, once you get there, I guess I should wait.
Mm-hmm. 301 sub what, ma'am?
30102 sub 1.
Thank you.
Amy, I think you may have gone too far. It should be up towards the top. the second section. Okay, can you highlight that, please? So can you read the subsection 1 and, well, section 1, subsection D?
D as in David.
D is in David.
Thank you.
Except as provided in this part, a person without a permit from the department shall not do any of the following. Subsection D, create, enlarge, or diminish an inland lake or stream.
So for
May I
boys,
ask you a question?
yes,
It is, this reservoir, which is, made by the Tittawabassi River, is it a stream or is it a lake?
It's considered a lake under Part 301.
Thank you. And obviously plaintiffs, you can follow up on that if you want. I just didn't know.
you
Thank
actually
you.
just gain ahead of me, Your Honor.
I should learn. I literally was praying this morning and said, okay, after 40 years and 23 since you became a judge, why can't you be quiet? I'm asking myself this, as I'm sure the lawyers ask that probably 30 times an hour during the trial. So I'll try to be
Oh,
quiet.
no,
I
that's,
apologize.
I was just joking, Your Honor.
No. I mean, it's not a joke. It's a bad habit. So I'm sorry.
Based on the language in Part 301, a permit is required for anyone to diminish an inland lake, correct?
It is
And in this section where it refers to the department, who does that refer to?
Eagle.
So DNR does not have any authority to issue a permit under Part 301, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Amy, I'm going to have you take us back up to 30101 sub I. And just need to highlight I if you can pull it up. And just to make, and this is the definition of an inland lake or stream, is it not?
It is.
Or so, yeah. And just to make sure that we are all on the same page, I'm going to ask you to look at 324.30101 I, which defines inland lake, before I ask this next question. Is it your understanding that an impoundment like Wixom Lake that's behind a dam is an inland lake under Part 301?
It is.
Ms. Fagan asked you some questions yesterday about permitting decisions in 2019. Is it your understanding that the permit application was made under Part 301?
Yes.
And generally, does DNR have any role in reviewing permits or to draw down lakes or impoundments?
We do.
What is that role?
We have the ability to provide comments, including recommendations to address our concerns with natural resources and their habitats.
Does DNR have any authority to grant or deny a permit relating to a drawdown?
No.
Who has that authority?
Eagle.
Does DNR consult with Eagle regarding Eagle's grant or denial of a permit?
No, not typically. I think the only consultation that could occur after they receive our comments is they may ask for clarification or additional information for clarity.
And the information that you provide or DNR provides to Eagle regarding a permit, it's related to natural resources, correct?
It is.
And that's because that's what DNR's mission is, correct?
That's correct.
Does DNR evaluate any questions regarding dam safety when it comes to a drawdown?
No.
And when it comes to a drawdown, that's not your role, is that correct?
Can you rephrase?
Sorry,
Yes.
that was a bad question. When it comes to a drawdown, DNR's role is not to provide any information about dam safety, is that correct?
That's correct.
Eagle's dam safety team or unit is tasked with that, is it not?
They are.
And if there's any conflict in a permitting decision between dam safety or natural resources, it's Eagle who has to make that decision, isn't it not?
That's correct.
And DNR understands that if there are public safety concerns, those concerns outweigh DNR's natural resources concerns, correct?
Correct.
Are you a dam safety engineer?
No,
In fact, you have no expertise in dam safety, correct?
correct.
And you aren't an expert in hydraulic capacity or determining whether a dam is hydraulically adequate, are you?
No,
You also aren't an expert in dam structures or dam stability.
I am not.
You would not claim to be able to determine whether a dam was structurally deficient, would you?
No,
Several times yesterday, you were asked about decisions you made and with the knowledge that the dam was unsafe, correct?
I was.
Did you ever make any evaluation of whether the Edenville Dam was safe?
No,
Do you have any expertise to make a decision whether or not a dam is safe?
no,
In fact, any conclusions that you were drawing about the safety of the dam were based on what FERC said, correct?
that is correct.
And I think that you were asked about some information that Kyle Krieger passed along to you. Is that correct?
Yes,
And if I recall correctly, there was some testimony regarding Kyle providing information to FERC about the dam spillway capacity and the safety of the dam. Do you recall that?
I do.
You were Mr. Krieger's supervisor, were you not?
I was.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Krieger an expert in dam safety?
He was not.
And in fact, to your knowledge, his background was in fisheries biology, correct?
Correct.
And when it comes to decisions regarding dam safety, you would have relied on Mr. Trumbull and other dam safety personnel in Eagle, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall yesterday that Ms. Fagan walked you through a number of exhibits?
I do.
Okay, I'm going to take you back through some of those this morning, once I get my computer to come back up. Amy, can you pull up plaintiff's 26? And I believe Ms. Fagan had you read a part of this email to the record yesterday. Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of the sections that she had you read was the last sentence in the second paragraph on page 1, correct? Or,
Yes, yes, the last, I think, that paragraph.
and for reference, this was an email from Mr. Krieger to you and others in DNR.
That's correct.
And it says, I understand that when it comes to that, I understand that was a removal precursor, but when it comes to safety, sometimes we don't get to make all the rules. Do you agree that when it comes to public safety, DNR doesn't get to make all the rules?
I do.
And in those cases, Eagle has to determine the risk to public safety as it relates to the issuance of a permit or the appropriateness of a specific action, correct?
That's correct.
Amy, can you pull up document plaintiff's exhibit 47? I'm gonna have you go to the second email down on the first page. Fourth paragraph. Can you highlight that? Ms. Mistek, can you read this paragraph, please?
The only known fact is that it is now up to DEQ's dam safety unit to decide on the structural integrity of the dam and if it is safe to operate. But they are just getting or still waiting for information and data from FERC. They've done a preliminary walk down at the project, but have taken no specification at this time.
And this is an email from Mr. Krieger.
Specific action, sorry, there was a space there.
Sorry. This is an email from Mr. Krieger, is it not?
It is.
And I didn't see the space either, so. Um, based on this paragraph, is it safe to say that at the time Eagle had made no determination regarding the safety of the Edenville Dam?
That's correct.
And at this point, based on Kyle's email, the state of Michigan hadn't made any determinations regarding the structural integrity of the Edenville Dam, had they?
No,
There's nothing in this email that indicates whether or not the Edenville Dam is safe, is there?
no,
And again, you would have relied on Eagles Dam Safety Unit to determine whether or not the Edenville Dam was safe, correct?
correct.
And can we go to Defendant's Exhibit 32? Amy, Defendant's Exhibit 32. I'm going to ask you a couple of preliminary questions as we get there. Previously, we discussed the 2019 winter drawdown. Do you recall our discussion?
I do.
Now let's shift gears and go back in time to when FERC first revoked Boyce Hydro's license in 2018. When Boyce Hydro lost its license in 2018, it drew down Wixom Lake over the winter, did not?
It did.
And yesterday you provided some testimony regarding your understanding of the reasons for that drawdown. Do you recall that?
I do.
In the fall of 28, to your knowledge, did Boyce Hydro file a permit application to draw down Wixom Lake?
In the fall of 2018,
Correct. Sorry, in the fall of 2018.
they did not file an application to do a winter drawdown.
To your knowledge, Boyce never told Eagle or DNR that in the fall of 2018, the Edenville Dam needed to be drawn down for safety reasons, did they?
No,
Boyce just drew down the impoundment.
correct.
And I believe you testified yesterday that your recollection was that Boyce was using the drawdown to get Four Lakes Task Force to pay them money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm gonna draw the last email on this page. Amy, can you highlight that? Including who it's from. All right, and this is Defendant's Exhibit 32, and it's been stipulated to. And looking at this paragraph, this appears to be an email from Dave Kepler. And which would be more clear if we could see some of the to and from lines up above. And looking at that first line up there, it appears to be from Lee Mueller. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Who is Lee Mueller?
Lee Mueller was the owner of Boyce Hydro.
And who is Dave Kepler?
He is the president and chair of the Four Lakes Task Force.
And can you read that highlighted portion of the email there?
That,
I'm going to object because there's no foundation that this witness has ever seen this email or was involved in this email at the time.
Okay, response, please.
Your Honor, this is a stipulated to exhibit, and she's just reading the content of the email.
Your Honor, it is a stipulated exhibit, but there's no foundation that this particular witness is any knowledge of or otherwise.
Well, it already is in evidence if it's stipulated, right? That's respectfully overruled. But we do have a lot of stipulated exhibits, and this is not directed to you, ma'am, but to the lawyers. And could not be more appreciative that we do. And typically, in my experience, once something's in evidence, lawyers are often, I did it when I was a trial lawyer, will seek to have somebody read it or whatever. And while it's probably permissible under the court rules. It's just, if the witness isn't specifically we don't need, John Smith from Jim Redford PC coming up and reading all the, giving and I don't think that's what's happening here. But just sort of, we're going to be together for a while yet on the case. So just so we're all sort of on the same page. Okay, so
Thank you.
if somebody's asked about exhibits, I am hopeful that they have some knowledge about the exhibits otherwise, or their contents, or it might be more helpful to have another witness talk about it. And I'm not suggesting that's the case with this witness, but just that is a general observation at 40,000 feet view.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
This circumstance now engenders a necessary change in operations and the flow regime for the Edenville Dam spillways and the reservoir. Effective next Monday, Boyce will be laying off approximately 50% of its staff as a result of the loss of the Edenville Dam electrical generation revenue. When you have time, I would like to discuss potential options for obtaining financial assistance that would be required in order to retain the minimum operational staff needed to support normal water levels in the Edenville Dam reservoir, if such an option is even available.
And I'm going to, and this is, I'm going to have you go up to the top portion of this email. I don't want you to read it into the record. But that highlighted sentence at the top, you had testified yesterday that was your understanding that Boyce was drawing down the reservoir in order to obtain funding from Four Lakes Task Force.
Yes, we were hearing from people involved with Four Lakes Task Force, the lake associations that made up the task force, that this was a move by Lee Mueller to force them to pay if they wanted their recreational water levels.
And is this email consistent with what what the information that you had at the time?
It is.
Okay, I'll move you to Plaintiff's Exhibit 58. All right, and do you recall Ms. Fagan asking you a number of questions regarding this exhibit yesterday?
I do.
And if I recall correctly, you were asked quite a few questions about some DNR staff that didn't think it was possible to assess the damages in the Wixom Lake compound. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think you were asked about why you didn't dispute their determinations in this particular email chain. Is that correct?
I was.
Can I draw your attention to, Amy, the second email on this page? And Ms. Mistak, this is an email from you to a Scott Hanshew, is that correct?
Correct.
What was Scott's position in October, or Mr. Hanshew's position in the October 28? Do you recall?
I believe he was,
Excuse me, 2018. Do you recall?
I believe he was a senior fisheries biologist. He was also our delegated lead on mussel committee efforts, both within DNR and within the state with other agencies.
And did you and Scott talk about whether it was practical to assess the natural resource damages from the Wixom drawdown?
We did.
And what was his opinion, if you recall?
That it was practical and prudent.
And taking you to the top email here, Amy, can you highlight that? You forwarded this email chain onto a Todd Grishke, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was Todd Grishke's position in the fall of 2018?
Todd Grishke was our DNR Fisheries Division Assistant Chief and my immediate supervisor.
And did you talk to Mr. Grishke about his position on whether or not to determine natural resource damages caused by the drawdown?
I did.
And Mr. Grishke agreed that DNR should conduct a mussel survey, did he not?
He did.
So it wouldn't be fair to say that although some DNR staff didn't think that a mussel survey would be valuable, DNR's mussel specialist and DNR's management want to move ahead.
That is correct.
Can you pull up plaintiff's exhibit 62? And Ms. Fagan asked you a number of
Can I-
questions about this document. Yes,
I just want to have a couple minutes before you. move
Absolutely.
To the next area. Thank you. Thank you. You may continue.
Ms. Mistak, Ms. Fagan asked you a number of questions regarding this document yesterday as well, correct?
I believe so.
And I believe that she was asking you a number of questions regarding Eagle staff's involvement in the muscle survey. Do you recall that?
I do.
Amy, can you highlight the second? Yep. And Ms. Mystic, this is an email from you to Mr. Claremont. Is that correct?
It is.
Who is Mr. Claremont, or who was he in 2018, I guess?
At that point, Randy Claremont was the DNR Fisheries Division Lake Huron Basin Coordinator.
And I'd like you to just read the second paragraph here.
My understanding is that DNR Fisheries Division is the lead on the mussel survey effort, and you are responsible for coordinating the effort. Just to help you out and get things started, I pulled together 3 of Michigan's mussel experts, Scott Hanshoe, Joe Rathbun, and Amanda Chambers, to come up with a survey plan and got commitment from a crew of 8 led by Joe and Amanda to begin surveying last Friday.
And so it was your understanding that DNR Fisheries was the lead on the mussel survey, correct?
Correct.
And you were coordinating this, or you were helping Mr. Claremont coordinate this mussel survey, correct?
Correct.
And you had discussed yesterday that Joe Rathburn and Amanda Chambers were both experts in, there was a word, but I'm not going to be able to correct it, so I'm going to say it correctly. I'm going to call it mussel experts. Is that correct?
That is correct. Malacologists.
Mollicologists. Would it be unusual for DNR to engage mollicologists, even if they were from another department?
No, not at all. We even seek expertise from universities when needed.
And why is it important to have expertise when doing these types of surveys?
These, because they are not as common as fisheries surveys, for example. So we wanted to, when we do mussel surveys, and we now have mussel expertise on staff within DNR Fisheries Division. At the time, we didn't. So we wanted to make sure we had the expertise to be able to properly conduct the survey.
You were asked a number of questions yesterday regarding the purpose behind calculating natural resources damages related to the drawdown. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you were asked if the purpose of calculating natural resources damages was to leverage them in mediation with Boyce. Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
First, in 2018, was DNR in litigation with Boyce?
We were not.
And at that time, wasn't it Eagle that was in litigation with Boyce?
That's my recollection.
Do you know what that litigation was about?
I think it was for prior wetland violations.
Okay. But that, as far as you know, that litigation was unrelated to dam safety. Is that correct?
Yes, correct,
And unrelated to the operation of the dam. Is that correct?
correct.
And the litigation didn't have anything to do with the drawdown of Wixom Lake in 2018, did it?
It did not.
And at that time, DNR had not sued Boyce to recover any natural resource damages had it?
No,
At the time that the muscle surveys were completed, did you know how that information would be used?
we didn't.
And Ms. Fagan repeatedly used the word leverage yesterday to describe the 2018 mediation, didn't she?
She did.
But you weren't part of the 2018 mediation, were you?
No,
As far as you are aware, did Eagle in the mediation try to use muscle damage information from DNR to force Boyce Hydro to return Wixom Lake to its normal level in the spring of 2019?
no,
As far as you're aware, that information didn't come up in the 2018 mediation, did it?
No.
Cost of speculation.
It's
Response.
as, Your Honor, I ask as to her knowledge. did that-
Just does, ask if she knows what, and
She-
then let's go to the next step.
Okay. Do you know if that came up in the mediation in 2018?
I don't believe it did.
That wasn't responsive to the question. Could you ask the question again?
Mm,
Do you know if the,
Personal knowledge. Were you there? Did you hear it? Or did you observe or read a document?
do you have any personal information whether or not the muscle calculations came up in the mediation of 2018?
I do, but it would have been from just hearing after the fact.
So you don't have any personal knowledge.
I was not part of the mediation.
Thank you. And draw your attention now to Exhibit 73, please. And can you take a look at the second email in this exhibit? And I believe Ms. Fagan had asked you yesterday some questions about the first email, but I'd like you to focus on the second email here. This is an email from you, correct, to your supervisors at DNR?
Correct.
And can you read the content of this email, please?
Jim and Todd, and again, that's the DNR Fisheries Division Chief and Assistant Chief, attached as a one-page brief for you to review and pass along to Bill O'Neill. Because Assistant AG Nate Gamble would like to pursue these damages under a new claim and not the existing claim for natural resource damages being pursued by DEQ and the subject of tomorrow's mediation with Boyce, we have time to consider how we would like to move forward and what is in our best interest.
And does this confirm what your recollection about the use of the muscle calculations in the 2018 mediation?
Yes,
I just need to stand, please.
No,
continue.
no worries. And Amy, can you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 108? 108? And I'm going to have you go to pages 12 through 13 of this document. You also testified yesterday oh, yep.
Ready?
You also testified yesterday regarding the size of the natural resource damages in this case, didn't you?
I did.
And I think that there was some discussion regarding the number causing sticker shock. Do you recall that?
I do.
Why were the damage calculations in this case so high?
The damage calculations for the mussel loss at Edenville Dam was so high because of the large number of mussel species affected. I think in the winter of 2018 drawdown, there were 11 species, and the following year we were looking at 15. I had mentioned that mussels are the most imperiled group of animals in North America, and of Michigan's 44 species, half or are rare threatened. So restitution costs involve not, you can't just go to like a fish hatchery and buy some mussels. So the ability to reproduce them, there's a significant cost. There's also, this was a very high cost because it was such a large area. The Wixom Lake is a very narrow impoundment with 2 arms, and mussels live in that shallow water habitat, which was the area that was dewatered. So it was a very large area that affected pretty much everywhere mussels live, and there was very high mussel diversity in Wixom Lake.
And yesterday you were asked about this table in the back of this, in this exhibit, and it's included on exhibit 108, pages 12 to 13. And there's a chart of damages in other mussel cases. Do you recall that?
I do.
And yesterday, I believe that you wanted to provide some more context regarding the monetary amounts contained in this chart. What information did you want to share?
I was just trying to point out that most of what's in this table is the settled amount, not the actual damage claim. We, did the best we could in Google searches to find out what the findings were for some of these things. So we focused more on what the settlement amount was, which again, I think as most people know, is often very different from the actual damage claim. So I just wanted to make sure it was understood that damage claim and settlement amount are 2 distinct things.
And in your experience, is the settlement amount less than the damages amount for DNR's mussel claims?
In my experience, that's what I've seen.
Amy, you can pull that down. You were also questioned yesterday regarding the process for conducting the mussel survey. Do you recall that?
I do.
In particular, you reviewed several emails that questioned whether you could use the data that you collected and extrapolate that to represent the total amount of mussels lost in the impoundment. Do you recall that?
I do.
And you did end up using that extrapolation in this case to calculate the mussel damages, correct?
Correct.
Does DNR employ a practice for doing this? Do they have standards that they follow to extrapolate this type of information?
We do. So we followed standards protocol, and we have similar protocol for how we sample fish. Most biological things, you never do a complete census of all animals in a given area. That's impossible. So there's always subsampling and extrapolation to determine the total number.
And DNR has adopted methodology to do this in each case, correct?
Yes,
And did you use that methodology here?
we did.
And it isn't unusual for DNR to seek to recover damages, natural resource damages, from someone who fails to take action to protect the natural resources, is it?
It's not.
And that's consistent with DNR's mission, is it not?
It is.
Following the 2018-2019 drawdown, Boyce returned the Wixom Lake to its normal summer pool level. Is that correct?
It is.
But then again, in the fall of 2019, through Spicer Group, they filed an application to draw down the impoundment again, did they not?
They did.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 119, Amy, Plaintiff's Exhibit 119, Your Honor. And I think that you were asked about this exhibit yesterday. Amy, if you could highlight the email. DNR was concerned about Boyce's proposal, wasn't it?
We were.
And yesterday you were asked to read a portion of this email. Can you read the entire email, starting with "at the reason"? Or it's not the entire email, it's the last two sentences, starting "at the reason."
The reason is the Four Lakes Task Force for the Boyce projects are claiming they can't operate the gates in the winter as the primary water control method. We're not completely convinced at this point, and Luke Trumbull wanted to know if there were any operators we could reach out to find out what they do in the winter to deal with icing.
Based on this email, DNR was skeptical about the need to draw down the impoundment to deal with icing. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, DNR was seeking additional information from other dam owners to find out if there were feasible and prudent alternatives. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's not unusual for DNR or any other state agency to verify that condition a licensee or permittee claims to exist actually exists, is it?
It's not.
And that's especially true where the action would cause harm to the natural resources, is it not?
That's correct.
I'll have you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 120, Amy. And if you could highlight just that short second paragraph there in the middle. And I believe you were asked about this document yesterday as well. Is that correct?
It is.
And if I recall, it was intended to communicate to Eagle that DNR did not support issuing the permit for Boyce to draw down in the fall of 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Can you read the second paragraph of this letter?
If Part 315 Dam Safety Program determines that the full 8-foot drawdown is the only viable option to preserve the integrity of the dam structures, there are several conditions that must be met for the department to be supportive.
So DNR's letter was communicating to Eagle's Dam Safety Program and permitting section that if the permit was necessary, they would ask for some additional actions to protect the natural resources.
Correct.
DNR was not asking though was not demanding, however, that Eagle deny the permit, was it?
No.
And nowhere in this letter does DNR request that Eagle or direct Eagle to deny the permit, does it?
No.
Eagle didn't grant the permit to draw down the Wixom Lake in the fall of 2019, did it?
No.
Boyce still drew down the impoundment though, didn't they?
They did.
And the drawdown caused the environmental impacts that DNR was concerned about, did not?
It did.
And Amy, if you could pull up Exhibit 135, please. Plaintiff's Exhibit 135. That is not what I'm looking for. Oh, next page down. As a result of the 2019 drawdown, Eagle sent Boyce an enforcement notice. Is that correct?
They did.
And you looked at this document yesterday with Ms. Fagan, didn't you?
Yes.
And I'll have Amy highlight the third paragraph down. Ms. Mistak, can you read this paragraph?
Eagle would like to provide you with an opportunity to comply with the legal requirements of Part 301 Part 307, and Part 303 by immediately seizing active drawdown of Wixom Lake and coming into compliance with the Part 307 lake level order. That is the best way, you can mitigate the damage the drawdown has caused the state's natural resources and prevent the additional damage you will cause if you draw Wixom Lake down to the level you applied for in your permit application. Should you wish to discuss compliance requirements, please contact me as soon as possible.
And based on your understanding, this language was offering Boyce an opportunity to mitigate the damages that they were causing to the natural resources, correct?
Correct.
And isn't that normal to do when someone has started to cause damages?
My understanding, that's the normal practice of Eagle to do that.
And I'll draw your attention. To document 150. And do you recall yesterday that Ms. Fagan showed you this email? And I think, Amy, if you could scroll down to the second email, I believe that's the one that Ms. Fagan asked. Ms. Mister.
Yes, I do recognize this.
And if you look at the top of that email there, it's marked as confidential settlement discussions, correct?
Yes,
Are you familiar with the context of these discussions?
I am.
What were they?
This was when the state was approached by Four Lakes Task Force and Boyce. And Four Lakes Task Force was hoping to reach resolution of muscle damages and any possible litigation that could result from muscle damages, because Four Lakes Task Force was concerned that having that hanging would threaten their ability to complete the purchase agreement with Boyce Hydro. And Four Lakes Task Force was also pursuing financing to be able to do the necessary dam safety improvements and changes to the gates so they can be operated in the winter. And the financing they were hoping to secure was through county bonds. And the county was clear that if there were any sort of potential litigation threat, that they would not be able to provide that financing. So we were approached by Four Lakes Task Force, and Boyce was initially with them to see if they could reach a settlement or resolution for muscle damages prior to any litigation.
So this was not a situation where DNR was trying to leverage the muscle damages to get some action out of Boyce, was it?
No.
Ms. Fagan also asked you yesterday about lawsuit filed against Boyce as a result of the natural resources damages that the drawdown caused, correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to have Amy pull up page or plaintiff's exhibit 156.
Let me hold on for a second. I want to jot some notes down.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And Amy, can you highlight those dates down at the bottom? And looking at this lawsuit, when was it filed?
It says issue date, May 1st, 2020.
And I'll submit to you, that's the date that the court issued the summons and that it was filed. And the date that the lawsuit was filed, May 1st, 2020, that was after Wixom Lake had been returned to its normal level. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the lawsuit sought compensation to the state for the ecological damage that Boyce's actions caused, correct?
Correct.
The lawsuit did not seek an order that Wixom Lake could not be drawn down in the future, though, did it?
No,
Instead, it saw an order that Wixom Lake could not be drawn down without a permit again in the future, correct?
that's correct.
And yesterday, Ms. Fagan asked you to read a section of relief requested, and that's on page 35 of the exhibit, Amy. Do you recall that?
I do.
And she focused on the language that asked the court to forbid any unauthorized drawdown of Wixom Lake, correct?
Correct.
This is simply a requirement, though, to comply with Michigan law, isn't it?
Correct. They would need to obtain a permit and follow permit conditions.
And
future
that's
drawdowns.
consistent, I'm sorry,
No, for future drawdowns.
and that's consistent with the section of Part 301 that we reviewed earlier, correct?
It is.
Based on your understanding, when Boyce submitted the permit to draw down Wixom Lake in the fall of 2019, did it intend the drawdown to be permanent?
No. Mm-mm.
In fact, based on his permit applications we discussed earlier, they always intended to refill Wixom Lake, did they not?
They did.
Does DNR always oppose the drawdown of a lake or an impoundment?
No.
When does a drawdown raise concerns for DNR?
I would say all drawdowns have the ability to cause natural resources impacts. So we have a general concern about all drawdowns.
Are there efforts that could be taken when conducting a drawdown to mitigate those concerns?
Certainly.
What are those types of efforts?
Those include the time frame in which the drawdown can take place to avoid times when things are spawning or hibernating, the rate at which the drawdown occurs. So if you can do a slower drawdown, it's more protective of the resource. And for example, fish can move rather than to drain everything at once. We also have guidelines on refilling and making sure while an impoundment is being refilled, that minimum flows continue downstream, because I think a lot of people would want to just shut the gate, refill it, but there needs to be continuous flows to the river downstream. So we put in conditions. We also put in conditions for daily stranded aquatic organism surveys, where the portion of the shoreline that's dewatered is investigated for stranded fish, stranded mussels, and those are relocated.
And in the fall of 2018 and the fall of 2019, did Boyce take any of those efforts to protect the natural resources when it drew down the impoundment?
Not that I'm aware of.
DNR did not advocate to refill Wixom Lake in the spring of 2020, did it?
No,
In fact, isn't it true that DNR took the position that the lake should be left drawn down until equipment could be installed at the dam to better manage ice in the winter?
that's correct.
Why is that?
Because the damages that are caused, so once the drawdown at that point had taken place, or if a drawdown were to take place, whatever is going to be damaged was damaged. If you refill it, fish are going to recolonize, mussels are going to recolonize the wetted area. There's effects to vegetation. If you then draw it down, you're causing additional impacts. And we were saying it's the lesser impact to leave it drawn down rather than fill it up, draw it down, fill it up, draw it down.
So DNR's position in the spring of 2019 was that they did not necessarily want Wixom Lake to be refilled, correct?
I believe that was our position in the spring of 2020, because that was when there was a permit application to do the refill.
And I'm going to have you take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 151. Amy, can you go to page 2 of this exhibit? And I believe the email from Jess there. And if you could read that third paragraph there in your email to Mr. Rudolph.
Lastly, although permits aren't set up to provide background information on our position, it would be helpful to include the statements made in Jeff's second paragraph. If not in the permit, perhaps in an attached cover letter. I want the record to show the DNR is reluctant to allow the refill to occur and the reasons why, and are only withholding opposition because of assurances made by Four Lakes Task Force.
So in the spring of 2020, DNR was reluctant to see Wixom Lake refilled. Is that correct?
It is.
And that reluctance was communicated to Eagle, correct?
It was.
And both Ms. Fagan and I have asked you questions about your natural resources damages calculation in this particular case, have we not?
Yes.
And when natural resources are impacted, is it DNR's position that must always recover natural resource damages?
No.
When does DNR determine that it is appropriate to seek natural resources damages?
Often resource damages are sought when there's blatant and willful destruction. I think there's a lot that goes into those decisions, and those decisions are carefully made by DNR leadership in consultation with legal staff and the Department of Attorney General's office.
And in this particular case, DNR thought that the drawdown of Wixom Lake in the fall of 2018 and again in the fall of 2019 met that level to seek natural resources damages. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct.
Did DNR ever take the position that Wixom Lake needed to be operated at its normal level?
No. Well, can you restate that question?
Absolutely. Did DNR ever take the position that Wixom Lake needed to be operated at its normal level? And that would be the summer level.
No.
Isn't it accurate to say that DNR took the position that any drawdown of Wixom Lake should occur during time periods when the least damage to natural resources could occur?
That's correct.
And additionally, isn't it accurate that DNR's position was that if the drawdown were to occur, actions needed to be taken, including muscle relocation to protect natural resources, correct?
That's correct.
And that's consistent with what DNR's mission is, correct?
It is.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Take 10. Just one, you'll have a chance to ask as well, even though you passed yesterday.
Good morning, Ms.
Morning.
Masak. You testified in response to questions from Ms. Allison Yocum that you did not provide, or DNR did not provide comments on permits to refill Edenville Dam as it pertained to safety, correct?
Correct.
Could you please pull up Exhibit 151? And if we take a look at the second page, these are your comments in response to the refill permit that Brian Rudolph asked you to comment on in April 2020, correct?
Correct.
Could you read the first paragraph there in your email?
I know we talked about having a condition that Wixom Lake will no longer be drawn down in the winter for dam safety reasons, but I don't see that condition in the draft permit. Is this something Eagle is able to do?
So you did comment on safety reasons here in this email, correct? It's yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Juan? Thank you. Anything else? Can the witness be excused? Ms. Fagan, may the witness be excused?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Safe journeys home.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Okay. Next witness.
There you go. Plaintiff's call Bill Sturdivant to the stand.
Jason Thompson.
Your Honor, may I approach with the?
Yes, thank you. Sturdivant, if you could remain standing, raise your right hand. Thank you. Good morning. Do you swear or affirm the evidence you'll give in the matter now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please state your first and last names.
William Sturdivant,
Please spell both for our court reporter.
William Sturtevant.
All right, thank you. Counsel, you may examine.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Sturdivant. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Good. Good. Well, we've already stated your name. How about, can you tell us what your profession is?
I'm a registered professional engineer in Colorado, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And I'm a chief dam safety engineer at Colorado Springs Utilities.
And how would you describe your area of engineering expertise?
All fields related to dam safety. So structural, emergency response, hydraulics, hydrology, public communication, rule and law development, all that stuff.
And are you intending to offer opinions in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do or evaluate?
Take a look at what Michigan, the state of Michigan's dam safety unit's response was to gaining control over a hydropower unit that eventually failed due to hydraulic insufficiencies.
Let me go through your qualifications. Tell us quickly about your, not quickly, but briefly about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Civil and Environmental Engineering from the University of Wisconsin-Madison,
And what licenses do you hold again?
Colorado, Wisconsin, and Michigan
How long have you worked in water and dam engineering?
since 1980.
Okay, let's go through some of those positions. It's my understanding that you worked as a dam safety engineer from 1986 to 2008, to Wisconsin DNR as a dam safety engineer.
That's correct. And prior to that, I worked for a private consulting firm for 6 years, working on municipal water distribution, water storage, wastewater treatment, water retaining structures, and system management.
Tell us about the Wisconsin DNR Dam Safety Unit. What did that involve?
At the time I was hired in 1986, I was hired as the first assistant state dam safety engineer to the state dam safety engineer. Just as the program got started in its infancy. And then as I progressed through the ranks and as the system developed into, or as our dam safety unit grew into 13 field engineers and a state dam safety engineer, I eventually took over as the state dam safety engineer.
So from 1986 to 2008, can you give the court a brief description of what type of activities you did as a dam safety engineer?
I did dam inspections. I did a lot of dam inspections, too many. and I'll admit to that. And then all the follow-up that comes with it and working with primarily private owners. 67% of the dams in Wisconsin at that time were privately owned. So a lot of experience dealing with private owners and the challenges that come with that, and ordering those people to upgrade their dams to meet the statutory and code requirements that Wisconsin had developed for their dam safety program, and reviewing those studies, reviewing the plans, approving those, working with the state dam safety engineer, providing the technical side of dam safety to him, and making sure the project came to fruition, working with the consultants, trying to come up with a practical solution to a very challenging situations.
When you say you did dam inspections and too many, how many are we talking about?
At the beginning, I did over 60 a year. And then when I learned that that was probably a mistake, because there's so much follow-up that comes with them, I tapered down to about 30 to 35 a year. And as we brought more people on, I kept at that. So roughly right around 600, but numerous duplicative inspections of the same dams as they came up for reinspection by the state.
How many other dam safety engineers were working as your colleagues in that department?
13. At the time we came to I'll say full strength.
And you referred to someone as the dam safety engineer in your answer. What was that? Is that the leader of the department?
State dam safety engineer.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So that person is like the role I'm sitting in now, the chief of the dam safety section. And we fell under, at that time, the Division of Law Enforcement, with the Division of Enforcement. So we worked hand in hand with the wardens.
During your time as a dam safety engineer, did you do any testifying or meet with legislative representatives?
Yes,
Tell us
many
about.
times. Well, because as with any program, when it's in its infancy, you learn you could be doing things better. So we listened to the dam owners, we listened to the consultants that we work with day in and day out, and we made changes to the codes and proposed changes to the statutes, and then we had to get legislative approval to turn them into enforceable laws.
And I'm assuming that these dams included earthen dams like the Edenville Dam that brings us here today?
Yes, the vast majority of dams in Wisconsin have some kind of earthen component to them.
All right, so I believe we talked about your inspection, your follow-up. Did you work with engineering studies in the course of your work as a dam safety engineer?
Yes,
Did you have any opportunities to issue orders pursuant to the controlling law or statute?
I did. I actually drafted the orders themselves and then literally took them upstairs to the legal department for their review to make sure that I had all the legal clauses in there that they needed. Should the order be contested.
And when you say order, just so we're clear, if I understand your testimony, you correct me if I'm wrong, these would be orders similar to the statute of Michigan, the 315, 18 or 19 section orders?
They are similar.
All right, and you're applying the standards and trying to correct some situation that you found in the dam in the inspection?
That's correct.
During your years as a dam safety engineer, did you work alone or were you working in teams and in a collaborative setting?
Always teams. To do engineering, especially in this field, there are so many variables involved that it's good practice to include another set of eyes, another set of people looking at your conclusions, your results. Sometimes it involved calling a consultant in to say, hey, take a look at this. What do you think? And do you guys have a better idea for a positive outcome without breaking the bank for the dam owner? So that we did that often.
And the team members would come from what constituency? For example, were there other DNR individuals?
Yeah, well, yes. Yeah, we included our environmental people, our scientists, fisheries, environmental scientists, wetland specialists, all those into the decision-making process, making sure we kept the aspect of public safety at top.
And would your teams involve outside or third-party engineers?
Yes.
And tell us how that would come to be.
We would actually require the dam owner to hire a consultant to perform certain tasks, to perform the studies that were necessary to make the decisions. And then we would review it. When I was a state dam safety engineer, my review was the final review. But we would review it to make sure that it met current dam safety standards. And we were comfortable with the results. And I was heavily trained in how to actually perform those studies. So in my part of the practice of doing that, I would make sure I would get the electronic file so I could actually run the model and see what went into the model and what came out of the model.
It sounds like you're describing engineering services like those of Deep Hercupile or Spicer in this case. Is that a fair comparison?
Yes, it is.
Did you have an opportunity to work on failed dams and issue orders in response to defects of those dams?
Yes,
That's the kind of orders that we're talking about.
correct.
Any idea how many failed dams that you dealt with over the years as a dam safety engineer?
Upwards of 50. We would lose. I mean, we'd get big flood events, and a lot of times the low hazard dams wouldn't make it. Not a lot of times, but sometimes. And we would go in and try and help the owner decide whether they wanted to put it back. And those dams only had to be designed to pass a relatively low flow. So it wasn't uncommon when we got a big precipitation event and a large flow down the creek, it'd take the dam out. There were old mill dams built in the 1800s, many of them.
Was your work as a dam safety engineer frequently involving spillway capacity issues?
Always,
You feel comfortable and familiar with that concept?
yes.
During your time as a dam safety engineer, did you ever encounter instances where there was pressure to protect the environment?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about how you balance dam safety and protecting the environment?
Yes, there isn't really a 50-50 balance. It's more weighted towards the public safety aspect and looking at what hazard the dam poses to the downstream residents. And then contacting fisheries and the scientists I referred to earlier to say, this is what we're planning to do. And if we had to draw down, we had to draw down. There just wasn't a question. But is there a way we can protect what you want to protect at the same time? And we would try and engineer a solution around that. And sometimes it was possible. A lot of times it was not. And it's never an easy decision, whether it's environmental or whether it's public use or whether it's riparian rights, riparian privileges.
My understanding that as of 2008, for the next 10 years, you were in the dam safety program for the Wisconsin DNR as a director, or what was your title?
Chief, the state dam safety engineer.
All right, that's the position you told us about a moment ago.
Correct.
So how many dam safety engineers were working under you or under your supervision?
13. On a good year, it varied from 11 to 13, just from normal attrition in the program.
Can you explain to us from 08 to 2018 what your regular activities were as the dam safety engineer?
What years, please?
2008 through 2018.
As the state dam safety engineer, I was responsible for training the new staff as they came on board, participating in their inspections to make sure that we were keeping up to the standards of the program we developed, and teaching them honestly how to deal with the public, how to deal with the dam owners, how to be respectful. Your job is to help them. You know, and now you're not an all-powerful regulator. You're a person that's out there trying to make sure the dam is safe. And and then training the public as well. We did workshops around the state. We spoke at technical colleges at that time to educate the entire community that dam safety actually existed. And it was a role that the public can take on as an awareness that dams pose a threat.
You mentioned a dam safety program. What does that mean?
It's a structure. It involves a hierarchy of personnel. It involves when inspections are done, who does them, how they're done, what you do to perform the inspection, the preparation, what you do afterwards, what your public outreach requirements are, whether they're enumerated in a statute or not, what we developed as our program and guidance. And there's little tiny nuances built into there but I think those are the main things.
In your review of materials in this case, did you ever get your hands on Michigan's dam safety program or something called that?
I had the opportunity to work with Jim a little bit in the UP when he was struggling a little bit.
With who, please?
I mean, Jim Pulaski?
Yeah, sorry,
you.
excuse me. Just because he was far removed from the rest of the people in this program, and if I had somebody up there that could assist in an inspection or something, you know, we would help each other.
Is the Michigan Part 315 essentially encapsulating our dam safety program?
Yes,
And have you worked to develop a dam safety program ever in your experience as a dam safety engineer?
yes.
Tell us about that.
When I started with the state, like I mentioned earlier, in '86, the program was in its infancy. And as we learned we could do things better and more efficiently, we rewrote the rules, the administrative code, to reflect those changes to make the program better. And at the same time, I served 3 consecutive terms on the National Dam Safety Review Board as one of the 5 state representatives, voting representatives that develop the national standards for the states to use if they chose to develop their own dam safety programs, their state dam safety programs, and working with how to report that out, how to administer grant programs and all the various things, and how to respond to emergencies, and where the training should occur and what training should occur on the national level.
During your time as the dam safety engineer in Wisconsin, did you still have time working in the field?
Oh, yes.
Tell us what your division of time was between field operations and maybe office time.
I'm going to say about 75-25 at that time.
75 being
Unfortunately. And
inside?
Inside. Yeah, I would much rather be outside and working with my engineers to make sure that they were comfortable doing what they do.
And when you say working with your engineers, those would be engineers like Luke Trumbull?
Yes.
And you were supervising those engineers?
Yes.
All right, let me advance to your time in the private sector. You have worked both in the regulatory context and in the private sector relative to dam safety.
Yes.
So in 2018 to the present, your CV indicates that you worked as the chief dam safety engineer for Colorado Springs Utilities. Is that correct?
That's correct. They contacted me in late 2017 and offered me a position that they were just creating because they did not have a formal dam safety program and they needed one. They have one, we have one FERC licensed, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission licensed. Sorry about the acronyms. You can stop me anytime. And we have one dam that's licensed, and it's a very big dam, and it's a class 1 high hazard. So that means a lot of people will die if this dam fails, upwards of 30,000. So, and that's a current number because we just underwent a huge study. But when they called me in late 17 and said, are you interested in coming out to develop our program for us? There's only a few of you in the country who have done that kind of work. Can you do that? And at that time, I was able to retire from the state of Wisconsin with full benefits. And both my wife and I were familiar with the area in Colorado Springs, and it's kind of in the middle of all our kids anyway. So we decided, why not? We'll do that for the last few years before I retire, and then figure out where we're going from there.
Colorado Springs Utilities sounds like a power plant or what is that company or what does that entity do?
It's a quasi city agency, so to speak, and it's unusual that they have responsibility for all four utilities: gas, electric, water, and wastewater. So, and my part is raw water, dealing with the water coming into our 25 reservoirs that store the water for the public to use for drinking, fire suppression, unfortunately irrigation, but drinking and fire suppression are the big thing.
And I had used the phrase worked in the private sector and the public sector, but let me back up and make sure that that's an accurate description. Is the Colorado Springs Utility a privately run and owned company, or you said a quasi governmental
It's
entity?
quasi municipal, but we're considered a private owner, so to speak. That's how the state of Colorado has a very rigorous dam safety program. It's one of the best in the country. And it's when I say rigorous, it's very strict. But I'm familiar with it because we modeled part of our program after theirs and California's. And I studied with them when I first came on to the dam safety job. I came to Colorado and studied with not only their state personnel, but Department of Interior, Bureau of Reclamation.
So you touched on the distinction that I really was trying to get at. Is it fair to say that your work with the Colorado Springs Utilities, you're not working with the dam owner or for the dam owner as opposed to regulating them?
I am the dam owner, yes.
Okay, so whether it was public or private, my point was you're now in the position working as an engineer for the dam owner as opposed to working for the state government and
That's
regulating
correct.
them.
That's correct. The buck stops here when it comes to those 25 dams.
And those 25 dams are regulated by whom?
By the state of Colorado. Unlike Michigan and Wisconsin, the state of Colorado still regulates federally licensed dams. So we have two regulators on top of that big dam I mentioned. So that can be somewhat challenging, but fortunately the dam is in immaculate condition. So we're getting good records.
So in your position with Colorado Springs, would that be analogous to the Boyce Four Lakes Task Force position with the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
Tell us about the 25 dams that are owned by Colorado Springs that you work with. And what I'm getting at is, are any of them analogous to the Edenville Dam that brings us here today?
They're a little larger. And the biggest difference is they're newer. Some of the oldest ones up on the south side of Pikes Peak date back into the 1800s, but they're so isolated that they don't pose the threat that Edenville did. The ones that are further down in that same watershed are somewhat newer, 50s, 60s, and 70s, and those do pose a threat to the public and are high hazard. So 17 of the 25 that under my responsibility are high hazard dams.
Are any of them earthen dams?
All of them are. We have only one dam that's an old masonry dam sitting on the top of Elmelgra Peak next to Pikes Peak at 12,500 feet that wasn't connected to our water system, and we've since made it incapable of retaining water anymore.
How much of your time in this position is spent working with state regulators or the FERC regulators?
About 60%. I wish it was different.
You mentioned in your CV that you did work as a project technical lead on 4 dams. Could you tell us about that?
The project technical lead, or PTL, to keep it shorter, is responsible for reviewing all the documentation and overseeing the construction and rehabilitation of the dams that are under repair. So it's working with a project manager who deals with all the who pays the bills, how much is the bill, and where the heck are we getting the money from. And my job is to look at the technical aspects of the project, from the piping, the valving, the flow metering, the monitoring equipment, the earth and embankment stability, the filter berm construction, the geotechnical work, the structural stability of the embankments, reviewing the analyses, and then approving those to go on to the state for their approval. And we have a big team that works on these projects, and I get to be the final say for the utility when it comes to dam safety part of it. But everybody on that team only has one vote, and that's how I tried to set up the teams. That way we get great input from a lot of very smart people, that, and the consultants are on that team, are people that are on that team that actually go out and physically make that dam work every day, who know a lot more about the dam than anyone else in that room, because our dams are inspected 2 to 3 times a day by those caretakers that live on those watersheds. So they take their job very seriously, and that's why I can say the dams are in good shape. They were in phenomenal shape before I started. That's not me. That they have always done a really good job. They just didn't have it formalized.
Your position with Colorado Springs, was there some FERC review or qualification aspect of obtaining that position?
To call it the chief dam safety engineer, the answer is yes. FERC requires a number of years, and I believe it's 10 years experience, a credible experience in the dam safety world. So they have to know who you are, and they have to have seen your involvement in dam safety and what that is over the years. So they check your background, they check your resume, I'm assuming they make some calls. No one ever told me they actually called them, but I did provide them a list of people I've worked with over the years, and consultants that I know they know because they're on national level, and other state dam safety engineers. You get to be, I'm going to say, really good acquaintances with those dam safety engineers, because we all have similar problems. So when we get together at conferences, and a lot of times we'll call each other when we have dams that are bordering both states, and just talk about possible solutions and go through remedies that we've dealt with.
What does the acronym EMI stand for? What does it mean relative to that position you have?
Emergency Management Institute, ASDO, and the National Dam Safety Review Board, FEMA, would sponsor trainings for the state engineers, dam owners, and consultants to attend at EMI. It's a Emergency Management Institute in Emmitsburg, Maryland, a training facility. And it's actually real close to Camp David. But if anyone knows where that is, they kind of keep it secret. But it's there, and it's a great facility because you have to stay on campus. There's really nowhere else to stay. So there's a lot of interaction. I've done some trainings there. I've given some trainings there. It's a really good institution.
We've talked a little bit about your interaction with FERC, and I want to follow up on a couple points that are relevant to your work in this case. Are you familiar with the FERC review process of dams and their inspection reports?
Painfully. Yes.
Tell me why you tongue in cheek use the word painfully. What does that connote?
FERC is a whole different concept in the regulatory world.
How so?
They're very bureaucratic. So a good example is I submit what's called the Dam Safety Surveillance and Monitoring Report annually to the FERC related to Rampart Dam, which is the dam I referred to earlier, which poses the big threat. It's about a 300-page document, 230 some graphs of how the dam is operating, how it's behaving in life, that is structurally stable. I have to certify whether it can continue its operation or not. And after I submit it, sometimes it takes them a year and a half, 2 years to review. And then they give us 30 days to make any recommendations or corrections. So it's just very frustrating. And the last part 12D we just had to do as part of their new program that they developed since 2020. They obviously had a lot of time on their hands in 2020. And they expanded the part 12D process. What we've been using the consultant safety inspection reports, or the CSIRs, that we refer to all the time during this case, is now very, very different. So instead of just doing the probable failure modes analysis that a part 12D has always called for, now that's expanded to include a level 2 risk assessment. So we assign probabilities to not only the failure mode that we're investigating, but probabilities to what kind of damage, how many lives are lost, what infrastructure is lost, and in what timing. So instead of 5 days to do a probable failure modes analysis, now it takes 7, 10 to 11 hour days to do that.
I'm starting to feel your pain.
And thank you. And then another 7 full days to do that level 2 risk assessment. And we have to hire an independent consultant with an entire team of individual experts in those fields. And then I'm a part of that team as a voting member as well.
Let me ask you about,
Hold on. It's 2 minutes after 10. It's time for the morning recess. We'll reconvene at 10:17 with this next question. Great.
Thank you.
Court's in recess. Thank you. Sturtevant. 10:18, sorry for me being late. Back on the record. Yes, that would be helpful, yes. Oh, good, 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 good. I'm glad.
They were right where I left them.
Yes, I'm often looking for my keys or cell phone. I always had my kids. Yeah, hey, it's right where I left them. But, oh, very funny. So, but it's good to know that not just 65-year-olds say that one. So even young guys like you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Sturtevant, when we left, you had used a couple phrases. I just want to make sure that everybody is understanding 12D and a CSIR. Those acronyms have been batted around a bit. Those are the same reports, right?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay, and what are those?
Those are very detailed mandated inspection by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So they occur every 5 years, and now the cycle is every 10 years, you do that comprehensive assessment that I talked about earlier. And in between those is more of what we're seeing here for the Part 12D inspection. So doing the same type of work without the level 2 risk assessment.
Okay, and we've seen those displayed on the screen throughout the trial, right?
Correct.
Okay, we're going to talk about at least one today, but the 12D and the CSIR are the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. How helpful was the FERC record in your work in this case?
Oh, instrumental.
Tell us why.
There's a lot of background that's required to go into those inspection reports, those CSIRs, and it's a really good document to refer to because you get the history of the dam, you get what failure modes that the experts that were working on that inspection came up with and move forward to investigation, how they were going to try and remedy or reduce that hazard, and then how they move forward with that progression. It also gives you really good background on how the dam was constructed, which is critical to performing the inspection and coming up with your solutions and your analysis, what studies had been done in the past, what the conclusions of those studies were, and how they relate to the current situation with the dam.
Are you familiar with FERC revocation orders?
No.
Have you seen any FERC compliance or notices of compliance or those
Yes.
types of? Okay. When you say no, have you ever been involved in a dam where there was a revocation of a FERC license?
No.
You're aware in this case that that's happened, right?
Correct. Yes.
Are those rare events?
Yes. In Wisconsin, there were 150 federally licensed or FERC dams. And no, not one of them, the license was revoked. Were they surrendered? A couple surrendered them because they couldn't afford to keep up with those FERC inspections and the requirements of the FERC as private owners.
Did you have an opportunity to review the revocation order in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you find that useful and helpful in your work?
Yes.
How so?
It showed the neglect the dam had been under over the years, and it shut up a lot of red flags in my mind as a dam safety engineer as to what condition the dam is in at the time that the license was revoked.
Okay, Mr. Sturtevant, we've talked about your education, some of your work experience and highlights. I'd like to wrap up the qualifications of you as an expert by going over some of the other experiences that you've had in your field, okay?
Sure. Yes.
Have you ever authored any articles on dam safety?
Yes.
How many?
Half a dozen?
And on a variety of topics?
Yes.
Any involving failed dams or dam failures?
Yes,
Any involving spillway capacities?
yes,
Do you have any experience in drafting administrative codes involving dams?
yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, what I talked about earlier is the program is constantly getting better. So in order to accommodate the improvements we want, we had to change the administrative code that governs what we can and can't do. And I was one of the drafters involved in that process. And I say one because it was in Wisconsin, and in Wisconsin, dam safety and floodplain management are in the same section. So, and that's because we required every single dam owner to do a dam failure analysis during the 100-year event. And then during that, once that study is done and the inundation area is shown on a map downstream, the owner is required to adopt that into floodplain zoning, that what we called the hydraulic shadow, the dam failure floodplain, and then no development was allowed. It was regulated as a floodway. So it had to meet all the FEMA requirements.
You list several professional associations on your CV, and I want to briefly go over some of those. You list the Association for Dam Safety Officials. Are you currently a member of that association?
I am, and I serve on the journal editing committee as one of the technical reviewers of the papers that make it into the journal.
So they put out a journal?
Yes,
How frequently is that published?
quarterly.
And how long have you been a member of that association?
Since 1987.
What is their general mission and what are their activities?
Education, assistance with the states. They also provide some liaison into the federal government and to Congress to change national dam safety rules, and work on the National Dam Safety Review Board to help the states develop their rules and fine tune their rules and come up with tools they can use to better regulate dams.
Can you give us an idea of where their members come from? What are they, who are they comprised of?
State agencies, private dam owners, hydroelectric dam owners, consultants, interested public. I've met quite a few people who are just there because they're interested in the world of infrastructure. Can't really explain that one for being in that, but it's education. They provide a lot of education to colleges, and they give out scholarships to young people to try and get them encouraged in dam safety and have them move forward towards acquiring a degree that can be translated into dam safety.
Next, you list the United States Society of Dams. Are you a member of that society?
I am.
Tell us what that society does and what its functions are.
It's similar, but I'm not quite as active on the forefront or a part of any subcommittee in that group. I pretty much used them to provide some education to people I work with. I have a compliance expert I work with a lot, and I want her up to speed on dams so she understands why it is what we're doing. And then they provide really good education materials and very affordable, and they're very accessible. So that's primarily what I use USSD for.
Next, you list Homeland Security Critical Infrastructure Dam Sector. Tell us about that organization.
That organization, obviously Homeland Security, at least at the time that was formed, provided a very meaningful link into the world of what's happening in the dam sectors when it comes to threats against the sector, what's happening in the cyber side of things, and what's happening in the physical security side of things. Because I have to prepare with a physical security and the cybersecurity expert every year, a report to send to FERC that lets them know we are on top of it. And we have a big checklist on how we are dealing with the cyber and physical characteristics of the dam. And so I'm able to go on with clearance. You can get into areas on there and you can see suspicious activity reports, SARS, across the world. And specifically in our country, if there's threats to the dam safety world, especially now that I'm involved as an owner, and our water is our water supply. And it's absolutely critical, and that terminal reservoir is 70-some percent, 72% of our water supply. So we lose that, the city loses water. So it's very critical that I stay involved with Homeland Security.
Lastly, you list the National Dam Safety Review Board. Can you tell us about your involvement with that board?
Before the current administration dissolved the entire board, it was a very useful group of people well-versed in dam safety from around the country that got together quarterly in person, but often on telecommuting type arrangements to work out details on how the state's programs would be developed. So that's the group I was on when we developed the model state dam safety program for FEMA. And when President Biden put that huge chunk of money into infrastructure, how is the dam world going to administer that money to take care of high hazard potential dams? So I was on a subcommittee that was coming up with how to do that. As a state rep, I was a voting rep. When I retired from the state, I left the board temporarily, and James Denby, who was running the board at the time, contacted me personally and said, would you come back as an advisor, not a voting rep, but an advisor to the committee, because now you have a perspective from both sides of the aisle, so to speak. You're now an owner, but you were a regulator. How can we work better to help the owners? So that was really fun while it lasted, but then I got a letter from the administration that said, you're all fired. And we weren't getting paid anyway, so.
That was an unpaid position?
Yeah, I was volunteer. My company agreed to let me do it. I just decided I'm not gonna make the trip to Washington to do this in person, because not only would FEMA would cover the bill, but I didn't think it was right to take that extra time, so I just did it all remotely at that time.
Have you held any teaching positions in dam safety or dam operations?
I wouldn't call it a position, but we were very active in workshops, and FEMA actually funded our workshops, and we were able to travel around the state of Wisconsin. We did 3 a year, and I would assign certain topics to my staff where I knew there might be a point that they could fine tune in their abilities, and they would teach that portion. I would teach a portion. And we would give credit to consulting engineers for their continuing education. I achieved the approval from the state to give those out from the registration board. And right now, I do some guest lecturing at University of Colorado Springs as a volunteer to their engineering program, even though they don't have a civil program. But one of the professors there approached me and said, I have the sophomore students who have gone through all the theory that every engineer suffers through those first couple of years of your college education. And would you be willing to come in, once or twice a semester and just introduce them to the world of dam safety and all the disciplines you have to know something about?
This was at the university?
Yes.
What university?
University of Colorado Springs. And I've also done a presentation for the association or the ASCE, the Society of Civil Engineers, American Society of Civil Engineers. And actually in February, I'm doing the same with the local chapter, the Pikes Peak chapter of that same organization.
On what topic?
That's on a dam rehab on Pikes Peak. We just did a rehab where we tore out a berm that we didn't know why it was there on the earthen embankment, and we put back in a weighted filter buttress.
And what type of people or professionals are expected to attend that presentation?
Civil engineers in Colorado Springs, and I'm assuming even reaching as far as Denver.
All right, Mr. Sturdivant, if I can summarize, based on your training and education experience, do you consider yourself qualified to speak on dam safety topics such as dam operation,
Yes.
inspection,
Yes.
failure analysis,
Yes.
risk reduction measures,
Yes.
applying dam safety statutes,
Yes,
regulatory oversight by dam safety units.
yes,
And that would include both from the private dam owner perspective and the regulatory perspective.
yes,
You said risk reduction. What were the next?
After risk reduction, I said applying dam safety statutes and regulatory oversight by dam safety units.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ed, I'm trying to
Nope.
move fast.
No, you're
I'll
not.
slow down.
I'm just slow. You don't have to apologize. You're doing fine.
Mr. Sturdivant, based on your training, education, and experience, do you feel you are qualified to review the activities and decisions of the Eagle and DNR defendants that were active in regulating the Edenville Dam and assess their use of regulatory power in this case?
yes.
All right, I'd like to turn next to the work that you did in this.
Are you offering him as an expert?
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to at this time offer Mr. Sturdivant as an expert in dam safety and regulatory activities.
Thank you. Any voir dire or objection?
Yes, Your Honor. We object to Mr. Sturman being qualified as an expert in Michigan law under Part 315.
He hasn't been offered as an expert in Michigan law. He's been offered as an expert in regulatory oversight, dam operations, inspections, failure analysis, risk reduction, applying dam safety standards and regulatory oversight. Which, if any, of the areas that he has been proffered as an expert in, do you wish to object to?
We just wish to make sure our objection is on the record that he's not an expert in Part 315. And that's the objection.
All right. Do you wish to conduct any voir dire?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Response?
We agree with Your Honor. He's not being offered as an expert on the law or the statute, but instead the application of the regulations in that statute to dam operations and oversight.
Very well. The proffered witness will be allowed to offer expert testimony regarding dam operations, inspections, failure analysis, risk reduction, application of dam safety standards, and regulatory oversight. You may proceed with the exam.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
And the people's objections are noted. I do not believe they apply directly to that which plaintiff's proposed expert is being sought to offer opinions. If in the course of the exam, the defense counsel feels that that's the road their plaintiffs are going down, you can stand up and object again. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Sturdivant, I'd like to turn our attention to the work that you did in this case now, okay?
Yes,
First of all, have you ever evaluated the work of other dam safety engineers before your work in this case?
yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, I had 13 working for me. So I had to evaluate that. I had to assist them sometimes in their report writing and oversight of, I would consider part of that development in the national standard for dam safety programs across the country and each of the states. And again, whether or not they chose to use them to the fullest extent or not.
Can you explain to the court the process you took to assess the regulatory and oversight work of defendants Eagle and DNR in this case?
I did what I assume every dam safety engineer does, is you follow the general guidelines in the safety evaluation of existing dams protocols that Department of Interior developed. And it's really straightforward, and maybe because I've been doing it so long, it seems like common sense to me. You have to do a lot of background searching and analysis to see what studies were done, in what order, whether or not you consider those studies valid, and how they progressed over the years, because technology changes and methodologies for doing the analyses change. And you have to accept that. So you take some of that stuff with a grain of salt and you go, well, the general concept is this. This was a deficiency. Was it ever corrected? This is what I saw in the original construction photography, the photographs, the inspection reports, the results of any testing that was required during the construction. In other words, compaction tests, concrete strength tests, what kind of steel did they use in the concrete? What was the placement? All that stuff has to be looked at eventually. But that's what you do with every single dam inspection that you do. You have to do that background or you're going out flying blind. And that's doesn't give you a good oversight of what you're actually looking at.
Is that the methodology you applied in your work in this
Yes.
case? At the Daubert hearing, you testified that you followed the SEEDS, SEEDS methodology. Is that what you just described?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Well, and that also includes a physical inspection portion. So, yes, the basis, the lead up, the process of reviewing the documentation that's necessary to perform an analysis. Yes.
Okay. You mentioned documentation. I'd like to establish for the record some of the materials that you reviewed. Again, from the your work in this case earlier, do you recall your opinions were memorialized in a declaration or an expert report?
Yes.
Attached to that, I believe were 3 exhibits. A, B, C. A was your CV. B was a long series of documents.
Yeah, the appendices.
The
Yes.
appendices, right? And
Yes.
C was, I think, even another set of documents. You remember reviewing all those?
Yes.
Did you review inspection reports from Eagle, FERC, and other engineers?
Yes.
Some of those we've seen on the screen here in trial.
Yes, and that's actually a huge advantage that it was a FERC regulated dam, is because there's always an abundance of inspections to review. That's not always the case on the state level.
Were you able to review pertinent FERC records?
Yes.
And I believe we already established you reviewed the FERC revocation notice.
Yes.
Were you able to review various correspondence and emails from Eagle, DNR, engineering firms, and Boyce Hydro in this case?
Yes.
Were you provided and had a chance to review hydrologic and hydraulic studies?
Yes.
Let's just briefly define those terms for everyone too. What is hydrologic and what is hydraulic studies?
I'll attempt to explain those and
Briefly.
briefly. Thank you. So hydrology is really the study of if a raindrop falls in the basin. First, does it make it to the dam? Does it get collected in the water system and make it to the dam? If it does, how much of not only that raindrop, but all of them associated with it in that big rainfall event, how much gets to the dam in quantity wise?
And which one of the two does that describe?
Hydrology.
Hydrology, thank you.
Hydraulics is how that water moves down through the lake, through the dam and downstream.
Okay. And you've seen examples of both of those in this case and had a chance to review those.
Yes.
You've also reviewed the trial testimony of Eagle personnel James Pulaski and Teresa Seidel, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And you had a chance to review the deposition of Mario Fusco.
Yes.
Along with those, you've had a chance to see the exhibits that were discussed with those witnesses and the lawyers.
Yes.
You've in fact attended this trial and listened to the testimony of Luke Trumbull, I believe this week on Tuesday in the afternoon and then Wednesday.
Yes.
There were studies and emails and other exhibits displayed on the screen and discussed during Luke Trumbull's testimony. You were available and had the chance to listen to that testimony when you were in the courtroom as well.
Yes.
You've also reviewed expert reports of Doctors Marr and Williams.
Yes.
You've reviewed the declaration of Luke Trumbull in response to your declaration.
Yes.
And you've had a chance to review the independent forensic team report, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And if I may have a moment with defense counsel.
This is our step.
Your Honor, at this point, I would like to mark plaintiff's proposed exhibit 418. And I've had a chance to discuss this with defense counsel. It is a list of exhibits that both sides have stipulated for admission. In this case, we anticipate at some point they will in fact be admitted, and I've reviewed it with Mr. Sturtevant. These are all exhibits that he has reviewed and considered and formulated his opinions. And it is a 3-page document.
Please do.
Do you have a copy of them in the binder that I provided you?
Oh, thanks. Okay. Oh. So these are not, this is not the universe of exhibits in their entirety, or is it?
Nope, that is the universe of exhibits that have been
Mr. Sturtevant has reviewed.
certainly that he's reviewed, but that have also furthermore been stipulated for admission into evidence. The true universe, you could only imagine.
Well, I can't imagine. I keep looking at it and I'm glad that I don't have case call in February and March, so I'll be able to read these exhibits. So. Mr. Gamble.
Your Honor, one issue that maybe this is an appropriate time to address is that Mr. Sturtevant has testified that as part of developing his opinions in this case, he reviewed the expert reports of both Dr. Marr and Dr. Williams.
Okay.
I don't believe those reports are on that list or have been offered in evidence. So we do object under Rule 70 or that should do the evidence that those reports were basis of Mr. Sturtevant's opinions. They are not evidence.
So
Yeah, to correct, if I said that was a misstatement. I don't believe I said that. I did elicit testimony from Mr. Sturtevant that he has been provided those. However, the purpose of the exhibit that I just provided you was to delineate those materials that he has considered and formed his opinions that have in fact been admitted into evidence for purposes of 7.3. So there's a variety of materials that he's
okay,
been.
hold on.
Your Honor, Mr. Sturtevant has previously testified that his review of those reports were a basis for the opinion in this case. That's why we're raising the issue.
All right. What do you propose?
I think it would be easy enough to just get the reports and submit them in evidence. Right now, they're not planning to get it. I'm not sure.
All right.
Well, they're hearsay documents and we've typically not produced those when the live witness is coming in to give testimony. I can consult with my colleagues though, and if this is.
Chat briefly with them, figure out how you want to proceed.
Oh, that was easy. We've reached agreement.
I like it. Okay.
So I guess I would now propose plaintiff's exhibit 451.
419 and
Oh.
420.
Thank you.
Sorry.
419 and 420 would be the expert reports of Dr. Marr.
Any objection to 419 or 420?
Only that there are multiple reports from both of those. And so there's a rebuttal report for both and then there's. So I think you're before.
We're happy to update the stipulation and provide it to the court.
Okay. So then we will have the 4 additional exhibits.
What are it's doctors?
Dr. Marr's expert report, Dr. Marr's rebuttal report, Dr. Williams' expert report, and Dr. Williams' rebuttal.
That's MARR for the court reporter's purpose
All right, thank you.
benefit.
All right, thank you both. Without objection, the expert and rebuttal reports of Dr. Marr and Dr. Williams are admitted. Any other objections or discussions with regard to plaintiff's exhibit 408? Right. May we proceed?
Thank you. Yes,
Defense ready?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue.
thank you.
Thank you. And as I said, before you do, I apologize. Uh, we just need to make sure at some point, and I'll leave it to the lawyers to tell me when you want to do it, but we should probably figure a 30 to 60-minute time period on the record, maybe, the first part of next week, where we go through and for purposes of the appellate record, we definitively establish what are the exhibits and if there's anything that's been excluded. Because I can tell you it's, we have 25 judges on our court, on the Court of Appeals. There's 75 lawyers that support us. There's a very substantial number of administrative folks who help us too. But when we get to a case like this, when it's the appellate record, it is so helpful if we can provide as clear a record. There'll be confusion, undoubtedly, 6 months, a year, 2 years from now, when some tribunal is reviewing this. But to the extent that we can, really make sure that we are all in agreement on what the record was before me, the fact finder, that's going to make everybody's life in the next 2 to 4 years a lot more manageable. So let's just, think about it. I know I talked about it on Monday, but just we'll need to have a time before the plaintiff's rest where we get that agreed to. Okay? Sure.
We worked with the defense counsel to draft some language and prepared exhibits for things that have been edited.
Great.
And stuff like that. We were thinking on our side just this morning that it might be best to maybe do it at the very end. So that, for example, like things like that have happened today,
Mhm.
we can add all of that in stipulation and just offer one final complete list.
So long as it's before the plaintiff's rest, I'm fine with that. And then before the defendants, if they're required to put on a case before they rest, so that the record is crystal clear of what, from what our appellate case law is about what the record.
That's fine.
Yeah, and so, it doesn't have to be Tuesday where we're all celebrating a Big Ten national championship. It could be,
Adding a supplement or making
No.
it more.
the less, I remember as a trial lawyer, well, Your Honor, this is 15D because we have made 3 more changes. So I'm with you. Thank you, counsel. All right.
Thank you very much.
Sorry
Werner.
for that interruption, but please proceed.
Thank you.
408's admitted.
Thank you. Mr. Sturdivant, I'd like to talk a little bit about some general concepts, and I've got a few I want to ask you about before we get into the opinions that you've reached in this case. Could you talk a little bit with us about the destructive power of water from a dam safety engineering standpoint?
I think we can even back up and go broader if you don't mind.
Certainly.
But we've all been watching the weather lately and the destructive forces on both coasts and the damage it's causing. They're literally, in my world, is nothing more destructible than moving water or destructive. It's an incompressible fluid, and when it hits something, it destroys it. I don't believe that there's anything more dangerous than storing water as potential energy in a big reservoir or lake that can possibly be discharged downstream as kinetic energy with all the force that Mother Nature can deliver. And I've seen the destructive nature firsthand. I've heard it. And it's terrifying, as it should be. It's loud. It's anything in its path it can move. I've seen the aftermath of dam failures out here where the scars still remain, or in Colorado, where the scars still remain, where the flood wave moved boulders that are bigger than a Hummer. The tons and tons of material, and without any effort, apparently, move downstream miles. And like I referred to, some of the dam failure analyses I'm responsible for and I've reviewed show impacts for hundreds of miles downstream.
And when you talk about the destructive nature of water and as it relates to dams, what is so destructive and impactful about the large volume of water of a reservoir? And I mean relative to the dam itself, not the downstream.
Not the
piece.
downstream?
No, just the dam, sorry.
That water provides a force against the dam that has to be held back. And I always call it a load. To me, it's no different than putting a big truck on a bridge. It's a load that the dam has to deal with and has to be designed to be strong enough to hold that load back, to store that energy. And it has to be able to release that energy in a safe manner.
In this case, we're dealing with a dam that was old. I think it's fair to say, almost 100 years old. Just generally, with what you just said in mind about the forces of water in that reservoir, was there any significance to the age of the Edenville Dam in the work you did?
Yes.
Could you just briefly tell us about that?
Technology changes, as I referred to earlier, in that the technologies used in 1925 and in that era were very different. And they didn't have the same kind of construction equipment and the methodologies that we have available to us now to analyze how that construction proceeded. And they didn't have the technology to determine what compaction was required and the gradation of the materials that you're using in an earthen embankment and how you separate them and how the materials you even use to construct your tow drains and how you construct those features within and around the dam. So when you're reviewing a dam of that age, that has to be in the back of your mind is, how is this thing constructed? And looking at the historic photos here, it's not dissimilar than dams of this era where they literally put a track down, ran some carts down there and dumped the material off and didn't bother compacting it very well. For those reasons, was it their fault? No, that was the technology of the day, but now we have to account for it because the dam is aging and as things age, as we know, they hurt more.
All right,
And I'm trying to be delicate.
We'll move
here.
on from this portion of the testimony, please. Too close.
Well, I'm in that club. So what it does is show you there's a particular urgency in how you look how things were done back then and how close it is to what the current technology and the current accepted practices for the field of engineering related to dams.
You mentioned the soil, for instance. Would the age of the dam also be relevant and appear in terms of gates, gate hoists, spillways, and other mechanical items of a dam?
Equally as so. Yes, the answer is yes, because obviously we have better equipment now to make the gates work, to construct the gates out of. Not that they're built any better, to be honest. The construction back then, the actual physical construction of these components was really quite good. And that's obvious. They're still there.
There was mention of the Edenville Dam not being a quote flood control dam. Are you familiar with that phrase?
Oh, very much. I had over 100 true flood control structures in the western part of Wisconsin I was responsible for.
First of all, do you agree that the Edenville Dam was not a flood control dam?
That was not what it was built for, no.
Okay, what is a flood control dam and what is it built for?
The flood control dams that I've always worked with have been large earthen structures that either don't store any water at all or store a very low pool, a very little bit of water until a flood comes down the watershed and fills it up. And then there's a release, the conveyance mechanism through the dam, whether it's floodgates, whether it's a deep culvert, whether it's a drop inlet, whatever the methodology is. And that allows the water to move downstream in a safe manner. much slower, much less energy, much less volume of water at any given time. The same volume has to go down. It just goes down in little pieces instead of one big one.
Was there any significance to your work that the Edenville Dam was not a flood control dam?
In its truest sense, it is not a flood control dam. Is it capable of attenuating or slowing down a flood wave? Yeah, of course. Because it's an obstruction in the water course. That's just the general nature of building something across the water course. You're going to slow the water down. And will it do that? Yes. Does it have the capability of some flood storage? Yes, but its primary purpose is not flood control.
And the primary purpose of the Edenville Dam was generating hydroelectric or power?
That is, yeah, that's one of them. And the other is apparently development, recreation use.
The reservoir we call Wixom Lake.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll apologize in advance. I used to call everything lakes until I have my current job. Now they're reservoirs. So I may use them both.
Okay. In terms of some of the key concepts that we're going to be talking about today, like spillways or use of spillways or spillway capacity to measure performance and safety of a dam, any material difference between the Edenville Dam and a flood control dam?
No, those components still are the most critical components inside how the dam works.
All right, I'd like to turn our attention to Michigan's dam safety program, or as we've agreed, it's the Part 315 statute, and I want to review some of the important provisions of that. Craig, can we pull up the and I've discussed with the defense counsel, this is not an exhibit, Your Honor. We didn't mark the statute as an exhibit, so it's essentially just a demonstrative aid for the testimony. Mr. Sturdivant, can you see the statute on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. This is simply a copy of Part 315, the dam safety statute that we've referred to throughout this case. Can we zoom into the first highlight, Craig? So the statute refers to auxiliary spillways. What's an auxiliary spillway?
It's a spillway that doesn't always get used, but is available for use in the event of a flood of magnitude that the primary spillway can't handle.
When you say they don't always get used, are you indicating that they're not used on an ongoing day-to-day basis like the
No.
primary spillways?
No,
And when you say no, you agree with what I'm saying?
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay. What's your understanding as to whether the Edenville Dam had auxiliary spillways at the date of the failure, May 19th, 2020?
It did not.
Okay. Craig, let's take this down and move to the next highlighted area. And for the record, let me just make it clear. We're referring to MCL 324.31502, which just referred to subsection 5, and now we're displaying subsection 8. What is a design flood, Mr. Sturdivant?
It
Well,
is.
first of all, is that a phrase you're familiar with?
Yes,
Okay, in your field of dam safety?
yes. They get called like all kinds of things.
Okay, what's a design flood?
Design flood is what the dam is required to pass to keep it safe based on the hazard it poses downstream.
That was a lot of terms. Can we break that down a little bit? When you say designed to pass, is that what you said?
Yes,
What does pass mean in your field?
designed to let that water go smoothly and safely, like I talked about earlier, releasing the energy in a safe and controlled manner.
And are you describing then the flow of the water through the spillway on a ongoing basis, day to day?
In a situation like this, yes,
Assuming the gate is open to allow some water to pass.
correct.
All right, just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
But it's also what happens with, and I think we're going to get into it later, so I'll wait.
Okay. Craig, let's pull up 9. Referring to subsection 9, design flood elevation. Is that a term that you're familiar with in your line of work?
Yes.
And what does the design flood elevation mean?
It's the elevation in the reservoir lake that results from the routing or the movement of that design flood or design flow into the reservoir.
And when you refer to elevation, is that the same as the water levels of the reservoir, or what elevation is being referred to?
Yep, and it's the depth of the water is an easy way to look at it. How deep is the water or how close to the top of the dam is it during this event? That's what this defines.
And the section 9 indicates it's to be considered in the design of the spillway capacity. What is that expressing in your field?
Objection, Your Honor. This is part of the issue that we raised previously, which is that Mr. Sturtevant's not an expert in Part 315, hasn't offered as an expert in Part 315, but Mr. Thompson is showing you provisions of Part 315 and asking for an expert opinion about what it means.
It is the defense's position that the witness does not have the expertise to say what his understanding, what those words are?
He can read the words just like anyone else, Your Honor, but that's not what's being asked. He's being asked to explain to the court what Part 315 means. There's not a foundation that's been laid to show that he has the expertise. Remember, the district Part 315, he doesn't do it now. It's not his area of expertise. That's our objection.
Thank you. What's your response, counsel?
Your Honor, we are not intending to do that. We're trying to establish his familiarity with the concepts and how they apply to dam safety.
Overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Sturtevant, the design flood elevation, how does that relate to spillway capacity or the design of spillway capacity in the world of dam safety?
You have to design the spillway to pass enough water so
Wait,
that,
let me just.
Excuse me?
I want to make a better record. The objection of the defense is overruled because I think based upon the qualifications of the witness, he is able to answer the questions being proffered by the plaintiff. I do not hear the questions to be soliciting an opinion about what this particular statute means. He is not, at least I've not heard anything which would suggest he's a lawyer. He is rather a dam safety engineer, some multiple decades of experience, multiple qualifications on national, state, and the national and state advisory boards. His curriculum vitae, the experiences he provides, having the supervisor responsibility over 10 to 14 dam safety engineers in Wisconsin for decades. He currently oversees 25 hydroelectric dams in the Centennial State of Colorado, one of which he described as a dam high hazard, high risk, if collapse, potential loss of life of in excess of 30,000 individuals. As I read this statute, which questions are being asked about, what terms are being asked about, I don't think the plaintiff's counsel is seeking to have expert testimony about what is a specific series of words surrounded by quotation marks in any particular Michigan statute. This one happens to be MCL 324-31502 is what is being sought, but rather to serve as a background to the further development of the testimony the plaintiff's proffer. I would indicate for the reviewing tribunal's benefit, I have also had the benefit of at least one day of testimony of this witness in September 2025 at a hearing in which the defendants sought a Daubert hearing and were granted. And I made my conclusions then. I continue to adopt the conclusions I articulated either in writing or on the record, and I candidly do not remember which it was, that found this witness qualified to testify. I think this is in furtherance of the plaintiffs seeking to meet their burden of proof that is theirs and theirs alone. It is not the defendants. If the plaintiffs fail, an entry of no cause of action will be entered. If they succeed, an entry of judgment of liability will be entered. That is what this exercise that we are all engaged in will eventually lead to. The testimony, the form of the questions being asked now, I think are permissible. I think they are to assist the fact finder, me, in my statutory and constitutional duties in adjudicating this case. It is for those reasons that I have no quarrel with the defendants placing the objection on the record. I think Mr. Gamble and his colleagues are doing a commendable job for their clients, as I do the plaintiffs. Counsel are doing commendable jobs for their clients, but I respectfully do not agree that there is a bar under Michigan rules of evidence, the Michigan common law, or the Constitution of our state, which prescribes this evidence or the manner in which it is being offered. It is for those reasons that I respectfully overrule the objection and will allow the testimony. I apologize, Mr. Gamble, for not articulating that at the time that you interposed your objection, and I will endeavor to try to do a better job as we continue in this journey. Anything else before we continue with the questions, plaintiffs?
Nothing.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Sturdivant, could you tell us how a design flood elevation relates to dam operation and safety?
The design flood elevation is what is derived from numerous studies on what flood elevation is as a result of the design flood. And then determining, is the dam stable? Is it capable of holding that water? Can it store and release that water safely without the dam overtopping? An earthen dam, if it overtops and is not designed to withstand overtopping, it will fail.
And where, strike that, who does this design?
The consultant responsible for, if it's a new dam, designing the dam. If it's an existing dam, it's studied as part of the ongoing process of trying to keep the dam up to current accepted standards.
Craig, let's go down to the next section, 31503, and bring up sub 3. Mr. Sturdivant, this section addresses a phrase called failed dam, means it's not capable of impounding water at its intended level due to a structural deficiency. Is this intended level the same as the design flood elevation, or the level that you just described for us?
That's one of the elevations.
Okay. What are other elevations then?
What the proposed normal the normal water level would be on that reservoir. Because if you hold too high a normal water level and you can't pass the water that's coming downstream, the dam's going to overtop.
And in this case and in this trial, the number 675.8, I believe, has been repeatedly referenced as the normal level. And you've sat through trial testimony. You've heard that?
Yes, I have.
Is that the intended level that we're talking about?
Yes.
Let's move to section 4. Failure means an incident resulting in an unplanned or uncontrolled release of water from a dam. Would you describe what
Hold
happened?
off for a sec.
Certainly.
Okay, sorry. I was being the dinosaur. I have the actual book and I was on the wrong page, so I'm ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. We are on 31503 subsection 4. Is it your understanding that what happened on May 19th of 2020 with the Edenville Dam was an unplanned or uncontrolled release of water?
Yes.
Let's move to section 7. Actually, 6, sorry. Freeboard means the vertical distance between the design flood elevation, which we've talked about, and the lowest point of the top of the dam. Yeah, can you describe for us what freeboard is and how it relates to dam operation and safety?
It's that extra room between the highest elevation that the water's predicted to reach during the inflow design flood or the design flood and the very top of the dam.
And what's the use, if any, of having freeboard during that type of a flood event?
It gives you a factor of safety before the dam overtops. So it's kind of like, for lack of a better term, a little bit of an insurance policy that gives you that added storage or capability if the water rises up into there. You're hoping the dam is stable enough and you've inspected it or you've done the necessary studies to determine it is, or you have the correct monitoring in place to keep an eye on it.
I believe Mr. Trumbull testified that with the Edenville Dam, the freeboard was roughly 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
I do. And
And
he was accounting for wave run up, which is prudent in this case.
you would agree then with his estimate?
Yes, I would.
Okay. Is freeboard typically considered by a dam safety engineer in making determinations of a safe water level?
Yes,
And how so?
for everything I just said, so that you have enough room to store the water and that when you store the water at the max pool or during a flood event, that things like wave run up aren't going to force the water over the top.
Can we move to 7, please, Craig? All right, we're going to talk a little bit about this phrase, the half probable maximum flood. I don't want to even tempt fate in getting us into the calculation parameters of this, but could you tell us what a half probable maximum flood and what a full probable maximum flood mean in dam safety engineering?
No, I can sum it up and it's a really big flood event. In Wisconsin, and I'm assuming it's similar in Michigan, it amounts to about 30+ inches of rain in 24 hours.
30+ inches of rain in 24 hours.
Yes,
Would that be over a geographical area then?
it'd be over what's called the watershed, the area that if a drop of rain hits, it gets to the reservoir. So it's an extremely large flood event with in my professional opinion, has a recurrence interval. Like you hear about the 100-year flood, a 1% chance of occurring in any one year. The probable maximum flood can range anywhere from 100,000 plus year event to millions. So anywhere in that range, and I've seen them all over the place.
Let's move to section 8, Craig.
Oh, look at that.
We not do 8? Let's make sure are we on 31503? Did we just do? I should have kept.
I lost you then.
I asked him, I'm sorry, did we just do 31503? Okay, so let's go to 31505. I'm sorry, Craig. We just saw a 100-year flood and now we have a 200-year flood on the screen. And you were describing, I believe, frequencies or expectations of when these floods can be expected.
Right, and this is a good definition.
Okay. When you talk about a 100-year flood or a 200-year flood, does that mean that if it happens today, we're safe for the next 100 or 200 years from it ever happening again?
No,
Tell us what, in dam safety engineering terms, that signifies a 100-year flood or a 200-year flood.
it's just the percent chance it can happen in any given year, and I've seen them happen back to back to back. I've seen 100-year events within 2 weeks in the Milwaukee area. I've seen 1,000-year events occur within a 5-year period in certain watersheds. So it's just the probability it's going to happen. It's like rolling the dice.
Okay.
And these are at least, you can determine these flood events with some statistical analysis based on how many years of record you have. When you get up into the PMF range, those are more theoretical.
Greg, let's go to 31516 spillway capacity. No, it's a statute section 31516. Okay, Mr. Sturdivant, I displayed on the screen, it's another section of the dam safety statute, part 315. This is MCL 324.31516 entitled Spillway Capacity Minimum Criteria et al. Have you had a chance to review this statute in the course of your work in this case?
Yes,
Did you utilize the information and concepts in the statute in your work in this case?
yes.
Let's start at the top with spillway capacity. Can you just briefly identify in dam safety and dam operation, what does spillway capacity indicate or represent?
How much water you can get through the actual physical dam structure without the dam overtopping or putting it at structural risk. Doesn't have to fail from overtopping. There are plenty of mechanisms.
So when you say how much water you can get through, let me make sure I understand. You're describing, if I'm correct, the flow of water through, for example, the tainter gates in this case.
Yes,
Okay. You're describing also when the dam was operational as a hydroelectric dam, water that would be going through the turbine access that was generating the power.
to a certain point, yes.
In other words, those two both be relevant in calculating the spillway capacity?
To a point, yes. There's a certain point when you would shut down the turbine for fear of damage, or the tail water would be so high, you're just not going to get enough water through it because it discharges low into the receiving stream.
Section D indicates a spillway capacity for a high hazard potential dam. And that's what we're talking about in the Edenville Dam, correct?
Yes, in Michigan's, in this document, they show two different categories of high hazard dams. One that's under 40 feet and one that's greater than 40 feet.
And from this statute, did you learn that the standard for the Edenville Dam spillway capacity requirements were to pass the half probable maximum flood?
Yes,
And are you familiar with that term, half probable maximum flood?
yes.
Did you?
I actually have dams that have to meet that requirement.
Okay. Do you yourself ever calculate in your day-to-day work, or have you the probable maximum flood or the half probable maximum flood?
A couple of times, yes.
Um, and is it your understanding that this was a mandatory requirement for the
Yes.
Edenville Dam? Subsection 2 references freeboard, as we talked about earlier. So the freeboard was part of the considerations when determining spillway capacity. Tell us how a dam safety engineer would properly consider or include freeboard in determining a spillway capacity calculation.
You always consider some amount of freeboard, and the amount you consider, and I believe Luke elaborated on this as well, is he was saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Trumbull, you always want to have that extra room to the top of the dam. Because could you see a larger event than this? Absolutely. And a lot of dams aren't designed to PMF standards, whether it's the half, whether it's the full. A lot of dams are designed to more predictable events. So you want to have that extra storage area just to make sure that the dam is strong enough to withstand the water.
And that was required with the Edenville Dam in order to determine if the dam met the spillway capacity test?
No,
Explain your answer on that.
the calculations that I reviewed all considered spillway capacity at the very top of the dam and had not gotten to the point in the process where they had considered freeboard.
And they had already failed.
Correct.
So whether or not there was freeboard would only just make it worse. It wasn't necessary.
Correct.
Now, you were present when Mr. Trumbull essentially described a exception to the requirement under section 3 that if the dam cannot pass a design flood, an auxiliary spillway must be provided. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Essentially a Mr. Trumbull exception to this provision?
Yes.
Council, just ask a question.
In any of your experience as a dam safety expert and supervising any of your engineers in dam safety, have you ever condoned a exception like that with Mr. Trumbull testified to here in court?
No.
Why not?
It puts yourself in a dangerous situation. It puts the people downstream in a dangerous position because if you get to that point, you know the dam can't safely pass the water it's required to pass.
Let's go to the next and last statutory section, Craig, 31519. Mr. Sturdivant, strike that. We have displayed on the screen MCL 325.3159 entitled Order to Limit Dam Operations, Order to Remove Dam Hearing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Have you seen that before today?
Yes,
Did you review this provision in the course of your work and reaching your opinions in this case?
I did. Yes.
How did this provision affect your work in this case, and why was it, if it was significant in your research?
It showed me what regulatory authority and means to implement the change that was required that the state could have used.
We talked earlier in your testimony about issuing orders in response to deficiencies. Is this the type of a provision that you're familiar with and that you've worked with over the decades of your experience in issuing such orders?
Yes, this is not dissimilar at all to what I helped draft in Wisconsin, actually, and what Colorado uses as well.
The statute and that part that I have highlighted on this our third line reads anticipated to occur due to the operation of a dam. In the course of your work as a dam safety engineer, have you had experience with having to anticipate or make determinations on anticipating damage to public health, safety, and welfare?
Yes.
How does a dam safety engineer go about that process?
I've either ordered or had performed dam failure analyses, and also in that same realm, operational studies that show if we have to operate the gates to the fullest extent, what kind of flooding does that cause downstream? Who does it affect? So, and if the dam were to obviously fail, how much is that area expanded? How much more people do we affect? What's the impact? And that's all part of the decision-making process on how you go about meeting your spillway capacity requirements, how you go about designing or analyzing the structure on the dam, which components you consider critical.
The statute provides that the department may order the owner to limit dam operations, and then it specifies as one of the limitations requirements for run of the river operation. Are you familiar with the term run of the river operation?
Yes.
Tell us what that means.
In this particular instance, it's been referred to as gates wide open. What comes in the reservoir attempts to get out of the reservoir. And I say attempts because the gates couldn't be opened all the way, and it was likely it was still going to retain water during a flood event.
I think we've heard 670 essentially as the water level of run of river. Is that what you're
I think it
understanding
can
is?
get even lower.
678, something.
Yeah, 67, I think.
Okay. But whatever the actual number is, it's documented in the records. That's a level where the gates are wide open. Is that right?
Correct.
The water isn't actually dropping below the sill of the dam though, right?
No.
Okay, it's basically right at
Unless
that.
there's, yeah, for this one, no, but if there's a methodology to take it lower, you take it lower.
The last section indicates in issuing these orders, the department shall take into account social, economic, and public trust values. Is that a concept that you're familiar with in your work as a dam safety engineer?
Absolutely.
Could you tell us, in your experience, what that connotes?
It's prudent to consider what are the effects on the local community? How can that be mitigated somehow? How can you educate the public as to what's coming? Prudent or pretty much the same as if they're going to replace a bridge on the interstate, telling people there's going to have to be a detour for a couple of years in order for you to have a safe bridge. Same thing. So you take into account what those social, what the economic impacts are to the community, because a lot of times these big lakes, especially in the Midwest, bring in a lot of tourism dollars and bring in a lot of people to use that surface water in the public trust. And not the case out west, but it is the case here.
And was Luke Trumbull, as the dam safety engineer, responsible for making the decisions and the assessments in the statute?
That is my understanding, yes.
Is that consistent with your experience in your many decades of working as a dam safety engineer?
Yes, obviously keeping public safety paramount. You have to consider that first and foremost. And I mean, this pretty much follows the national model, and public health and safety is first in the list.
Okay, when you say first on the list, are you referring to a prioritization of what a dam safety engineer has to keep in order?
Yes.
Tell us about the prioritization of public safety in a dam safety engineer's regulatory activity of a dam like the Edenville Dam?
First, we look at what impact the dam has on the downstream residents, because that's really the blunt of the force that's going to be released at the dam if there's a problem. And that has to be first and foremost in a dam safety engineer's mind, is what happens if this thing breaks? What's the likelihood it's going to break? What could cause that failure to occur? So that is what you have to look at. And if a dam breaks, there's going to be health issues, additional safety issues, because it's going to wash roads out. It's going to take bridges. It's going to move a lot of debris downstream. There's numerous impacts as a result of a dam failure.
And in terms of some of the concepts that you've heard discussed in this case, protecting fish or turtles or mussels is important. How does that relate to protecting members of the public and their property from the risk of a dam failure?
It's something you do consider, and you work hand in hand with the scientists. And I haven't hit one yet that hasn't said, well, we obviously have to deal with the public safety aspect first, but is there something you can engineer to help me out to protect what's still in that reservoir?
Are you familiar, well, strike that. Mr. Sturban, I'd like to move now to some of the opinions, if we may, that you may have in this case, okay?
Sure.
Based on your education, training, and experience in dam safety engineering, your review of the exhibits and testimony of witnesses, have you reached any opinions as to whether defendants knew the Edenville Dam was unsafe, hydraulically inadequate, and structurally unsound?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is they knew. Just because the dam doesn't have the hydraulic capacity, it is unsafe to hold any normal pool in that reservoir, because you don't have the ability to store and release the larger flood events that are required.
And why does the lack of hydraulic capacity
Correct.
relate to a dam being unsafe?
And I'm sorry, spillway capacity is a term we talked about earlier. Same thing.
Okay.
It's the ability to pass water. Can you rephrase the question, please?
Yeah, certainly. How does that relate to a dam being determined to be unsafe?
Because if you're storing that much water already, there's not enough room to store the additional water that you're required to pass under your design criteria. So that design flood that we talked about earlier, you won't be able to pass it. The dam will overtop, or the dam will become unstable, before it overtops.
This would be the condition that we read earlier as a failed dam.
Yes.
And what is your understanding as to when defendants knew that the Edenville Dam was a failed dam, that it was hydraulically inadequate and unsafe?
Very early on in the process. I saw something from 2013 even that said the dam couldn't pass half PMF. And I believe I know there's been a number of other reports. I believe it was the 2015 Part 12D report that states that the dam, even considering 2,000 cubic feet per second going through the turbines, couldn't pass 44%, I believe was a number of a PMF. And normally you would not consider, under a big flood event, turbine flow. You would shut the turbines down because the turbines can run away, which means under that much additional pressure, the braking system may not be able to stop the turbine from spinning, and it spins uncontrollably, and it can demolish a powerhouse, that vibration.
Was there any significance in your assessment to the January, February 2020 time period and Luke Trumbull's work in calculating the 1/2 PMF?
Can you ask that again? Sorry, Jason.
Yep. Was there any significance in your evaluation of these events to the January/February of 2020 time period when Mr. Trumbull had completed his 1/2 PMF calculations?
Yes.
Please explain.
In my review of how he did it and what was done, I think it's a good estimate. I don't believe that it's fine-tuned, and I don't believe that it's in tune with or aligns with any of the more detailed studies that were done by AIRS in particular in 2020 and 2021 that identified a full PMF, and they did not do a half PMF analysis. As it stands today, we don't have an approved, accepted half PMF value. And that PMF has moved over history into a much, much larger event. Early on, it was in the 60K range, 60,000 cubic feet per second. Now it's up in 114 as a result of the 2021 AIR study. So, and that's whether you believe in climate change or not, doesn't make it doesn't matter to me. What's happening in our environment is those floods are getting much bigger and much more frequent. And that's not just in Michigan. It's not just in Wisconsin. It's both coasts are getting hammered. And if you watch the news, it's been horrible.
So Mr. Trumbull, I believe, authored some emails. We'll take a look at those. And I believe he testified in court that it wasn't until I think February 4th that he had completed his math, if you will, and he had definitively, I think is the phrase he used actually in court, determined that the Edenville Dam failed the 1/2 PMF. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Are you aware of anybody prior to that February, January time period actually completing a 1/2 PMF analysis?
I'm aware of it. I have not seen it.
Okay.
I don't know what the outcome or the value of that flow was.
Prior to the FERC revocation of the Boyce license, the standard, if I understand it, that was being calculated and assessed was a full PMF criteria, not a half PMF criteria.
That's correct.
In all your review of materials, were the evaluations performed by FERC engineers or the engineers working for Boyce limited to a full PMF analysis?
Yes.
And I guess that makes sense because that was the license or the standard for FERC at the time.
Correct.
Okay. And again, Mr. Trumbull's work was completed as to the half PMF. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Were you also aware that Mr. Hansen from Spicer had also done the similar analysis along with Luke?
Yes.
And that he had also found the same insufficiency?
Yes.
Okay. My question to you is, given those two engineers and their calculations, do you have an opinion as to whether that meant that the provision under 31516 that we looked at, that a high hazard dam needed to comply and meet the half PMF test was triggered in this case?
Yes, it did not meet that standard.
And as a result, the dam was unsafe, hydraulically inadequate, and structurally unsound?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Sturdivant, based on your education, training, and experience in dam safety engineering and your review of the exhibits and testimony of witnesses, have you reached any opinions as to whether operating the Edenville Dam at its normal lake levels increased the risk of dam failure or harm to the public?
Yes,
And what is your opinion on that?
absolutely.
Can you explain the basis of your opinion?
Can you
Same,
hold on
just-
just a sec? I want to
Sure.
take some notes.
Sorry.
And I'll try to speak slower.
No, you don't need to speak slower. I have a few things I want to write down. Thank you. Terry, can you read back the last question?
Can you explain the basis of your opinion?
Can you read, all right, can you explain, read the question before that?
I can. Mr. Sturtevant, based on your education, training, and experience in dam safety engineering and your review of the exhibits and testimony of witnesses, have you reached any opinions as to whether operating the Edenville Dam at its normal lake levels increased the risk of dam failure or?
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sturtevant, can you elaborate on your conclusions and what they're based on?
Yes, when you're holding it anywhere other than full run of river, you've taken away a bunch of the storage. And I'll try and be as blunt as possible. By doing that, you can't control even smaller intermediate floods prior to seeing, in this case, a half PMF. So, you know, in this case, the two most recent studies I've seen as a forensics analysis show that the flood event was somewhere between 100 and a 200-year event, and the dam failed. So it kind of proves what I'm trying to explain is if you're holding it that high and you add just that incremental more water on top of it, the dam's either going to be unstable and fail or overtop, one or the other.
In your review of the materials in this case, could you explain to us how the lack of spillway capacity, the failure to meet the 1/2 PMF, served to increase the risk of the dam failing?
If you can't safely release the water, if the spillway capacity, a combination of storage and spillway capacity, can't move the water downstream, you can't relieve the pressure off the dam and the pressure will increase. So it's either, again, a structural failure, or you will get overtopping, and overtopping is the leading failure for earthen embankment dams, the leading cause.
And what's the problem with increasing pressure on an earthen dam?
I guess the easiest way that I can explain it is every earthen dam has water standing in it. And
Inside the dam itself?
inside the dam itself. And as the water comes up in the lake or the reservoir, that water level rises inside the embankment. It will get to a certain point where there'll be some mechanism of slope failure, whether it's piping, whether you're just saturated to the point that there's no structural strength left between the soil particles. There's a number of different failure modes that can occur either through the embankment or through the foundation or through the drain tiles. And those are all part of that failure mode analysis we discussed earlier with the CSIRs.
All right, excuse my ignorance, but I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said as the water level rises, are you describing the water level rising in the reservoir because of the rain? Or are you literally describing this water level inside the earthen embankment rising?
Yes,
Both.
both. One's synonymous with the other. And if you look at the piezometer readings in the past, or the wells that are built inside the dam that help monitor, and unfortunately there were none installed on this portion of the embankment that failed. But you can see as the reservoir comes up, the piezometers, the wells inside the dam that are measuring the water level, move up with the reservoir to some extent. And how fast that moves kind of gives you an indication of either how poorly or how well that embankment is designed too. So you get a pretty good amount of information.
And you reviewed piezometer, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, levels?
Yes.
And what did you find when you reviewed those?
They come up when the water level comes up. You can see fluctuations that are indicative of what you would expect. with
That's
any
confirmation,
earthen
I
dam.
take it, of this water level within the earthen dam itself rising?
Yes.
And how did that, if at all, affect the opinion you reached in this case?
The water level rose to the point where the dam became unstable. and the dam failed.
Is that what we see in the photo or the video of it
Yes.
collapsing?
Yes.
What, if any, significance in reaching your opinion, did any loose soil or missing embankments on the berm on the left side have?
By missing embankments, do you mean the filter berm improvements that were made to the rest of the embankments?
Yes, sir.
And not this one?
Yes.
So you want to know,
Let's take them one at a time. I shouldn't have,
Thank
I
you.
commingled them. Let me re-ask the question. What, if any, significance to your opinion did the existence of loose soil in the earthen dam have?
it's huge. It allows more water to move. It's not hard to imagine that if the material is more dense or has a higher clay content or a higher plasticity in the soil, it can't move as much water through. And it forces that phreatic surface down to a safe level. If the soil isn't compacted well and it's loose and it's mainly granular, that allows more water to move, more water to fill those voids and cause instabilities.
Was the existence of loose soil something that you confirmed in the research you did in this case?
Yeah, it's extremely apparent through the soil borings that were taken in the last geotechnical evaluation I saw for that left embankment. Showed that loose soils were present, loose granular fill, so sands.
And were those materials and documents available to Mr. Trumbull?
Yes,
Is that the type of information that in your years of experience as a dam safety engineer would have been important for him to appreciate and understand
yes,
in doing his work,
yes,
in deciding what water level was safe?
yes. At least requiring a stability analysis in that section of the dam before you raise the water level to normal pool.
And why that section of the dam in particular?
Because it's one of the only parts of the dam that doesn't have that filter berm installed.
We'll get to the berm in a moment. Is the age of the dam relevant to expecting loose soil or loosely compacted material?
It is,
Explain
because
that.
the compaction methodology wasn't as developed as it is today. And measurement of that compaction, the compaction you actually achieve when you are compacting it is nowhere near what we have now. Now we have nuclear density testing equipment that you can go out and place on the ground and it'll tell you we're at 99% or at 95% of what compaction you can reach with this kind of soil. So they didn't have that. And the way they placed
Is
the
that just
material,
as to the surface soil or how far down?
this is the entire embankment construction.
So are you taking a shaft view?
Oh, when you're talking about the nuclear density testing,
Yes.
no, it's usually in that upper 6-inch layer. So today's standard, you'd never place the material as thick as they did in each layer. You would lay it, depending on the dam and the density you wanted to get out of that soil, you would go 4 to 6 inches and maybe a foot if you had big enough compaction equipment to ensure you achieved even compaction all the way through that depth. And then you test that depth to make sure you did get it.
Thank you.
That didn't happen here. They just brought the material and dumped it and compacted very little from the documents I read.
And that historical knowledge that you're describing, that is that the construction processes back in the time that this dam was built, is that commonly known by dam engineers?
Yeah, very common. A lot of times they even left those trestles sitting inside the earthen embankment. They just kept building the trestle up, moving the rails up, kept dumping. And they left those wooden structures in there and they caused a whole set of issues.
And is that something you have expected Mr. Trumbull to appreciate and know?
Yes.
Not the trussels necessarily, but the
No,
age,
and
the age of the dam.
there's no indication they left the trestles in here.
All right, let's turn our attention now to the berm that we paused on a moment ago. How, if at all, did the lack of the berm along this portion of the dam that failed affect your opinion in terms of its ability to operate safely at normal lake levels?
I think it was a crucial factor in that, well, these are filter berms, so they're designed to collect any seepage coming through the dam in the vicinity, right behind it. So the soils are very carefully matched to what's already in the embankment, and you strip off the grass and the organics, and then a geotechnical engineer will design the progression of the materials you use to let the water come out into the filter, safely go down into a collection system, another pipe, a perforated pipe that would collect the water and safely discharge it downstream. Very common practice.
And how did you learn that the section of the dam that failed lacked this filter?
First from pictures, second from documentation.
Pictures and documentation that were available for Mr. Trumbull? Had he?
They're publicly
wanted to?
available online.
Okay. And would you have expected him to consider those in the scope of his work as the dam safety engineer?
Yes, that would normally jump out at a dam safety engineer when you're walking through the dam and doing a visual inspection is, why is there no berm on this section of the dam when there is on all the others? Is this one built that much better? And you would at least look into it, and, you know, hours worth of research would have, if you found those pictures in the part 12D in the end of the report, it shows pictures of really poorly compacted soils.
And would that information be something you would expect the dam safety engineer to want to know before deciding whether the dam, the Edenville Dam, was safe to operate at its normal lake level?
Yes.
And why is that?
If you're going to operate at normal lake, at the normal water level that you want, that has been established, or that you have the right to flood, you have to have a right to flood the riparian owner's property. And you have to, one of the criteria is make sure that the dam meets all the requirements it needs to meet. So first and foremost, that's spillway capacity. So if it can't meet spillway capacity, it's unsafe to hold any normal level other than run a river until you make the repairs. It's really that black and white. What needs to be done in order to make the dam safer? Meet the criteria that you're required to meet. How do you go about that? You do exactly what they had planned to do. Okay, it's going to take you 4 years. Fine. That's not unusual. And that's part of a dam safety engineer's responsibility, is working with that owner to get to a positive end. In the meantime, you don't raise the water level to an unsafe elevation. You draw it down as far as you can get it and you hold it there.
And explain to us why drawing down the water level while you're waiting for those repairs to all come together is a useful step to take.
Well, because you don't end up in the situation we are here today, why we're here, it's less likely you're going to end up failing the dam, much, much less likely.
Why is that?
Because you have that much more storage to absorb that inflow design flood or the design flood. You have that much more storage to handle the events, even though it may not handle the full design flood, that half PMF, but it's still going to absorb and release lesser events, 100 year, 200 year. And you can determine that as you go. But it's something you wouldn't do, is to add that risk, that unsafe condition, by bringing the water level up to anything other than run a river.
So it sounds like you're describing the lowering of the water would increase the storage capacity behind the dam?
Yes.
What about lowering the water as a measure to reduce the pressure on the old earthen dam?
Same thing. If you're holding it to be able to store and release the water doesn't have a chance to get as high. So you're not putting as much load against it as you would if you were already loading the dam to the normal pool.
Would reducing the water level outside of the earthen dam, as we're discussing, be expected to reduce the water level inside the earthen dam?
Yes.
And how does that work?
Same way we talked about, when the water level comes up in the reservoir, in the lake, the water level comes up inside the earthen dam. Water level goes down in the lake, the water comes down in the dam.
And how does reducing the water level inside the earthen berm increase its safety factor or reduce the risk of it failing?
It gives you more stability. It's a dry soil. It's less likely to develop the kind of problems you typically can see in an earthen embankment. And yeah, I'm sure you'll hear about it in later testimony, but it reduces what's called the exit gradient, or the
What?
exit gradient. It's the energy that's available on the downstream toe of the dam to shove the water and soil particles through. And it's a calculation you can do to determine whether, just on the fly, even though it may not be really accurate in the field because you don't have all the technical information you need to develop a detailed analysis of what it is, but we used to just do it on a piece of paper and draw it out on what's called the flow net. We won't get into that, but it just helps you determine the range of values you expect to see from how much energy is available to blow the dam apart. Sorry for the terminology, but that's really what it comes down to. Is there's ways to come to either a comfort level or a discomfort level in the field.
And is this a topic that you anticipate Dr. Marr will talk about?
Oh, I would definitely bet he would,
Okay,
yes.
we'll leave it to him then.
It's a noon time for. Or Mr. Van, thanks for your testimony thus far. Council, thank you for both the defendants and plaintiffs' insights shared with court so far. We'll be in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you about our business. You good?
I'm good. I roll.
What's that?
Put it in your fridge.
Jimmy Chan.
Just met with Mr. Cool and Mr. Thompson in the chambers, I guess. Off the record, anyway. It's about scheduling. The lawyers asked for some accommodations. They sounded reasonable. One or both of you can memorialize what we want to do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jason Thompson for plaintiffs. After some discussions with defense counsel, we have agreed to rearrange some witnesses. So tomorrow we will lead off with Dr. Williams, followed by Dr. Rapolt to accommodate some scheduling requests. Likewise, there's essentially zero chance that we're going to get done with Mr. Sturdivant today. And the defense has agreed to finish their cross-examination via remote Zoom or whatever arrangements we can put together. Likewise, we have agreed when we do call Brian Rudolph to the stand that will also be done remotely. He's in the Bay City office to alleviate his need of having to travel here. And I think that represents our agreement.
I'm fine with that. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, my staff's attention. The only question is, if we were to go beyond 5, does Mr. Sturdivant's schedule allow it? And could we complete the exam? My guess is no, but okay, all right. Then we won't make poor Mr. Sturdivant stay here until, 4 minutes before his flight. And
No, I don't fly out till tomorrow morning,
Oh,
if you
then
don't
we
mind
can
me
go till-
saying.
Yeah, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. We did explore that, Your Honor, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be feasible unless we literally stay till 10 o'clock.
right. Well, I've certainly done it before. I had one, I was part of the first US Navy port call to the Kingdom of Morocco since the Second World War. And I first went to the USS Josephus Daniels, prosecuted a case there, took what are called Mike boats out beyond the quay wall into a very serious sea state. And we began a trial on board the USS El Paso at about 2200, 2230 or something. And Finished the trial about 3 o'clock that morning.
Oof.
And then the next morning, the seas really had gotten going and we were, they were unable to get any of the ship's boats to launch. It was too dangerous. So myself and my trial team, including the military judge, are winched off the aft end of this LSD landing ship dock and really seriously pitching questions like, okay, well, this is dangerous. Anyway, so, but we did go till 3 a.m. and I'm happy to do that, but I suspect that's probably not prudent and I might get in trouble with the Judicial Tenure Commission. So I can usually manage to do that myself. So actually, that's not true, thankfully, knock wood. Okay, Mr. Sturdivant, we're not going to finish your testimony, it sounds like, so we'll need you to be available whenever the lawyers tell you, and we'll do it by Zoom and understand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you're welcome. All right. I don't think we need to memorialize that to a scheduling order. Does anybody else?
Not from playoff Sunday.
I was gonna say, if we do, you get to draft it and I'll sign it. Okay, ready to go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sturdivant.
Good afternoon.
I think when we left off, we were exploring the bases for your opinion as to operating the dam at normal lake levels. And we had discussed various aspects of that decision in your opinion. And we were just about to turn our attention to the lack of drains in the section that failed. And my question to you is, what, if any, significance to the lack of drains in the section that failed have in your analysis and your opinion?
I was surprised to see not only the photography that showed that there were drains missing in that section, or not included in that section, but they weren't on the plans either. There was no indication of why. I was assuming maybe it was rock, but all the borings I saw that the rock was much deeper. But that does lead me to believe that may be a triggering factor to why the dam failed, because you would have higher water levels inside the embankment like we talked about before in that section of the dam.
Can you briefly just explain what it is that a drain does and what you would expect it to have done with that water level?
Yeah, these are embankment drains because they penetrate into the embankment, or you can have toe drains that are more located in the downstream portion of the dam, and they normally run parallel to the crest. These run perpendicular to the crest. Makes sense? So that
Are they bored into the?
no, they're laid on the ground when they're building them. And Luke did a really good job of explaining what these kind are. They're called open joint drains. So the pipe has a little separation in there, big enough to absorb water, but not big enough to pull the embankment material in that surrounds it. So what it does is it draws that phreatic surface, or that standing water inside the dam. I'm not sure I use phreatic surface yet, and it has come up in past testimony, but that's what you call that standing level of water inside the earthen embankment. It's the phreatic surface.
Okay,
That helps to lower it and help keep the dam more stable.
for all the reasons you've testified to.
Correct.
Okay. How did you come to learn that there were drains missing from that section of the dam?
Through looking at the historic documents. And I saw it in the forensics analysis too. They pointed it out.
The documents that you looked at, were those documents that would have been available to Mr. Trumbull
Yes,
prior to this event?
yes.
And documents you would have anticipated a dam safety engineer like Mr. Trumbull would have read and acknowledged and noticed?
Yes, plans, it's indicative that plans from this era weren't what we see today, that are super detailed with notes and detailed specifications and everything else written on the plans. They're very rudimentary. It built a dam, so we'll give it that, but they're very rudimentary. They're not detailed. And that really stands out when you look at it. It's like, well, why the heck didn't they put it in there? But I didn't find a reasonable explanation in my review, but didn't need one because they're not there. What could be the potential for the problem?
Okay. So we've covered embankments, some soil, the spillway capacity, the lack of a drain. Is there anything else that we haven't covered that you want to explain to the court that you considered significant in reaching your opinion that it was dangerous to operate the dam at the normal lake level?
Yes, the gates were not fully operable.
Can you tell us about how that affected or was significant in you reaching your opinion?
If you can operate your gates to the fullest extent, you can't reach the flow even that it was designed for back in the 20s. You don't get as much water through it if the water touches the bottom of the gate. It turns into what's called orifice flow. So it constricts the flow. You have much more loss through that part of the system than you would if it was a nice big open spillway without obstruction. The bottom of the gate, if you can't open it all the way, is an obstruction, and it reduces the hydraulic capacity.
And if I recall the testimony, I believe we've seen exhibits that indicated the gates could only be opened to 6 feet. I think the IFT report maybe said 7 feet, something in that range. Is that consistent with your memory?
Yes,
And what was the design maximum height opening for those gates?
I've read 9.5 feet and I've read 10 feet. And 10 feet is in the most current documents, so I would believe they could be with the right equipment open to 10 feet.
Can you talk to us
Can I
about?
ask a question?
Sure.
On this particular dam, do the gates descend into the house or are they lifted up?
Yes. So they're what's called radial gates or tainter gates. There's been a longstanding battle that if you call them tainter gates, you have to pay royalties to the tainter family. They're radial gates. So they're attached on the side of those buttresses that separate the sections between the gates by little pins. By little pins, I mean comparable to the size of the gate, they're not huge. And the gate pivots around those pins. And that tainter gate is curved, one for strength and one so you can lift it. And it sheds the water a little better. So the ultimate, or what you would normally want, is the attachment of the lifting mechanism to be on the very bottom of the upstream side of the gate and separate controls, one on each side, so that you can lift the gate evenly like that and pull it all the way up to clear the bridge or clear where the gate operator, not person, but the equipment that's going to lift the gate. You can clear that elevation so you have a clean shot as big as possible through that gate opening. These are not configured that way. What they did is it's a single chain operator and there's what's called a yoke. It's just two pieces, and you've probably seen them on ships, is they'll attach two lines to whatever they want to lift and they bring it into one point and lift it with one mechanism.
Like a davit lifting a ship's boat.
Exactly. So when you do that, you restrict how far you can lift the gate because you have to go through that yoke. And you have only one operator, so it can only operate up to the point where it hits that and can't go any further. Because it's spinning around and it's gathering that cable up, or I think in this case it's a chain, it gathers it up, but it can only go so far. So what they did then was have an A-frame that they could grab onto those two individual clevises on each side of the gate at the bottom and pull those up separately. But to do that during a flood event with us as small as that A-frame was extremely dangerous to the personnel. And there was no way in heck I would ever tell an operator or a caretaker to go out on a concrete dam with steel gates that's under flood conditions and operate that thing, because it would be shaking like a leaf. That dam would be shaking. There's no way not to, because you're hitting the bottom of those big gates with the force of water, and it's trembling and it's terrifying.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Sturtevant, I'm envisioning this opening for each of these gates. And what you're describing is roughly 2.5 feet deficiency in terms of opening that, is it a rectangle or a square?
Rectangle.
Okay. So are you describing then that the rectangle itself was unopened, about the equivalent of like 2.5 feet from its maximum?
3 feet, yes.
Okay. And is that what you're describing would reduce the spillway capacity, the capacity of that gate to pass water?
Yes.
Okay.
And there's other ways to increase it somewhat, but not significantly enough to be able to pass
And the other
what
thing
they
you
needed.
explained to us was orifice and weir. We've heard about that. Is one of those less efficient at passing water than the other?
Orifice flow is less efficient.
Okay. And if I understand what you described for us, when the flood comes and the reservoir level rises, and that upper elevation exceeds the capacity or the rectangle distance of that gate, you move to orifice flow?
That's correct. Perfect way to put it.
Learned a little in this case. And so the orifice flow reduces the ability to pass water, and the physical 2.5 foot limitation on the gate opening also limits the ability to pass water.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else in terms of your opinion in this case, in terms of operating the dam at normal lake levels that we haven't covered yet?
Nothing's jumping out at me right now.
Okay. And this information about the gate level restrictions, I think we've seen exhibits already. Is it your assumption that Mr. Trumbull was aware of that information?
Yes.
And he was aware of it when he, in January or February of 2020, concluded his 1/2 PMF analysis?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, he was really good at articulating that in his testimony.
I want to turn our attention now to an issue that's come up in the case a few times, and that is the idea that no engineers had ever told folks at Eagle that operating the dam at the FERC lake level of 675.8 was unsafe. Okay? You've heard testimony while you were in
Yes, I
court
have.
on that today. Is that true?
I didn't read anything that they told him that in that exact verbiage, but every time they said the dam couldn't pass what it needed to pass or didn't have adequate spillway capacity, that's exactly what they were saying.
Explain that to us.
I tried to earlier too, was to say that by holding it at, well, we'll just use this example, holding it at normal pool, we've already taken up a bunch of storage that we could be using to add to the spillway capacity. So now we have a level that's higher than run of river, and then we're going to have less room on top of that to add the additional flood volume that's coming down. So that makes it unsafe. The likelihood it's going to fail under a flood condition above that normal pool is significantly higher.
Is it fair to say that in every instance where a FERC report or notation indicated that the dam was dangerous and unsafe, and we've seen lots of those in this trial, that they were also saying it was unsafe to operate at the normal lake level?
Objection, call for speculation.
Response.
Well, let me rephrase the question.
Very well.
Is it fair to read the reports as a dam safety engineer that indicated the dam was unsafe or dangerous, like we've seen in this case, to also be communicating that the dam was unsafe to operate at the normal lake level?
It's the same thing.
One and the same to a dam
One
safety
and the same
engineer.
thing to an engineer well-versed in dam safety.
Okay, and that would be true for every one of those FERC reports in this case?
Yes,
And it's your understanding that someone with Luke Trumbull's training and experience should have been able to appreciate that
yes,
by reading those reports?
yes.
Thank you. Let's pull up exhibit 216, please. For the record, Mr. Sturdivant, I have pulled up on our display plaintiff's exhibit 216. It is the 2015 CSIR or 12D as we've referred to. Do you see that?
Yes,
Did you review this document as part of your work in this case?
yes,
Did you rely on it as part of your basis for your opinions?
yes.
Can you explain, we'll strike that. It's my understanding that part of the CSR or the 12D is a PFMA section.
That is part of it, yes.
Yeah, and what do those letters stand for?
Probable failure modes analysis.
And what's the purpose of a probable failure mode analysis in a FERC 12D report?
You're looking at the various components that make up the dam from the left groin to the right groin, or everything that man put in the way to hold the water back. You're looking at that entire structure and breaking it into little pieces. And when you break it into little pieces, then you look at, in the case of an earth embankment, what are the potential ways this thing could fail? It could fail through the foundation. Water can go under the foundation, come up on the downstream side, move material, fail the dam. It could fail through the dam. If that phreatic surface expresses itself in the way of seepage on the downstream slope, which you can see to an extent in the failure video, that normally occurs in the bottom 1/3 of a dam, but that's beside the point. You can look at if water were to flow into the joints that we talked about with the drain tile to the point where you're starting to suck embankment material in, it can fail the dam.
And were these reports part of the FERC licensing requirements for Boyce and operating the dam?
Yes,
The report we're looking at was prepared by Perkypile Consulting LLC, the engineer for Boyce. Is that who typically prepares a 12D report? In other words, the dam owner's engineer,
yes.
not Mr. Perkypile himself.
Yes, you can't do the study yourself. That's not the way engineers work. We can't design with one hand and approve with the other. We can't perform a study with one hand and approve it under the state regs with the other.
Why do you say that?
It's kind of against, it's not kind of against, it's against the ethics as a professional engineer. You're saying, oh, my work is awesome. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm going to go ahead and approve it. Yeah. What's wrong with that picture? You know, that's like the automobile industry governing itself saying my car is perfectly safe, even though it's a Yugo. It's just not, for one, it's not ethical, and one, it's terrible practice.
So in this instance, Mr. Perkypile's company is doing the inspections and the studies,
Yes,
and then they're submitting it to FERC.
correct.
Is that what you're just-
probable failure modes analysis involves a lot of people.
A lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
FERC is included in that. The owner themselves is incorporated, is in that. And when we do them, even if we just did our one for our FERC regulated dam, we invite the state to come in and sit. They do not have a voting, they can't vote when it comes to a vote on whether we proceed to analyze a certain failure mode or vote on what risk we're going to assign to that. But they can insert their knowledge about the dam when we're talking about, has anybody seen this happen? Is there any reason to believe this would happen? It's another engineering source that we would fall short of our responsibility if we didn't include all resources available.
Is exhibit 216, something that you would expect Mr. Trumbull as a dam safety engineer to have sought out, looked at, relied upon in his work?
Yes,
Is it a valuable piece of information then?
extremely, because they do a lot of background information for you. And when you review the document, you get the opportunity to look at it without searching for it yourself.
Is it your understanding that in 2018, when the defendants took over jurisdiction of the Edenville Dam, that they were in possession of the 2015 consultant safety inspection report?
Yes,
This isn't something they acquired after the lawsuit or after the flood?
No, I believe I read in this one that it was even provided to the state.
Okay. So I believe Mr. Trumbull testified that perhaps failure mode 15 in the 12D was the closest potential failure mode to what actually occurred with the Edenville Dam, but perhaps it was a Roman numeral 4. What's the distinctions between a 1, 2, 3, or 4?
Likelihood of occurrence, a likelihood that that particular failure mode will progress to the point of failing the dam. So a 4 is one you would not carry forward. It's one that you would, for lack of a better term, let go.
When you say you mean this team?
This team, excuse me, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're only one vote on the team. One person gets one vote. And majority rules. That's just,
What's the significance of a Roman numeral 1?
it's one of the most likely to occur. So in this particular case, if you don't mind, the number 4 was assigned to it because the stability analysis that they counted on to make the decision that that was not a likely failure mode was based on the reconstruction of other portions of the earthen embankment that included the filter berm. The left embankment did not include the filter berm and was the weak link, as we know. And in my mind, I don't know why they did it. I don't know why. I don't know why someone didn't point out on that team that, wait a minute, we've got a big portion of this dam embankment that doesn't have that improvement built into it. We should probably take a look at that, make sure that that portion of the dam isn't the likely failure mode that we should be looking at.
Okay. In your review of the 2015 12D, were there any other failure modes that you consider relevant and on point in terms of what actually happened with the Edenville Dam in 2020?
They moved 2 forward that did involve an embankment type failure.
Was one of them number 2?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Let's pull up page 7. Mr. Sturdivant, we have displayed page 7 of the 76-page 2015 12D report of Exhibit 216. And do you see that on the screen?
I do.
To the left of the content is the number 2, and to the right is the Roman numeral 1. Do you see that?
I do.
Is this indicating what we just talked about, that this is the number, the failure mode they've numbered as 2, and they've given it a move ahead priority of 1?
Correct. Perfect way to put it. They would carry this forward in order to analyze it further because they think this is a likely failure mode that would progress.
And in general terms, what type of a failure mode is this describing? What are they describing?
This is the most common failure mode that earthen dams fail under is overtopping. Unless they're designed to overtop. So you have a big, long, flat auxiliary spillway made of earth. It's not likely to fail if you plan it or you design it so that the erosion that will occur because it's earth moves forward towards the reservoir and doesn't make it before you run out of water.
Now, before we move on, in this case, in the Edenville Dam, there was not an overtopping event per se. Why are you attributing or equating this number 2 failure mode as being applicable to what actually happened with the Edenville Dam?
The spillway deficiency is what triggers this particular failure mode in a dam.
And you're
Because
pointing to this, just for the record's clear, you're pointing to the screen, meaning this, meaning number 2.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, number 2 is one that would be carried forward only because the dam is likely to overtop, especially if held at normal pool when the design flood hits. It will overtop, it will fail.
So let's go back to my question. I'm sorry I interrupted you. Why are you equating this probable failure mode, which talks about overtopping, with the actual failure that was experienced on May 19th of 2020 of the Edenville Dam?
The water in the reservoir never reached this elevation. It got close by dam safety standards, but it never made it. The dam failed earlier than that due to embankment instabilities. And that's what I was getting at with, why didn't you include, number 15? Because they didn't look at that weaker left embankment. They looked at what was just repaired by in recent history since the last one of these.
Are
And-
both of these, by both of these, I mean, the failure mode in number 2 and what was realized with the Edenville Dam functions of spillway capacity?
100%.
Explain that.
If you don't have the capacity, the dam's going to overtop. It's really that simple. And it gets even much worse if you've already taken away some of that spillway capacity in the form of storage. So spillway capacity is a combination of how much water can you store, how much water can you release. So, perfect example, what happens when a dam overtops? What happened to the Sanford Dam downstream? When this dam failed, Sanford Dam overtopped, it failed. Even though it had a fuse plug or an auxiliary spillway, it still failed because it was overwhelmed. It didn't have enough spillway capacity, and you wouldn't expect it to. You would not design it to handle a dam failure flow coming from the dam upstream.
So after this portion of the report where the potential failure modes are identified, what's the next section of this report?
A more in-depth look at how this would progress and what you can do about it.
Would you please go to page 14, Craig? And is that what we've turned to now, is the next step in the probable failure mode analysis that's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is indicating PFM 2 category 1. That's the same corresponding identifiers to the failure mode we just had up on the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
That's a perfect summary of why you want adequate spillway capacity.
Okay. Tell us what this is explaining then.
It's explaining the fact that once the spillway is upgraded and the dam meets Michigan's requirement for half PMF, the likelihood of failure drops this probable failure mode out of the picture.
Once it's upgraded and
Once it's upgraded and it gets the approval of the state, it is no longer a considerable probable failure mode. They've done it.
And it indicates that the licensees develop plans and specifications to increase the discharge capacity. That's what you're referring to, is that once it's upgraded to meet the 1/2 PMF?
Correct.
Okay. And it indicates the plans were under review by the FERC and by the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality. Is it your understanding then that this information was provided to the DEQ or the predecessor to Eagle?
Yes.
Is that common in your experience?
Oh, absolutely.
So they had this information and this was available in 2015.
Yes.
Reply.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
Is it your understanding then that by the notation that we're looking at on the screen, that the information to bring the dam into compliance had been shared with the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality?
I have no reason to disbelieve it. It says so in the text.
Okay. The entry continues to describe the plans that had been provided and were under review by FERC and the DEQ as replacing and enlarging the existing gate structures and constructing a fixed crest auxiliary spillway. Do you see that?
Yes.
Based on your research and review of the materials in this case, was any of that work done by the date of the flood, May 19th, 2020?
No.
And then it continues on, once the spillways modifications are completed, the concern for an overtopping failure of the embankment will be eliminated. And this PFM, number 2,
Correct.
can be reclassified as a category 4. Is that what you meant? That once this had been done, then the risk had been eliminated and this accident wouldn't have happened?
Correct. This failure mode would be out of the picture.
This failure
And-
mode, okay.
And this will tell them when they, 5 years down the road, when they do the next probable failure mode analysis. They always read this as part of their background before they start the study. And they look at the PFMs that were moved forward. Was anything done to correct those issues? And if it was done, was it sufficient enough to eliminate it from moving forward into further investigation? That's what it comes down to.
In your experience as a dam safety engineer, is the information and the conclusions you just described for us in the court something that Luke Trumbull was capable of appreciating?
Absolutely.
All right, Craig, you can take that down. Mr. Servant, the next point that I'd like to discuss just briefly is an equating, for lack of a better phrase, of the danger of a full PMF or a half PMF test being failed versus the difficulty or higher standards of passing a full PMF test versus a half PMF test. I'd like to break that down with you for a moment. There's a lot that I just said, okay?
Yes.
All right. Which of the two tests is more difficult to pass? A full PMF or a half PMF?
A full is harder to pass because it's a whole bunch more water. The fact that it doesn't pass or couldn't pass a half PMF not only made it easier to upgrade and cheaper to upgrade, but if it can't pass a half PMF, that's a much, much smaller event and it makes it a more dangerous situation.
If I were to tell you that a dam couldn't pass the full PMF and a second dam, all things being equal, couldn't pass the half PMF.
We're talking about the same dam.
Sorry, no, let me start again. If I were to describe two dams for you, Mr. Sturtevant, and the first dam, I were to just let you know that it failed the full PMF, and the second dam had failed a half PMF. All things being equal in terms of hazard capacity and downstream population and water, which of those two as a dam safety engineer would you have more concern over?
The one that could not pass half PMF,
And why is that?
because it's more likely that half PMF is going to occur.
More likely in what way?
It's more probable that that event is going to occur. It's a smaller event, more frequent event.
Does it also indicate to you that that dam has a substantially greater restriction on its ability to pass water than the dam that just failed the full PMF?
Objection, leading.
Response.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you. Sustain.
Mr. Sturtevant, could you talk to us about the characteristics that you could conclude from my hypothetical in terms of either of those two dams' ability to pass water?
The one that can't pass a half PMF passes less water.
Yes, what, sorry?
It passes less water. The one that can't pass is the lower event.
In this case, the Edenville Dam was assessed through the years under both standards, wasn't it?
Full PMF standards, yes.
But during the years when the FERC license was in place, it had to meet the full 1/2 PMF standard.
Full PMF.
Full 1/2, yeah, I'm starting
Yes.
with my own speaking, full PMF standard. And then when it transferred to the state, it fell down to the half PMF, right?
Correct.
All right. In your opinion, as a dam safety engineer, when Mr. Trumbull had completed his calculations and analysis and Mr. Hansen had completed his calculations and analysis in January or February time period of 2020, and they both confirmed results that indicated the Edenville Dam failed the 1/2 PMF test. Would you have expected that the alarm that sent off was significant for Mr. Trumbull?
Yes.
And why is that?
It can't meet the required spillway capacity, period, regardless of what that number is or return interval it is, or if it can't meet it, it can't store water.
And the standard under the 315 was a mandatory standard, as you understand?
That's my understanding.
And was the fact that the Edenville Dam at that time period had failed the 1/2 PMF of any significance to your assessment of Mr. Trumbull's exercise of regulatory power in this case?
Yes.
How so?
If it can't meet the standards, you have to reduce the hazard. And whether or not you have a plan to go forward, that's wonderful. That's amazing. And 4 years, not unreasonable. But in the meantime, you have to look at the hazard that still exists. And by holding a normal pool, reducing the amount of storage, you have reduced the spillway capacity of the dam even more than already existed. So you actually made the problem worse.
Elizabeth? We have planned maintenance going on and for fire suppression. And it's a terrific group of very skilled tradesmen. And they knew we would be together here for a while. And so the plan was to try not to have it in an area that's going to be affecting us. So we'll find out what happens. But let's go on
Thank you.
until we can't hear ourselves think.
Your Honor, may I ask the reporter to please read back the answer that we had?
You got to go on. No, you can. Hitting Court of Appeals and that, so, I mean, and the record should reflect, the reason we're talking about this, the court reporter's transcript will not reflect sounds clanging in the background. There's, I know they're putting in pipe and bending pipe and anyway, so that's why have this little frolic and detour. If you could read the question, that would be great.
Was the fact that the Edenville Dam at that time period had failed 1/2 PMF of any significance to your assessment of Mr. Trumbull's exercise of regulatory power in this case? Answer yes. Question, how so? Very long answer. Do you want it?
No, that's fine. You heard the question read back
Yes.
and your answer was yes. And I asked you how so?
And I said, because they've already taken up the storage holding up to normal level. Now you've reduced the spillway capacity even further and you've increased the likelihood the dam is going to fail.
I'd like to turn our attention now to another issue in this case, and that is concealment. First, starting with Part 307, lake level order, there was a petition filed for an order and a proceeding and a hearing. Did you assess the state's participation in that proceeding as part of your work in this case?
Yes.
Can you explain the role of a dam? Well, first of all, let's back up. In your personal and professional experience, have you ever been involved as a dam safety engineer, either for the private or public sector side of that equation in court proceedings or petitions to set legal lake levels?
Yes, both.
Tell me about your background and experience in that briefly.
It's a common practice when people get frustrated with a lake that doesn't have assigned lake levels or ordered lake levels, that they want those ordered so they have a steady pool, mostly really large recreation pools. But when they're drawing hydropower, it's really a challenge to keep that level exactly dead on or within a couple tenths of a foot. So there's variance, but in my experience, yes, I've participated in many proceedings that, and they're the same department as the dam safety unit in Wisconsin is. They're both DNR. And so it made it convenient for me to talk to those people. And they always came to us and said, well, these people want to establish lake levels. Is this a safe operation or a safe proposal or not? And we would go through whether or not we had the formal documentation to verify that it either was safe or not safe. And one of the requirements is the dam has to be capable of maintaining that, not just within a range, excuse me, but maintaining it for the design, excuse me.
Feel free to take some water. We all need it at times.
Yeah. I don't know if that's gonna help. Anyway, I'll try to proceed. Yes.
Yeah, do you want to take a short recess?
Maybe we should.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, wait a minute. I think we're back.
I think it's the salt from the chips. What we would look at is what I think that's annoying, should have been looked at here. And that's if you're gonna hold that lake level and we get a flood, are we okay?
Why don't we take a break?
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, just give me a couple of minutes. I'll be fine.
So reconvene five before the hour.
Thank you.
And then that's not enough time, you know.
That should be more than enough. Just,
I have some, Ricola cough drops downstairs. Would that be?
I think they just hand that,
All right.
Like that too.
they made sure I had one up here. Thank you. And that will help.
So, yeah, let's go. I'm gonna grab.
Sort of see your honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you much. Yeah, I felt fine. It's just that annoying
Oh, no,
tickle.
it
Seems like the hammering's gone too upstairs, so we're.
is, and believe it or not, it was below and north. Yeah, it was in my former suite mate's law clerk's office, and apparently the door was closed. So Ruth is downstairs. She hears banging, but has no idea where it's coming from, and goes in. And Dan reports. Oh, thank you for coming to join us. Dan reports that there's a step ladder, and she can see like the bottom 2 feet of the guy's or foot of the guy's legs, and he's just banging. So apparently they have to completely rewire the fire suppression system in its entirety before they can swap it out. So, which is, makes sense, sort of. It is.
Okay, I was thinking
I
the
guess
same
we'll-
thing. I'm
we'll
like,
go
the
to-
last thing we want to do is reduce fire.
We'll go to
suppression.
Godola's courtroom in Lansing. We'll change your venue. All right, let's go. Yeah, I think a lot of people on defense team would welcome that. Okay.
Thank you, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Thompson.
Mr. Sturdivant, before we broke, I think we were reviewing your experience with lake level orders, and you were confirming that you've participated in those proceedings both on behalf of the private sector and the public sector, correct?
Correct.
All right, tell us, what is the role of a dam safety engineer in those proceedings?
To ensure that the water levels that are being established doesn't affect the adequacy or the safety of the dam.
And what is their obligation to convey information to the participants of that proceeding relative to that goal?
The dam safety engineer is the person that tells exactly what I just said. That we have the basis, we have the information, we have the calculations to tell you that it's either okay or we need to hold off for now until we establish that the dam can actually pass what it's required to pass to make it as safe as possible.
So they have that obligation to convey that information.
Yes.
Your Honor, this might be a good place to raise this objection. I can't tell if Mr. Thompson is asking about Part 307 proceedings in Michigan or proceedings in Wisconsin. They're different. So we object.
Right, no, I, unless you can establish that the witness has an understanding about what the Part 307 obligations are in Michigan, either through statute or promulgated administrative orders, I'm not sure how he can testify about what happens in Michigan. He can, it may be of assistance to the fact finder, to me, to hear about in other areas, but I'm not sure you can talk about it as relates to the specific 307. Is that your?
It was not my intention, so I appreciate the objection.
Okay.
It'll help clarify. my
Yeah, so
exact-
we can just narrow it a little bit.
Hmm.
Sustained.
Mr. Sturdivant, in our prior discussion for the last 5 minutes or so about 307 lake level order proceedings, what states or what jurisdictions have you had experience in relative to those proceedings?
In Wisconsin and Colorado, and only what I heard in testimony as far as in Michigan.
And what do you recall from hearing in testimony here in this courtroom about Michigan's 307 order or proceeding? Sorry.
That a representative normally attends the hearing and provides information up to the hearing to the person making the decision.
And have you reviewed documents in this case that you found significant in terms of determining whether in this instance, in this 307 proceeding in Michigan, Mr. Trumbull participated?
Yes,
What did you learn?
that he didn't say anything during the hearing.
You sat through his testimony and learned that he actually attended the hearing itself, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Let's bring up exhibit 412, please, Craig. Mr. Sertovin, can you see exhibit 412 on your screen?
I can.
I'll represent to you that this is an email from Lane Bryan. Thank you. Dated 5/21/2013. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did I say?
Wait,
Lane Bryan.
fine.
Lane Bryan's a
Right. I got,
Took me a minute
I got
too.
it, yeah. Me too.
Byron Lane, I should have said, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And CC'd on this email were Jim Pulaski and Luke Trumbull, among others. Do you see that? And the CC?
Yes.
You testified earlier that one of the facts that you relied upon and found significant in your assessment of the defendant's regulatory activities in this case was an indication that the Edenville Dam failed to comply with Part 315 dated back to 2013. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Is this the source of that information?
Yes.
And without going through the entire email, he's indicating that there's some activity and communications about Boyce surrendering his license. Do you see that?
Yes.
The important part is on the bottom. I want you to look at the final sentence. I'll read it. Our preliminary assessment is that the dam does not currently have adequate spillway capacity to meet the requirements of Part 315. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is this the document that you were referring to in your earlier testimony?
Yes. I just actually haven't seen the calculation or the numbers, but the fact is there that he believes it does not.
Okay. Have you seen any evidence in this case that Mr. Trumbull communicated Mr. Lane's findings at the 307 hearing?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yeah, sorry. Have you reviewed any materials or seen any documents or heard any testimony in this case or in this trial indicating that Mr. Trumbull conveyed Mr. Lane's statement about failing to comply with Part 315 at the 307 lake level proceeding?
I have not.
Are you critical of that?
Yes,
Why?
because it's a critical piece of information that led to a dam being allowed to be operated in an unsafe condition.
Let me show you some email discussions from February of 2019 with Luke Trumbull and his work on analyzing whether the Edenville Dam was safe and passed the 1/2 PMF test. Craig, could you bring up Exhibit 87, please? Mr. Servant, we've displayed Exhibit 87. It's a 5-page email thread with Luke Trumbull. Can we zoom in on the highlighted section, Craig? We've blown up an email sent on February 19 of 2019 from Luke Trumbull to Nathan Gamble, Brian Rudolph, and Mario Fusco, among others. Also Jim Pulaski, although it's not highlighted. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay. In your work in 307 proceedings in Wisconsin,
How about in proceedings like we understand 307 proceedings to be?
I just understood the objection better now. Okay.
yeah, it's a different
Let me-
number.
Thank you. Let me back up.
Do we have any Wisconsin lawyers who could provide this? Is that,
I apologize. I didn't realize that I was equating the number. I'll fix it.
Right, yeah, I don't think there's been a foundation laid for
I wasn't-
equating
yeah.
Wisconsin law, whatever it is. We don't know what it is to Part 3.
And that's why I wasn't trying to do that. And now I
Right.
understand what the objection is.
do you believe, Mr. Gamble, that the witness, that the counsel may inquire about lake level proceedings and whether or not devices have the capacity to process PMF or half PMF in another state, for example, if they have, I'm trying to figure out our sort of port and starboard running lights here.
So our objection is that it seems like we keep blurring the line. It seems like Mr. Sturdivant's talking about his experience in Wisconsin and possibly Colorado and then equating it to Michigan. But Michigan has a unique, separate statutory scheme that, as far as I can tell, is different from whatever Mr. Sturdivant is describing about the past experience. So.
Do
I don't
you think if the witness is able to say, I've looked at the evidence in this case and I see evidence about how the Michigan process works, and I see what happened subsequently in another process, the 307 process, and I don't think the agents of the state did what they ought to have done. Do you think he has the ability to say that?
No, I don't.
Why not?
I don't think Mr. Sturdivant has the experience or the expertise needed to understand Part 307 proceedings, which are unique and technical. And there are people who devote their careers to it because it's a unique area of law. I don't think Mr. Sturdivant is qualified as an expert to comment about whether the state satisfied or not.
Okay.
Any obligations that exist under that statute.
What's your position as relates to that position of the people?
Two responses, Your Honor. First, I would endeavor to lay a foundation as to the understanding of Mr. Sturdivant and the setting of a legal lake level process in the states where he's worked and his review of the process based on the evidence in this case, Michigan. Number two, it sounds to me like Mr. Gamble has some fairly focused cross-examination that he intends to utilize to depict what he's describing as a unique process that I'm unaware of. So I would twofold say, number one, let me try to establish the foundation to get us at least as far as I believe we can get. And number two, I would ask that you overrule the objection and let's see what the cross-examination establishes, and he can make his points then.
Thank you. All right. I'm not definitively ruling on the objection right now. I'm going to give the council the opportunity to attempt to lay some foundational questions. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Sturdivant, I was using the phrase Part 307 and it's drawn some discussion. So let me try to back up and ask you some questions about your experience as a dam safety engineer, again, both on the public and private sector with proceedings that you've been engaged in to set legal lake levels, okay? Let's start with Colorado. Does their proceeding have a statutory numerical number such as Part 307?
No.
Is it governed by a statute?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. Normally, what would happen and what has happened with my experience in Colorado is the state engineer responsible for the inspections. We will go through, unlike Michigan, unlike Wisconsin, we go through a full PFM process, even for regulated dams.
This is to establish a legal lake level?
I'm getting to it.
Okay.
The, out of that, if there's a PFM that's identified, the probable failure mode, that's identified that is high risk, that benefits from a lower lake level, the state can recommend or indeed order that level right from the dam safety unit. That goes up to the state dam safety engineer, and then at least as high as the deputy state engineer for approval. Once that's approved, we have no input. So the input of the dam safety engineer is really the same in both Wisconsin and Colorado. It's your responsibility to say aye or nay, yes or no. We either agree that that probable failure mode gets better if we don't have high water levels behind the dam, or no, it doesn't make a difference.
All right, let's try this way. Let me ask you a slightly different question. In terms of your review of the materials and files in this case, and the testimony that you've heard, including from Mr. Trumbull on his participation in the April 2019 setting of the legal lake levels, have you found any similarities relative to just the issue of the state's dam safety engineer and their obligation to provide a record of the dam safety issues, if any, that would relate to the legal lake level being sought?
They're exactly the same. You still have the same responsibility to put the dam safety concerns forward, whatever the process is after that. The people making the decision to get to that process need to know that the
What
dam
have-
is inadequate.
Mr. Campbell?
Your Honor, I don't think a sufficient foundation has been laid. What I heard Mr. Sturdivant say is that in Colorado, it's the state engineer and state officials who make this determination after a probable lapse in failure analysis. And then Mr. Sturdivant testified it's the same in Wisconsin. That's why this objection matters, because in Michigan,
not the same.
that's not how it works at all.
Mm.
It's the county judge who makes the determination based on.
Having presided over one, I know,
And so this is not there, Mr. Sturdivant.
not in this case, obviously.
Mr. Sturdivant hasn't been able to identify any provision of Part 307 that puts a legal duty on Eagles Dam Safety Engineer to issue an order or oversee this process. They're simply an interested party that can participate if they want, but they not. It's different.
May I respond?
Yes.
Which is exactly why I pivoted in my line of question. We are not going to continue to try to pursue any comparison between the process of establishing a lake level in these states and Michigan any further. All that I am going to explore with the witness is as a dam safety engineer who is participating in a process to set a safe legal lake level. What is his understanding as to what that obligation is? And I was about to go in and explore, based on his review of the files here and the materials here in this case, is the obligation that he's seen based on those materials similar or the same to what he does in the other states. Very limited, very focused.
All right. Any final comments, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, Your Honor, I think based on Mr. Thompson's agreement to change course and questions, it would be appropriate to move to strike the testimony from Mr. Sturdivant, which he opined about whether Mr. Trumbull or Eagle satisfied Part 307 requirements.
Okay. What is your belief, Mr. Thompson, as to whether or not Mr. Sturdivant's testimony can be considered as to whether or not the 307 requirements were met?
I never intended to get into that. I apologize if I've
All
taken
right.
us down the road, and I have no objection to striking that portion of testimony. It was totally unintentional.
All right, that request is granted. I will say, depending upon the questions, it's possible, based on the endorsed experts' review of the records, even some of the records he's already talked about here this afternoon, that he could potentially offer opinions about what should have been shared. I think there's an adequate basis for that. I don't think he can say, and Judge, I'm connecting the dots and saying they didn't comply with 307, but I think he can say some of the factual observations, but not what the legal conclusion is. That's my job.
Our objection isn't solely based on whether Mr. Strickland's making legal conclusions.
Right.
It's based on his speculation about whether the Part 307 proceedings were proper and whether Eagle appropriately participated. So no, we recognize, our objection stands.
Yep. So the objection is sustained in part, denied in part. I think based on what Mr. Thompson is saying, it could very well be going to weight, not admissibility. But let's see what happens next. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sturdivant, could you look at the exhibit of read to yourself the highlighted section about required to pass the 1/2 PMF and the work that's being done to do that calculation?
Yes.
Is a dam safety engineer?
Let me just read this. I know I've read it before, but let me read it again.
Certainly.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Sturdivant, do you read Mr. Trumbull's statement to indicate that he's still doing the work to determine the 1/2 PMF at this time?
Yes.
Is that work, in your experience as a dam safety engineer, significant in being able to assess the safety of a dam operating at a particular level
Critical.
for all the reasons we've talked about here this
Yes.
morning? And is that information, in your experience, well, strike that. Have you seen any evidence in this case that Mr. Trumbull communicated the fact that he was still doing his work to determine the 1/2 PMF to anybody relative to setting the legal lake level for Wixom Lake?
I have not seen anything.
Greg, can we take that down? And I'd like to show you an email from April of 2019, Exhibit 92. This is another email. And you scroll down, Craig. The next page. I draw your attention, Mr. Sturdivant, to the center. You can pull that off, Greg, the highlighted area. This is an email from Luke Trumbull dated April 9th, 2019 to D. Perky Powell. Do you understand who D. Perky Powell is and what role he played in this case?
Yes.
Which was what?
He was an engineer working with the task force, the Twin Lakes Task Force or Four Lakes Task Force, excuse me. Sorry, I work with a group called Twin Lakes, but the Four Lakes Task Force to provide the engineering services they required.
Ron Hansen's below him for the Spicer Group. You may be confusing Boyce with.
Oh, I could be, yeah.
Yeah. It's
Perky Pyle did an original, he did some original work.
Okay. And this email from Luke Trumbull to Mr. Perky Powell around the time of the legal lake level proceeding indicates he's following up to make sure he's received his March 19th email, indicates they're trying to gather the necessary information pertaining to the Edenville Dam as it relates to Part 315. Do you see that?
Yes.
And he's listed several questions. The exhibit will speak for itself. We don't need to go through all the different questions. But my question to you is, in all of your review of the materials in this case and the witness testimony you've read and heard live in trial, have you come across any evidence that at this time, April 9th, on or abouts, that Mr. Trumbull communicated that he still had
2019.
What did I, April, sorry, April
I
9th.
didn't say the year. I just want the record to reflect it's 20, we're talking 2019 since the failure was 2020, just to make sure everybody's clear.
Thank you, Your Honor, that whether or not Mr. Trumbull communicated to anyone involved in the legal lake level proceedings that he was still awaiting answers from Mr. Perkypile to questions relative to the safety of the dam.
Did Mr. Trumbull relay that?
Have you
No.
seen any information?
No, I have not.
To indicate that he relayed that information?
I have not.
Could we please pull up exhibit 151, Craig? And let's zoom into the top to from. Mr. Sturdivant, you can see this is an email sent on April 1st, 2020 to Brian Rudolph.
Who's it from?
Yeah, let's scroll up a little. Let's find out. We got the, what's that? Let's scroll down then.
I see a signature line, but
Okay. On the bottom highlighted, do you see the signature Luke Trumbull?
Yes.
Okay.
is there any disagreement with Mr. Gamble? This is for Mr. Trump.
No disagreement.
Thank you. So just for record purposes, exhibit 151, plaintiffs, page 1 of 3. The top of the email, it just seems that it doesn't have the from line. The attorney on behalf of defendants has indicated he doesn't have any objection to agreeing that the from, meaning the person who sent it, is the same as the signator, and that's Mr. Trumbull, who we've had the benefit of hearing from for 3 days this week. So please continue.
Thank you. Craig, could you zoom into the main paragraph from all? Yes, thanks. Mr. Sturdivant, have you seen this email before today?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the lengthy content that we have depicted?
Yes.
You can feel free to read it if you want again. But if,
It's probably in an exhibit that people told me was stipulated, but I've not read it. So may I have just a moment?
certainly,
Thank
certainly.
you. Any objection, Mr. Gamble?
No.
Thank you. I'm not trying to be impertinent. I just would like to. Excuse me. I have a question. There is a two-letter acronym in the large paragraph of DO. What does DO stand for?
Dissolved oxygen.
Okay. Mr. Sturdivant said it was dissolved oxygen, and Mr. Gamble said yes, and Mr. Cool nodded yes, and Mr. Thompson
Gestured with his hand.
gestured yes. All right, thank you. Thank you for the chance to review that. Please proceed.
Appreciate it, Your Honor. Mr. Sturdivant, you're familiar with the permit to raise the water levels that was issued by Eagle in April 9th of 2020.
Yes,
Reviewed documents concerning that.
yes.
We've switched our focus.
I'm sorry, the one more time. Was the April 9th, 2020?
Yes, the raising of the waters. There was a permit and application. We've switched our focus from the April of 2019 time period and the legal lake level activities. Fast forwarded a year. The wonders of our exhibits here to April of 2020, okay? You've had a chance to review this email response from
Yes, I have.
Mr. Trumbull to Mr. Rudolph.
Yes.
I want you to assume for purposes of my question that prior to this email, Mr. Rudolph had asked Mr. Trumbull for his input on whether raising the water levels from the existing run of river at that time period to the normal lake levels was safe or not, okay? Make that assumption. Thank you. In your opinion, as a dam safety engineer, is there any disclosure in this response of the defects and problems that Mr. Trumbull was aware of relative to operating that dam at the legal lake level?
No.
Have you seen any other communications, documents, heard any witness testimony that would indicate Mr. Trumbull communicated any of that safety information, those defects, any of the failed PMF information to Mr. Rudolph at or around this time?
No.
Do you have an opinion as to whether as a dam safety engineer who had been requested from a colleague to provide dam safety information relative to raising the Wixom Lake water level, would have you'd expected to have communicated to that individual?
No.
Can you read my question back?
Yeah, that's, yeah.
These are environmental concerns. They're not dam safety concerns.
I understand. I probably asked a poorly worded question. Could you please read it? Could I ask you to please read it back?
Do you have an opinion as to whether, as a dam safety engineer who had been requested from a college to provide dam safety information relative to raising the Wixom Lake water level, would have you expected to have communicated to that individual?
This is not the information that I would expect a dam safety engineer to have relayed to respond to that question.
What type of information would you have expected Mr. Trumbull to communicate?
Dam safety information, whether or not the dam had adequate spillway capacity, whether it was safe to hold a normal level, whether he had the information to make that determination.
And as of April of 2020, we've already established that approximately 4 months earlier, Mr. Trumbull had, in his own words, definitively concluded that the dam did not meet the state mandated 1/2 PMF, correct?
That's correct.
Is that important information that you would have expected him to communicate
Yes.
and was not communicating that information, hiding that information from him appropriate?
No.
It may make common sense, but I want to explore it with you anyways. When there is a application to raise a water level in a reservoir the size of Wixom Lake in the context of a dam in the condition of the Edenville Dam during the 2020 time period, what is the danger of the dam safety engineer giving less than full and robust information to the person who's responsible for signing or not signing that permit?
Objection, leading.
Response?
So
Sorry.
I don't think it was leading.
I agree. It was what, it was not, the answer is not suggested. I'm not gonna quote McCormick on evidence, but I just don't think it's leading either. The objection's respectfully overruled.
Can you repeat the question now, please?
Certainly. Can you please read it back?
And maybe I'll revisit this now.
Oh, shoot.
Common sense, but I want to explore it with you anyways. When there is an application to raise a water level in reservoir, the size of Wixom Lake in the context of a dam in the condition of the Edenville Dam during the 2020 time period, what is the danger of the dam safety engineer giving less than full and robust information to the person who is responsible for signing or not signing that?
Thank you. That gives the impression the dam is in adequate condition and meets the requirements that it needs to meet to pass water, for one. But it gives the general opinion, everything's fine and dandy from a dam safety standpoint.
Let me ask you a few specifics. We went through Mr. Lane's 2013 assessment that the dam was out of compliance with Part 315. Is that the type of information in your experience based on your work as a dam safety engineer that should have been communicated to Mr. Rudolph?
Yes.
The fact that it had
How about what should have been communicated? Let's let the witness tell us what should have been communicated.
okay.
As opposed, I'm not trying to become a litigator in the case, but we've had objections about leading. Let's just nice open-ended who, what, where, when, why.
Understood, Your Honor. And in hindsight, I think he actually covered it earlier. So I'm going to move on.
I'm not trying to cut
No,
you
no.
off. And if you want to ask, please
I
do.
appreciate it. But actually, he listed them all off about 5 minutes ago, and I would just be repeating again. So we'll move on.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's important issues and for both sides, have to listen. Trying to stay in my lane. Like those appellate judges tell us trial judges to do.
Mr. Sturtevant, I want to turn next to Exhibit 130. And this is a 4-page email thread. Let's start at the bottom. It's a 4-page email. Let's start at the bottom.
Meaning like page 4.
Page 4, yeah.
I'm telling you, it's slow on the uptake. I'm sorry.
Page 4. Is it 4-page doc? It says a 4-page document. I just want to scroll down so we get the timeline and what's going on here. While we're moving on this, Mr. Sturtevant, I'll represent to you that this this started off as an inquiry from Bill Lang. It's been referenced earlier in the trial. Mr. Lang was a resident of Beaverton, Michigan, and had some questions about the dam and its capacity to past the probable maximum flood. We've started at the bottom. Can we zoom in on the question? And he's referencing a attachment from Four Lakes Task Force. The point of this is it's teeing up a question that's going to be discussed in this email about the state of Michigan law in his mind requires the dam to have a spillway capacity to convey half of the probable maximum flood. And he's inquiring as to whether that's the Michigan law. Let's scroll up. And he repeats more of his questions at this point. And it is dealing with the spillway capacity, perhaps at the Edenville Dam not meeting the requirements. Let's scroll up. And then we get to the middle of page 3, and it's Teresa Seidel responding. This is November 12th of 2019 to Mr. Lang, and she's confirming Boyce's engineer had submitted some analysis that indicated that the dam did meet the state requirements. Eagle concluded that the analysis were incomplete and flawed. The consultant is gathering information needed to do better analysis. Is all this consistent with your understanding of the facts of the case?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's scroll up. Let's scroll up to the next section. Ms. Seidel eventually writes to Luke Trumbull, Dan Devon, and November 13th of 2019 and says, can any of you provide some more information to Mr. Lang? Let's scroll up. Let's go down to the bullet points. Well, first of all, let's where you're at, Craig, let's go ahead and enlarge the highlighted area with the sure, I'll take a stab at it. Yeah, I'll keep going up to sure. Yep. And just want to highlight the date and response there. No, that's fine. At some point shortly thereafter, Mr. Trumbull indicates, sure, I'll take a stab at it. And he goes ahead and provides a detailed explanation, none of which is all that important for purposes of my question. So we're not going to go through it. But the defense, I believe, had shown this exhibit in trial and represented that this was an example of Mr. Trumbull not hiding any information, not concealing the danger of the dam, and in fact, making a public disclosure. My question to you is, other than this one single example, this one letter, in your review of the materials that you've looked at in this case, have you seen any other examples where Mr. Trumbull communicated the information that he had at that time about the dangers of operating the Edenville Dam at its normal lake levels?
No.
Does one letter to one citizen sent after being requested, in your experience as a dam safety engineer, in the context of the Edenville Dam in which Luke Trumbull had found himself, constitute a full and robust disclosure that you had talked about earlier?
No.
And in the context of this case, where class notice went out to approximately 40,000 people, would even 10, 20, 30, or 40 of these letters meet the requirement in your mind?
No.
You can take that down, Craig. Mr. Sturdivant, have you reached any opinions as to whether defendants abused their regulatory powers through affirmative acts in this case?
Yes.
Was that something you looked at?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
By not doing anything to let the public know that during the water level hearing process and allowing the water levels to come up and then not allowing the waters to fluctuate without going through a major process limits the ability for the dam operator to control any situation, making the dam less safe, and especially fixing a water level that takes away storage from a dam that doesn't have enough spillway capacity to begin with.
Why, in your opinion, was granting the permit and authorizing Boyce/Four Lakes to raise the water level from Runner River to 675.8 an abuse of their regulatory authority in the context of the Edenville Dam and what was going on as of April of 2020?
From what I just said, by bringing the water level up, the authority to make that happen makes the dam less safe and doesn't consider the safety of the people living downstream and the safety of the property downstream.
And without reviewing all of the details we've gone through over the last couple hours, the items that you've identified in terms of the spillway, the berms, the soil, all of those things, is that what you're referring to as the dam being unsafe?
Yes. Did you include spillway capacity? That's
I
spillway
did not.
capacity is the biggest one
That's the failure to meet the 1/2.
because that's going to lead to the others.
And to be clear, that's that was confirmed by Mr. Trumbull when he finished his math and confirmed definitively that the dam failed to pass the 1/2 PMF.
Correct.
We bring up exhibit 154. Mr. Sturtevant, I'm showing you an exhibit's been displayed earlier. This is plaintiff's exhibit 154. This is indeed the permit we've just discussed. You see that?
Yes.
Issued on April 9th of 2020.
Yes.
And the authorized activity was to conduct refill activities at the Edenville facility to raise the Wixom Lake water level to normal summer pool elevation of 675.2 during the spring of 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's the issuance of the permit that you're referring to as being an abuse of their regulatory powers.
Correct.
I want to scroll down to another part of this permit, Y9. It's a condition to granting the permit. And if you could zoom in on Y first, Craig. So the last condition of this permit, alphabetically listed at least, is Y. Do you see that? Just heard about?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Work to be done under the authority of this permit is further subject to the following special instructions and specifications. Let's go down to number 9. Could you read the highlight for us, please?
Issuance of this permit in no way authorizes any further drawdown of the water elevation of Wixom Lake below those levels unless done so pursuant to an order or permit issued by this department.
Did you have a chance to review this permit in the course of your work in this case?
Yes.
Did you consider this something of significance in your reaching of opinions in this case?
Yes.
What is this this condition Y9 indicating to you?
And I just barely touched on it earlier, was this takes away the ability of the owner to control the water levels. It mandates exactly what they have to do at all times and doesn't allow any fluctuation unless it goes through a formal process.
Who holds the, in your opinion, who holds the authority to control the water based on this condition?
The state.
And is it fair to say that this would be a condition where they're imposing control over the dam owner?
Yes.
Again, maybe a basic question, but just so we're all on the same page, based on your experience in both the public and private sector, as a, working with dam owners and in regulatory field with dam safety engineers, is it fair to say that raising and lowering of a reservoir, a lake level in a dam like Edenville is a joint project between the regulatory official who has the permitting authority on the one hand and the dam owner or operator who's actually pulling the levers to achieve that desired lake level on the other hand?
Yes,
When this permit was issued in April 9th of 2020, do you have an opinion as to whether it was safe to raise the water level from the run-of-river level to the summer water pool?
yes,
What's your opinion
it wasn't safe.
and why not?
For the same reason I've said before, is bringing this up to normal pool reduces the amount of storage available, therefore reduces the hydraulic capacity even further. And you've already got it down anyway. It's already established that run of river elevation. Why not just leave it there until the work is done?
Are you familiar with the Spicer Part 315 report that was issued?
Yes,
I believe that was issued in June of 2020. Is that consistent with your mind or your memory?
I don't recall.
It was after the
Exactly.
event though. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Have you seen any emails in which the Spicer Group or Four Lakes Task Force had referenced issuing that report that it was going to be forthcoming?
yes,
Are you aware of the anticipated due date of March for that report?
I do recall seeing March. I can't tell you what date though.
And it didn't come out till June, just for the record.
Right, okay.
My question to you is, was granting the permit in April, from any indication that you've seen, something of an emergency or an urgent nature?
No,
Have you found any reason in your review of the records or listening to the testimony that would explain why Mr. Trumbull didn't wait for receipt of that Part 315 report or Mr. Rudolph before issuing the permit?
no,
What information or, well, strike that. Are you familiar with the contents of the Part 315 report?
yes.
Let me ask.
I have,
The June 2020.
No, let me re-ask the question. Based on your work in this case and understanding of the engineering and inspection reports that are issued and prepared in Michigan pursuant to Part 315, are you familiar with the contents of those reports?
yes,
Generally speaking.
Generally speaking.
yes,
And have you had a chance to read the Spicer 315 report issued in around June 20th in this case?
I did.
Did you find any of the content of that report useful and informative in terms of assessing the Edenville Dam's ability to pass water at the normal lake level?
Yes,
What type of information was in that report that was useful?
it couldn't pass a half PMF.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
We have a moment. All right. What's next? Oh, yeah. plaintiffs have one other set of lawyers.
Oh. I always forget. Mr. Stern, good afternoon. Just a couple questions.
Good afternoon.
I know that in the world of dam safety, as you've experienced it, you've probably encountered situations where legislators, businesses, members of the public complain because they want a lake with lower water to be a lake with higher water. Have you experienced that scenario?
Many, many, many times.
Can that become contentious for a dam safety department or dam safety program?
Yes, it does.
And can you describe for me some of the ways in that process might become contentious as people assert their interest in wanting to have a higher water level in their lake?
You get a lot of contacts. Anytime you make a decision on water level, there's going to be people who most likely, most times, want it higher. And you have to explain the risk involved with that and the dangers involved with that and the fact that you may not have the information for them at that given time to make that decision.
And how would you concisely describe the job of the dam safety program or a dam safety engineer in dealing with people who are pressing them that they want their water higher?
Sometimes you have to say no.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, so are we moving into cross or what's the plan?
Your Honor, the meeting seems so close to 3 o'clock and we can take a recess and we can start crossing. The normal time.
Okay, that's fine with me. Is that okay with plaintiffs?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, and then just so we're all on the same page, or as close to the same page as we can be. What would you anticipate then? We go till 5 examining this witness, we then recess and then or what happens? Because we did talk about this with Mr. Cool and the papal, I spoke with Mr. Cool and Mr. Thompson.
My understanding is tomorrow we'll start with Dr. Williams, and after he's complete, we'll have Dr.
That's correct. Okay, so and Mr. Sturdivant will be heading back to Colorado on first flight he can get. Sorry, that was.
I'm not in a hurry.
No, it's not, I shouldn't.
And we will resume his cross-examination.
At such time as convenient for the witness and the parties, and it'll be via Zoom. Okay, great. Let me just check my, okay, let's reconvene at 6 minutes before the hour of 3. Let's reconvene at 10 minutes after 3. Thank you. Thanks. Seated. All right. Just gonna examine. Okay. Yes, but I don't want to be presumptive. So you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Mr. Sturdivant, you testified previously that you were the dam safety engineer for the state of Wisconsin. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes,
While you were a regulator in Wisconsin, approximately how many dams fell under your jurisdiction?
about 1,000 large dams and about 3,700 total.
Of those 3,700 total, you said?
Yeah, about
So,
that.
Of those 3,700 total, were they all regulated or is it
No.
just 1,000 that were regulated?
Just 1,000.
Okay. So of those 1,000 regulated dams, how many of them, well, I guess let me ask a different question first. What is Wisconsin's spillway capacity requirement for the regulated dams in Wisconsin?
It varies by hazard, just like Michigan's does. So it starts with low hazard with a maximum required spillway capacity of 100. And then significance, if I'm remembering correctly, it's been 8 years, is 2 and 500. And then high hazard dams is a 1,000-year event.
What's a 1,000-year event relative to the full PMF FERC standard?
There's no way to make that comparison.
Okay. Is it possible that the 1,000-year event would be more stringent than the federal standard? Is the federal standard the most stringent you can get?
The full PMF is industry standard, most restrictive,
Okay.
the highest.
So Wisconsin, it could be a little bit less than the federal standard, depending on the situation. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So of the regulated dams in Wisconsin, how many of them did not have sufficient spillway capacity under Wisconsin state standards?
I can't answer that question without reviewing the database.
Do you have an estimate of how many that you can think of while you were there?
Thank you. No, not really. It wasn't very many left when I left. When I started, we had approximately 350 of those 1,000 dams were high hazard dams. When I left, we were down to 149.
How come the number went down? Are you saying because their hazard rating changed?
Yes.
How did their hazard rating change? Because the size of the dam changed?
No, because we didn't allow the development down below dams. And we provided some funding to move people out of the floodplain that would be caused by the dam failing. So if we moved them out, we've eliminated the hazard altogether, and the dams went from a high hazard down to either a significant or low.
So it's not that the dam changed sizes, it's that you move people out of the way downstream.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So you said when you first started, there were approximately 350 dams that did not have sufficient spillway capacity. Did I understand?
No, that's not what I said. There were 350 high hazard dams. Of those, I could not tell you what the percentage was that didn't meet capacity. I can tell you when we inspected and required the dam failure analysis, got a firm decision on whether or not it was a high hazard dam or not. The dam then had to meet that 1,000-year spillway capacity.
So in your experience in Wisconsin, for any dam that did not meet Wisconsin's state spillway requirements, did Wisconsin regulators immediately require the lake level be drawn down for every dam?
It depended on the situation, whether or not there was an alternative, that we had the flexibility. There wasn't, the way the codes were written, we had a little bit of flexibility that if it was in a certain range, by guidance, not by code,
Mhm.
that would say, you know, we're okay, here's your time frame, get this done, or, you know, if that just wasn't possible, yeah, the orders were given to drain it.
I
And
see.
many times that order was issued.
So sometimes you would require a drawdown, but sometimes you wouldn't. Is that my understanding, or am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, about 90% of the time it was a drawdown, at least enough. The calculations were required to be formed that it was at least enough so that they could pass the 1,000-year event. It might not be at the pool they wanted, and it wasn't because it had to be lower, but those dams were normally taller. So you had that flexibility. Like, yeah, let's bring it down 12 feet because we can then store and release the 1,000-year flood until the repairs are made.
Just to be clear, in Wisconsin, you had the regulatory discretion to decide whether a dam that didn't satisfy Wisconsin spillway capacity requirements had to lower. It just depended on the situation. Am I understanding that correctly?
We always required some degree of lowering and we tried to get it down. We always got it down to the point where it would meet spillway capacity when you considered storage. That makes sense?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it became more of a flood control dam. And we covered that topic earlier.
You also spoke previously about the lake level setting process in Wisconsin. Am I remembering correctly? Didn't you provide some testimony on that topic?
Yes.
So, could you explain to us how the process worked in Wisconsin?
It has many more pieces. And the pieces involve the right of the dam owner, whether that's a municipality or private owner, to flood the lands that they propose to flood if that level was going higher than what had been historically set. So in the event that, and most times it was, like what was alluded to, oh, we want to bring it a half a foot higher to provide a little more water in this back bay so we can get in and out. That most of the cases involve something like that. So we had specialists in real estate to look at, does the owner have the right to do this? Or we required the owner to say, do you have the right to flood those people's lands or not? And a lot of times that stopped the process.
When you say we in that sentence, who are you referring to?
By setting the lake level, we as the Department of Natural Resources worked with the dam owner and the local units of government to make that decision. And many times the Register of Deeds or whatever, to come up with, first of all, before we go any further and waste everybody's time, do we have the right to do it?
Mhm.
And then we start looking at the dam itself. Can the dam withstand that additional pressure? Is it designed for that higher water level? How's that going to affect the spillway capacity? Do we have to redo the dam failure analysis to include that additional storage in the modeling? And then, so it takes a long time. It normally took, before you could get all the information together, it could take anywhere from 2 to 5 years to get a lake level firmly established legally.
And this was all done through the Wisconsin DNR.
Correct.
Okay. Did you review Part 307 of Michigan statutes as part of your review in this case?
Yes.
Did you see any indication in Part 307 that the decision about lake levels in Michigan is made by a Michigan state agency?
Under the not the supervision, but with guidance, yes, that's how I read it anyway, is the agencies had the right and the responsibility to chime in that process if they had concerns.
But you've never been involved in a Michigan proceeding to set lake levels, right?
No,
Sorry.
that was a no.
I'm sorry.
Your turn.
Yes, so it would appear.
As you did work in this case, who did you talk to gather the information you needed to prepare your expert report?
The attorneys involved with the case.
Did you talk to anybody else?
actually prepare?
Yes.
No,
Did you talk to anyone who used to work for Boise Hydro?
no,
Did you talk to Dee Perkypile, who prepared the 2015 Part 12D report?
I did not.
Did you talk to Stephen Dorrit with Mill Road Engineering, who prepared the 2010 Part 12D report?
I did not.
Did you talk to anyone from Spicer Group, who was the consulting engineer for the Part 307 process?
I did not.
Okay, did you talk to anyone from the Four Lakes Task Force?
No,
Did you talk to any of the plaintiffs in this case, any of the people who lived on the lakes about their experience with Boise Hydro?
no,
So the only people that you gathered information from, or at least spoke to, were the lawyers in this case. Am I understanding that correctly?
yes, verbally, yes.
Okay. Sorry, did you talk to somebody in non-verbally, like
Oh,
in
no,
writing?
no, I did not mean to imply that. No,
Okay. Okay, you didn't talk to Frank Christie then. Does that, well, I should ask, does Frank Christie, does that name ring a bell?
it does ring a bell.
Do you remember that he's the dam safety engineer for Boise Hydro for many years?
Yes,
And that's not someone that you reached out to talk to at all?
no,
Okay. Early in your testimony earlier today, you mentioned something called the SEED, the SEED.
seeds.
Could you explain what that is, please?
Seeds or safety evaluation of existing dams is how the Department of Interior came up with how to train engineers new in the field.
At the US Department of Interior.
Yes,
Thank
Bureau of
you.
Reclamation, to perform dam safety inspections is really what it comes down to, both physical and preparation and everything that goes with it.
And did they issue like guidance documents or training manuals to
Training
explain?
book, yeah.
A training book?
Yeah.
So
And
did you-
on-site classes.
And I believe you testified earlier that the work that you did for the attorneys in this case was essentially work following the SEED.
Yeah, other than a physical inspection, yes.
Okay. So is there a particular manual or training book that you consulted as part of your work in this case?
On how to collect the information, yeah, I wrote one.
On how to do the SEED method or analysis that you're referring to?
No, it is just my experience doing that methodology for a number of years and training my staff to do the same thing and sending them to the same training.
So you didn't go and visit the site of the Edenville Dam at all?
I did not. It had already failed, so I didn't go.
You testified previously that you saw historic photos of the dam's construction. Where did you see those photos?
I think some of them were in the past Part 12D inspections as background information, and some were in the independent forensics analysis that was done after the dam failed.
Could you identify which of those construction photos that you reviewed for us? Which ones are you referring to?
I don't know how you want me to answer that. I don't know how I
Where-
can label those
Where are they found?
in those documents as appendices to those documents.
So it's the 2015 CSIR had those?
I believe so. I'd have to go back and review that document to confirm.
You know, why don't you open up plaintiff's exhibit 275? It should be on the little cart over here. I'm sorry, I don't even know how to find it. But,
Yeah, I have no idea how to find that.
well, you know what? Here you go.
Thank you.
275.
Yes. Amy, could you bring it up as well?
That one is stipulated or unstipulated?
Stipulated. This is you'll recognize it, Your Honor. We've seen it a lot.
CSIR.
Yes, Your Honor.
Getting to know the acronyms. The sign that we've been together a while. The trial judge knows the acronyms. Oh,
That's right.
is indeed. More so for the trial lawyers, I'm afraid, than anybody else. All right.
I do not see them in here, so I'm incorrect that they were in the 2015.
Okay, do you think maybe they were in the supporting technical information document?
That's probably more accurate, yes.
Okay, I mean, not to hold you in suspense, I didn't see them in there. But maybe you can open up and you can show us if maybe I'm wrong.
I
So-
believe you if they're not there, but
So.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that they're in the independent forensics team that did the analysis.
So the independent forensic team report, that came out after the dam failed, right?
Yeah, yeah, and these are pictures from 1925.
Right.
Right.
And you had testified previously that you expected Mr. Trumbull to be familiar with these historic photographs, isn't that right?
Yeah, that would assume that they would be available at, I mean, the forensics team got them, so they're somewhere in the owner's records.
Are you aware of any report that Eagle had in their possession prior to the failure of the dam that contained those historic photographs?
No.
You testified previously that the turbines on a hydro dam, even when it's operating, they usually shut down the turbines when the water gets too high.
Right.
Am I recollecting that
Yes.
correctly?
Did you testify to that this time? Or?
He did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So when the water gets too high, they'll shut it down, right?
That's the general practice that I'm familiar with.
What's the danger of putting water or of keeping the turbines going when the water's so high?
But normally the tailwater comes up with it, the water downstream of the dam, and it becomes uneconomical or the backflow of the turbines, and it causes extra drag on the wheel. Or in the worst case scenario, the brakes aren't able to hold. The hydraulic braking system on the turbine isn't able to hold, and the turbine breaks loose and starts to spin out of control. And then there's no way to stop it, and it vibrates really severely.
So it's good dam safety practice to shut down the turbine when the water's getting too high.
Yes, lock the turbine out. Depending on the type of turbine, you can open the wicket gates that direct the water in or not.
You also testified previously that there was a drain missing under the Edenville Dam. Am I recollecting that accurately?
I don't remember saying that.
You testified previously about the absence of a drain, that a drain hadn't been installed or something along those lines?
The drain tile in the section of the dam that failed was non-existent.
So it was just never built to begin with?
That's what I gathered from the information that I reviewed.
And so and I believe you testified you would have expected Mr. Trumbull to have known that. Is that what you said?
Yes.
What's the basis for that testimony? Why should he have known that?
I thought I have seen it, and I still may have seen it in an earlier document prior to the failure that showed the original plans, and it would be common in the STIDs. And in the Part 12 investigations, and there's in 2010 and 2015, that would have included the original plans for the dam.
Okay, so could you please direct us to the document you're referring to?
I'd have to sit down and review them, so I can't just answer that off the cuff.
This is kind of it, Mr. Sturdivant. This is the time. And so, I mean, can you give us an idea of where to look? Should we look in the STID?
I would look in the STID and the 2010 Part 12D.
Okay, so,
And I don't even know that that the plans weren't in here. It's unusual. It's probably in the STID in the technical document.
okay, so you just opened up the 2015 or excuse me,
That's not, yeah,
CSIR.
yes.
Is it in there?
In that cursory review that I just did, I did not, the original plans didn't jump out. Normally they do because they're off colored and they look old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me, what's STID stand for?
Supporting technical information document?
Close enough.
Okay. What's it actually stand for, Mr. Sturdivant?
Depends on the year, but yeah, we can use that.
Okay.
Supporting technological information document.
Technical,
Te-
yes. I'm just looking at that Part 12D from 15.
Excuse me.
Well, Mr. Sturdivant, maybe since you're looking at the 2015 CSIR, did Mr. Perkypile identify that missing drain somewhere in that report as something that was a cause of concern in regards to dam safety?
I don't recall that seeing that in this document.
Mr. Sturdivant, you testified earlier in response to questions from Mr. Thompson that it would be unsafe to hold an impoundment at the normal level if anytime the dam had insufficient spillway capacity. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there any guidance document? Well, first, let me back up. The Association for State Dam Safety Officials, are you familiar with them?
Yes, I'm a member.
I thought so. Do they issue guidance documents to their members?
Yes.
Are there any guidance documents from that entity that advise that anytime a dam lacks sufficient spillway capacity, its impoundment needs to be lowered?
Not to my knowledge, because the rules vary state to state.
Is there any requirement in Michigan law that you've seen that indicates that anytime a dam lacks sufficient spillway capacity, the impoundment must be lowered?
It's an option for the state to do that. I didn't see that lowering was a must. Additional spillway capacity is a must. That's what I read.
Right, but did you see any provision of Michigan law that it requires a dam owner to lower the impoundment simply because the dam lacks sufficient spillway capacity?
I projected that to mean that if you lower it, you're adding spillway capacity. So if it didn't meet it, you lower the dam to add to your spillway capacity.
Okay, but
I did not see that direct reference to that option to increase your spillway capacity other than the state had the authority to do so.
and the guidance from the ASDSO acknowledges that it's an area where there's discretion because different states are different. Is that basically what you said?
Yes.
What about, I can't remember the other organizations that you belong to other than the ASDSO? Do the other organizations you belong to, do they issue guidance documents to their members?
Not to my knowledge.
Just the ASDSO?
That's, yes.
Okay.
And those normally came through the National Dam Safety Review Board.
Did the Dam Safety Review Board issue guidance to members advising that
That wasn't their job.
that's not the sort of thing they did?
No.
Okay. Um, in kind of passing in response to Mr. Thompson's comments, you indicated you thought it would be possible to lower Wixom Lake all the way down to the spillway crest, so about 667 feet. Am I understanding your
That
testimony correctly?
vicinity.
In that vicinity? What's the basis for your opinion in that regard?
Experience, and that's the sill of the spillway, knowing that it's going to take a considerable amount of time to get that elevation. You're draining a very large lake.
Uh-huh.
That lake is a massive sponge. And it takes a while for that sponge to drain into the river channel, get to the dam and get out. So for a while, you're gonna have a slightly higher water level, and I've seen.
So you recognize that two rivers are flowing into Wixom Lake, right? And you recognize that the water continues to flow even once you open the gate, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a
Okay.
run of river dam.
What was the original design height for the gates for the Edenville Dam? Like how high were they designed to be raised?
10 feet.
What's the basis for that conclusion?
Looking at the plans, at the original plans.
Could you show us where in the original plans it shows that the original design for the Edenville gates was that they were meant to be raised up 10
Not
feet?
easily, but yeah.
Okay, why don't you tell us?
I do remember.
If you
seeing
tell
that.
us where they are, we could tell you the
Again,
exhibit
the
number.
summary that's in the independent, the forensics report
So,
indicates that the dams or the gates could have been operated at 10 feet at one time.
okay, and so that's different though, that they could have been operated at 10 feet at one time versus that they were originally designed to be open that high back in the 1920s. Is it your testimony that the original gate design in the 1920s was they could be opened up to 10 feet?
That was my understanding.
And your understanding is based entirely on the IFT report, is that right?
Not entirely, and I know I saw it somewhere else. I just don't recall where it was.
You can't point us where in these documents.
Cannot.
Okay. And you didn't talk to anyone at Boyce Hydro about that topic at all,
I
right?
did not.
Amy, could you open the 2015 CSIR again? It's plaintiff's exhibit 275. We just had it up. And Amy, could you go to page 26? And you can follow along on the paper documents. The pages we're referring to are the top right corner. They're small.
Oh, okay.
Do you see those ones?
Yes.
Those are the ones we're referring to.
Okay. And I'll watch on here too.
Okay.
You said 26?
Yes, page 26. So why don't you go up one page, Amy, so we can see the section. This is section 3.2. It's an assessment of potential failure mode analysis report. 3.2, do you see that, Mr. Sturdivant?
So you're on which page 26? You said the upper left hand.
The upper right-hand,
Corner.
yeah, well, we went back to page 25 just so we could see the section of the report we're about to look at. So it's section 3.2.
That doesn't match. So this is the right document. Oh,
We're looking at,
there we go. Sorry.
oh, that's okay. There's a lot, totally understandable. So why don't you start at page 25 of exhibit 275.
I'm there.
And you see at the bottom of page 25 there that we're looking at section 3.2. Yeah, the assessment of potential failure mode analysis, right?
Yes.
And the very first failure mode is they discuss on the next page, on page 26, is PFM2 embankment overtopping. Do you see that?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson drew your attention to this potential failure mode earlier today. Do you recall that?
I do.
And this particular potential failure mode was that the embankment would be overtopped during an event that exceeds the discharge capacity of the dam, basically, right?
Yes.
And let's read first section 3.212. And so Amy, maybe you could magnify that section first, please. And this is an assessment of the risk reduction opportunities to reduce the risk of that failure mode happening, right?
Yes.
And it talks about the work that's planned to increase the spillway capacity, isn't that
Yes.
right? Okay, so Amy, let's go to the next section, 3.2.1.3. And magnify that. It's still on that same page, Mr. Sturdivant, just one down. Could you read that for us, please?
The surveillance and monitoring plan includes a monthly walkthrough of the project to inspect the embankments and slopes. Riprap exists along the top upstream slope, and except for a flood of magnitude much greater than that seen in the 92-year history of the project, no such occurrence is anticipated to occur. Surveillance conducted in the current manner and frequency is adequate to satisfy the public safety risk posed by this PFM.
So according to Mr. Perkypile, who prepared this report, that last sentence, he thought that the public safety risk posed by this potential failure mode was that the surveillance that was already being done by the dam owner was adequate to satisfy that public safety risk. Isn't that what he said?
Yes.
So even earlier you testified that anytime, and I think I have your exact words. Let me see if I get it right. That if an engineer in these reports pointed out the lack of spillway capacity at the dam, quote, exactly what they were saying, unquote, was that the quote, normal level was unsafe, unquote. Isn't that what you testified earlier today?
I did.
And so you didn't talk to Mr. Perkypile, right? As part of your work here?
No.
And even though Mr. Perkypile says that the surveillance being done is adequate to satisfy the public safety risk posed by this potential failure mode, you're saying what he really meant to say is that the normal level of the dam, of the impoundment was unsafe. I mean, is that really your testimony, Mr. Sturdivant?
He's not really addressing the water levels at this point in time. And this particular section of a probable failure mode analysis in 2015 identifies in 3.2.1.3 identifies how you would identify if the problem is starting, if you're getting close to the probable failure mode actually happening. So the way I read this is that Perky Pile is saying the surveillance is enough where we would pick up if this dam was going to be in trouble caused by that PFM. It's enough to identify that the problem is on its way or it's likely to occur. It's an identification part. It's the,
But in any event, Mr. Perky Pile did not advise that there was any need to lower the level of Wixom Lake anywhere in this report, right?
yeah, that would be highly unlikely.
Okay, so Amy, could you go to page 12, please? And we'll magnify section 1.3.1 near the bottom there. 1.3.1. This is Mr. Oh, no apology needed, Your Honor. This is Mr. Perky Pile's conclusion or his recommendation regarding the suitability of the project for continued safe and reliable operation. Do you see that? Mr. Sturdivant,
Yes.
could you please read that for us?
Based on site inspection review of documents included in the STID, supplemental STID information and new stability analysis as well as stability analysis for the proposed project improvements, the independent consultant finds the projects and its facilities suitable for continued safe and reliable operation.
All right, so that's not him saying you need to lower the lake level. He's saying it's suitable for continued safe and reliable operation, right?
That's what he's saying.
And Mr. Perky Pile, he did go and visit the dam, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so according to him, he reviewed the STID, the supplemental STID. Not only that, he reviewed stability analyses and ultimately found the dam safe for continued safe and reliable operation, right?
Yeah, and I think it's an error. The stability analysis he reviewed was for the part of the dam that did receive the filter berm improvements. The left embankment did not have a stability analysis associated with it, nor did the new proposed repairs address the deficiencies on that left embankment.
So what role does FERC play in these Part 12D inspection reports? Do they have to agree to the Part 12D consultant that the dam owner hires?
Yes, well, they don't have to, but they do.
Do they review these Part 12D reports?
Yes.
Did you see anything in your review of the documents for this case in which FERC identified Mr. Perky Pile's conclusions and found them to be in error because he didn't adequately consider the dam's embankment stability?
I did not.
So as far as you're aware, FERC didn't raise the same concern that you just raised, did they?
They did not.
And let's take that one down, Amy, if we can put up plaintiff 281, plaintiff's exhibit 281, and we'll put it on your screen, Mr. Sturdivant, but if you prefer a paper copy, we can get
I
you.
actually prefer the screen. Thank
Okay,
you.
fair enough. And you can, you can put that paper copy away if it's cumbersome. We might go back to it, just to warn you, but. But Amy, we'll go back to that previous one I just had up in just a minute. Okay. Amy, could you go down to page 20 of plaintiff's exhibit 281? Mr. Sturdivant and Amy, maybe you could bring up the 2-page view so that we can see both those pages if you give her just 1 minute, Mr. Sturdivant. But as she's doing that, does this look familiar to you? Do you remember reviewing this?
Yes.
This is the 2018 annual FERC report, right?
2015 or 2018?
2018.
Okay.
So we'll look at pages 20 and 21, Amy. Sorry, we're getting there. It's a big document, yep. Okay. So, Mr. Sturdivant, do you recognize these potential failure modes that are summarized here in the 2018 FERC report as those that, at least most of which were reviewed by Mr. Perkypile in 2015?
Yes.
And Mr. Thompson had drawn your attention to potential failure mode 2. Can you highlight that, Amy, all the way across? Thank you, Amy. What's the risk reduction measure that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission recommended for reducing the risk of that embankment overtopping?
Maintain the emergency action plan and continue to design spillway capacity.
So it didn't direct or recommend lowering Wixom Lake, right?
Not directly, no.
No, not as a risk mitigation measure, right?
Not directly, no.
Okay. So how did they do it indirectly? Did they do it indirectly? That seems to be what your answer is implying.
One way to increase spillway capacity is to lower the reservoir.
But it doesn't say anywhere in this document to lower the reservoir in order to increase spillway capacity, right?
They do not make recommendations one way or the other, whether to replace the spillway or to replace the gates or to lower the reservoir.
Okay. So at the time this dam was under FERC jurisdiction, it was a legal requirement in their license, wasn't it, that they continue to maintain the normal level of Wixom Lake?
Yes.
So unlike when they passed to Michigan, or excuse me, let me restart. So FERC required them to maintain this normal level. Could FERC have ordered them to lower that level?
Yes.
They had that authority, right?
Yes.
Okay. But they never did, as far as you know.
No.
And FERC knew for the entire 20 years that this license was in place, that the dam lacked sufficient spillway capacity, didn't it?
Repeat that, please.
Didn't FERC know, starting at least in the early 90s, that the Edenville Dam lacked sufficient spillway capacity?
Yes.
But they still put into the license a requirement that Boyce Hydro maintain the normal level of Wixom Lake, didn't they?
Yes.
And that license was in effect for approximately 20 years, from 1998 to 2018. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And Amy, could you magnify on the second page there, potential failure mode 15? Mr. Sturdivant, what's the potential failure mode in this circumstance? Or for 15? Could you read it for us?
Reservoir levels reaching higher than historical levels results in increased phreatic surface in the earthen embankment, leading to a slope failure.
Okay, you had mentioned before that the Edenville Dam didn't actually overtop, right?
That's correct.
Does potential failure mode 15 more accurately describe the way that the Edenville Dam failed?
Yes.
And what's the category that failure mode was in?
4.
So what does that mean?
That means it wasn't considered to carry on further.
And what's the risk mitigation measure they recommend to prevent that potential failure mode from happening?
Continue to monitor the well, which means piezometers, the wells inside the dam, and weir data along with visual monitoring of the embankments.
They don't recommend lowering the level of Wixom Lake, right?
No,
Did any of these so there's 15 potential failure modes. Did any of the potential failure modes imagine the possibility that static liquefaction would occur in the Edenville Dam?
no, and current analyses don't either.
Wasn't traditionally a failure mode that was considered at that time, right?
It still is not.
Okay, and they did consider liquefaction, but it was seismic liquefaction, right?
Correct.
And when it came to seismic liquefaction, they thought that that was also a really low risk of occurring, didn't they?
Right, because of where we are in the country.
Fair enough. And, but I mean, they also looked at the soil parameters, didn't they? Didn't they do a soil, analysis of the
Yes,
embankment? Okay, so it wasn't just the absence of earthquakes, it was also because the soil itself, they didn't think it was subject to liquefaction.
correct.
And FERC, it does not even require the Part 12D consultant to analyze Category 4 potential failure modes, does it?
No, they discounted it based on the stability analysis of the repairs that were already done
Yeah,
to
so,
the rest of the dam.
so what I mean is that the potential failure modes are each assigned a category 1, 2, 3, or 4, right?
Correct.
And when a Part 12D consultant has to perform their inspection, FERC does not require that Part 12D consultant to even consider Category 4 potential failure modes.
No,
right?
that team would not consider a category 4.
So that's why in the 2015 CSIR, it doesn't even talk about potential failure mode 15 at all, right?
Except for the fact of where the stability analysis was done.
Okay. And in that 2015 CSIR, it said that stability analysis means that seismic liquefaction is such a minor issue, it should be downgraded to category 4. Isn't that
No,
what Mr.
that I don't know. What I'm referring to is the fact, because this is not a look at static liquefact or
Seismic?
seismic liquefaction. This is considering all the other earth and embankment failure modes.
Okay. You had used two phrases in your testimony earlier today. And correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but you mentioned the phrase structurally unsound and hydrologically or hydraulically insufficient. Does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can use those terms.
Okay. What is the difference between those terms? Are they referring to different things or the same thing?
Different things.
Okay, so what's a structural deficiency in a dam as opposed to a hydrological or hydraulic deficiency in a dam?
All the structural components, you're capable of doing a stability analysis on to simplify it. So you have earth and embankments, you have concrete, you have gates, you have powerhouse intake, you have the those are the biggest things that you would consider. And along those, there's obviously many appurtenant works within those that have to be investigated, but they can be investigated as a structure. The hydraulically insignificant means, or inadequate means that the dam can't pass the flow it's required to pass. You can't push the water through.
So if a dam is hydraulically deficient, can it still be structurally sound?
Doubtful. Because you analyze it not only at normal pool, You analyze it at maximum pool before the dam overtops under a full hydraulic load, especially you justify that because the dam can't pass the design flood, so it will overtop eventually. And again, you look at it in a seismic condition too.
So in any event, the analyses for determining whether a dam is hydraulically adequate and structurally sound, they're different, aren't they? Doesn't one determine how much water can pass, and the structural integrity analysis is an embankment stability analysis?
They're intertwined because the hydraulic analysis leads to the load that you put on the structure. That how high the water gets is how much pressure you're putting against the dam, what you can expect. That's really what it comes down to. So they are intertwined, they're interdependent.
Okay. Amy, could you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 132? And could you scroll through it a little bit, Amy, so Mr. Sturdivant can see it? Mr. Sturdivant, do you recognize this as your declaration? Okay. Is this your expert report in this case?
It is.
And Amy, could you go down to page 19? Or excuse me, page 21. Could you zoom in or magnify that highlighted section there? So Mr. Sturdivant, in your expert report, you stated that, quote, "The state received and documented several explicit warnings about embankment stability issues and the potential high phreatic water level condition of the earthen dam embankment period." Is that still your opinion?
Yes.
Please identify
What
which, this is page 21 of Defendant's Exhibit 132. Please identify the explicit warnings that you're referring to here. And if you could point us right to the documents, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, there's no way I can.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Campbell. So on the digital one, it says 21 of 24, and at the bottom of the page, it has Arabic 19. So what's at the bottom of the page I'm looking for?
The top of the page is the page number I'm referring to.
Okay.
Defendant's Exhibit 132, page 21.
It's very easy to confuse me. So, and your brother and sister counsel have been doing it the whole trial. So it's sorry about not getting that. Okay, the state has received. Got it.
So could you please identify which documents you're referring to when you say that the state received and documented several explicit warnings about embankment stability issues?
There were documents, and I can't tell you exactly with how many documents are associated with the case, but there is documentation that identified seepage issues. That's why they dug the trench on the left side, in order to drain the drain tile to lower the phreatic surface. There's been monitoring records that show very high piezometer readings in the embankments post and prior to the installation of the filter blankets on the downstream side, the filter berm. Sorry, it's not a blanket, it's a berm. And the very fact that the dam can't pass what it needs to pass means the water level during a hydrologic event is going to reach the top of the embankment. And it will result in high phreatic water surfaces in the dam. So that potential absolutely exists because the dam can't pass or couldn't pass the design flood.
So, okay. So where's the explicit warning about embankment stability issues that you're referring to? Like, point us directly to the document you're talking about.
There is documentation, but there's also people associated with dam safety understand that if the water gets up to the top of the embankment, these conditions have the potential to exist. And that's what it says, the potential high water. The
Okay,
high phreatic water level surface will lead to embankment instability of some kind.
let me just pause you there because the first part of your answer, you said there are documents. Which documents? That's what I'm asking you to identify.
Every document that identified that the dam did not pass the required flow. And during this period of time, it was the PMF.
So what you mean by that? I mean, okay, so by explicit warning about embankment stability issues, what you're referring to is just the fact that the dam lacks spillway capacity. Is that what
Yeah,
you're
I would
saying?
never say just because the dam does not meet spillway capacity requirements. That will lead to failure of the dam. It did lead to failure of the dam.
Okay. So it's not that in any of these documents that you can at least point us to, there's an explicit warning about embankment stability. It's that the previous inspection reports acknowledged that the dam lacked spillway capacity. That's what you mean by this phrase.
Yes, and I'm hesitating because I know I saw it in some of these documents that there was concern about the spillway capacity or about the embankment stability.
So this is not meant to be a cute question, Mr. Sturdivant, but really,
Understand?
who should we ask this question to? If you're not able to identify the documents right here, who knows the answer to that question?
The document that these warnings do exist in the Part 12D inspections.
Okay,
In the probable failure mode, when you identify an embankment issue, that's an explicit warning that there's an issue with the embankment that must be addressed.
no, that's fair enough. So you gave us a lead here. So let's look at the Part 12D inspection reports. So let's go back in time.
And I'm referring to the probable failure modes analysis.
Okay.
I think it was number 2.
Let's start with plaintiff's exhibit 298. And you can go down one. And Mr. Sturdivant, again, we can get you the hard copy if it's easier for you, if you want to kind of flip through. But Amy, if you can kind of scroll through 298. Plaintiffs 298. Are you recognizing this document, Mr. Sturdivant, as
I am.
Amy scrolls through? Is this the 1994 Part 12D report for the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
And did you review this as part of your work in this case?
This one I reviewed briefly, yes.
Is there anywhere in this report where there is an explicit warning about embankment stability issues at the Edenville Dam that you're referring to in your expert
Can you
report?
back up one? Thank you.
Again, we can get you a hard copy,
Please stop.
so it's easier.
I like the highlights. Okay,
Okay. Where's the explicit warning in this report? Anywhere in it?
I'd have to
About
find out
embankment
where that spillway capacity work was done.
Okay, let's go down to the next page, page 12.
Okay,
Okay. So is there an explicit warning about embankment instability in this 1994 report?
yes.
Okay, where's the explicit warning?
In that first paragraph saying the dam does not pass the flow it's required to pass. And in this case, again, it's the PMF, but it only passes 26,200 CFS according to Mead and Hunt at this time without overtopping the dam. There have been studies where they allowed the dam to overtop, and I have no idea why that was allowed. But in this particular case, they stopped at the crest of the dam, and that's where they computed spillway capacity, which is more in line with the standard of the industry.
Okay. And so, not to belabor the point, but I'm just trying to understand. In your expert report, when you say explicit warnings about embankment stability, again, you're just talking about spillway adequacy, right?
As it relates to loading of the embankment. Because now you've loaded the embankment to the full extent it can be loaded. You've added as much pressure as is available on the front face of that dam.
Okay. And Your Honor, I hear lawyers answering my question behind me, if you wouldn't mind.
If anybody's answering questions, that's the witness's job. I think we all understand that. Please, I didn't, and I'm taking notes and I'm trying to multitask so that I can remember what's been said 3 weeks from now when I'm reviewing. So with, and not that I don't want to reread every word of the transcript, but I really would like to have some notes. So I apologize for not being as attentive as I should have been, Mr. Gamble, but obviously, no, the witness is the witness, not the lawyers.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back up to the page previous, page 11, Amy, and magnify. This is the section for stability evaluation, right?
Yes.
Okay, Amy, could you magnify that first orange highlight for us? Could you read the orange highlight for us, Mr. Sturdivant, please?
The stability of the earthen embankments was addressed in the 1991 initial consultant safety inspection report and addenda number 1 and 2 to that report. The embankment stability was analyzed using T-STAB computer program, which utilizes the Bishop's simplified method of analysis. The downstream slope is stable and meets the FERC criteria for all loading conditions likely to occur.
Okay, so the sentence, the downstream slope is stable and meets the FERC criteria for all loading conditions likely to occur. Is that referring to water levels in the lake?
Yes,
So isn't this report saying that the downstream slope is stable for all loading conditions likely to occur?
I don't know what preceded this, but if I'm remembering correctly, this report addresses a time period where there was no water level established and they were allowed to do its peaking, raising the water level generating as much electricity as they could. And then when they got lower, they'd allow it to refill before they started to generate again, so they could make more money. They were allowed to peak. That's how I read this, was during those operations that were likely, very likely to occur, were during those peaking operations. So it did not anywhere near the crest of the dam.
So you don't think that this or you don't think that this 1994 report analyzed the loading conditions likely to occur, or excuse me, analyzed whether the lake level would go all the way up to the crest of the dam? They didn't do that
At
in this
least
report?
this part of it, I don't know that they did it elsewhere in the report. I don't remember it that well.
Okay,
But at least for the purpose of this paragraph, because what follows is an analysis of what happens during a rapid drawdown.
uh-huh.
And you can fail a dam like that too. If you draw it down too quickly, the upstream slope is going to slough and you can bring the crest down with it.
Right, so this blue highlight, it identifies the danger of lowering the level too fast, right?
Yep.
But as far as you know, or at least that you can remember, this report doesn't identify any danger about maintaining the normal level of Wixom Lake, does it?
I'm sorry, please repeat just the end of that last question.
Doesn't identify any danger with maintaining the normal level of Wixom Lake.
No, because there wasn't a normal level.
Okay.
It wasn't established as yet.
Amy, could you magnify the second orange highlight for us, please? Did this report analyze or consider the potential for static liquefaction back in
No.
1994?
No.
Definitely not standard back then, right?
No, and T-stable was a very rudimentary stability analysis program. It was 1994. So yeah,
Yeah.
he used Bishop's curve to identify where that failure slip zone would be.
In any event, could you read this paragraph for us, please?
I have no idea what Bishop's curve is, T-stab, and if I'm supposed to be the finder of facts, somebody might want to ask some follow-up questions.
You may not want to know.
I'm pretty sure I'm required to at least have some rudimentary. I are not an engineer, nor can I spell it, but I need to understand it. So
Okay, so Amy, could you magnify the first orange highlight again? So this report mentions that they analyzed the stability of the earth embankments, first using the T-stab computer group program, which utilizes the Bishop's simplified method of analysis. Could you give us a brief overview of what those are, please?
in words a lawyer will understand, and understanding my Bachelor of Science.
So you're saying
Business
little ones.
Administration, not mechanical.
Little words. So I'm sorry. The Bishop's was one we used to do by hand in the old days. It identifies a slip curve, like I mentioned before. It's a curved failure of the embankment that is triggered by a high phreatic water surface or a loading on that embankment. So a high water level inside the embankment.
So it's an arithmetic formula, which when this report was generated, was commonly used in your industry.
Yes.
And it was used to help predict the stability or lack of stability of earthen dams.
Yes, and it did require data that I'm not 100% sure existed back then, but yeah, it is a great simplified method for determining stability
So it gives
for
you,
this time period.
what's this T-stab computer program business?
It's the user interface that allows you to calculate that stability, that slip line based on Bishop's.
So instead of like my father and my brother pulling out the slide rules at the dinner table in 1975, they're entering it into a computer and it's doing the calculations or whatever.
Yeah, it gives you a pretty picture and gives you a calculation. And for the record, I do know how to use a slide rule.
So my father, who worked on the Manhattan Project, was a lot better engineer than anybody I know. So other than my brother and my sister. So, okay, I get it. At
Okay.
least partially. Thank you. Thank you for that frolic and detour.
Of course. Okay, Amy, could you magnify that second orange highlight again for us? Before we leave this page? Could you read that for us, Mr. Sturdivant?
Liquefaction potential was addressed in the 1991 Consultant Safety Inspection Report. It was concluded that the concrete structures are founded on hardpan, which is not susceptible to liquefaction, and that liquefaction of the embankments is not likely.
All right, so the report concluded that liquefaction of the embankments is not likely, right?
Yeah, this is,
And they were
again, this is
considering-
dynamic. This is seismic
Si-
liquefaction.
Fair enough. At that time, they were thinking seismic liquefaction.
They
Right.
still do in these reports.
Okay. But to the extent they thought about liquefaction at all, whether seismic or static, they just didn't think it was a risk at this particular dam, right?
No, FERC just makes you look at it.
Yep. Amy, could you go down to page 28 of this exhibit, please?
Can I ask a question, Mr. Gamble?
Yes.
To you and your colleagues and then the plaintiff's lawyers too. Can I assume, as for the rest of the trial, if you're asking one of your teammates to say, show me page whatever, it's the blue number at the top of the page whatever of however many?
Yes, the only page number I'll refer to ever is
Thank
the,
you. Okay.
is the exhibit page number.
It only took me 4 days, but I think I get the program. Okay, thank you. All right.
Um,
And the record should note, there were affirmative nods from plaintiff's counsel as well as other defense counsel. $28.
yes. So let's scroll up, Amy, just so we can kind of get oriented to where we are in the report. So it's section F. It's going to start to talk about factors of safety. Do you see that, Mr. Sturdivant?
I do.
So table one summarizes the factors of safety for the concrete structures. And what we're going to look at is the next page down on page 28. This summarizes the factors of safety for the embankments. And Mr. Sturdivant, we've heard some testimony in this case, I think from Mr. Trumbull, about the factor of safety. Maybe you could refresh our memory since we're about to talk about it. What's the factor of safety referred to?
It's a ratio of how much the dam can hold back and how much it is holding back. I mean, that's as simple as I can make that explanation is, yeah, it tells you whether the dam is considered safe under the current technology used to analyze it.
Okay, so for a factor of safety above 1, it satisfies FERC's requirements?
No.
Okay, help me understand then.
FERC requires a factor of safety, as everybody does in the industry, of at least, you like to see a 1.5 or greater,
Okay,
on embankments anyway. On concrete structures, it's a little different because they fracture. So you want to see a even higher factor of safety. And not only do they fracture, but they slide and they overturn. And I've seen both and it's shocking.
got it. Okay, so we actually, why don't we just, Amy, if you could magnify all the highlighted area, including the table. Thank you. So they summarized the results of the embankment stability analysis back in 1994. And Mr. Sturdivant, do you see that the load combination on the slope for normal water levels on the downstream slope, that's got a factor of safety of 2.12, right?
That is what I see.
And that's above FERC's recommended factor of 1.5.
Correct.
And for high water levels, they did analyze high water levels, right?
They did on this stability analysis.
And so for the stability analysis at the high water level, the calculated safety factor was 1.8, right?
Yes, and I don't know what their definition of high water level was.
Fair enough. And the FERC recommended safety factor was 1.4, right?
Yes,
So the downstream slope at a high water level satisfied the FERC recommended safety factor, right?
at the time, yes.
Okay. Um, Amy, can you pull up? You know, we've referred to this document many times, but let's actually look at it. Can you pull up plaintiffs 341? Before we, get back to the microphone. Before we look at this license, Mr. Sturdivant, we were just looking at the 1994 consultant safety inspection report, right?
Yes,
In your review of the documents and the history of the Edenville Dam, isn't it true that after that time that there were embankment, there was construction projects that further strengthened the embankments at the Edenville Dam?
yes, everything but except for the left embankment, or the left embankment, excuse me.
Right, but they continued after 1994 to still take efforts to strengthen the embankments. Of the
Yeah,
dam.
I can't tell you exactly what year it was, but yes, they did on those central embankments.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Sturdivant, if you could look at your screen, this is plaintiff's exhibit 341. And do you recognize this as the original 1998 license that FERC issued to the owner of the Edenville Dam?
Yes,
Let's go down to page 30. Oh, there we go. That's a cleaner version of it.
much easier to read.
Much easier to read. So that's why I meant to go down at 330. So this was the order. It was issued in October 1998. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, Amy, can you scroll down to I should have a highlight in there. Yeah, why don't you magnify that highlighted section for us, Amy? Thank you. So you'd mentioned previously that FERC hadn't set a normal water level for Wixom Lake, but the dam had been operating for 70 years prior to FERC issuing this license, right?
it appears that way, yes.
And that historically, they were refilled to normal pool elevations in the spring after a winter drawdown during the winter, right? I mean, is that basically what this paragraph says?
It does say that. I have no idea what that means.
Okay,
I have no idea what that elevation is or what they considered normal back then.
okay.
And
Amy,
given
could-
the year, they would not have updated to the current datum we're using today.
Amy, could you keep scrolling down? I'm trying to find the lake level article. Oh, it's page 52. Found it, so I can spare you the scrolling. Okay, let's look at the actual requirements that FERC put in place back in 1998. And this might take just a little bit of time, but I do think it's important for the record in this case. Could you please read the first sentence of Article 404, Mr. Sturdivant?
Within 60 days of the installation of a reservoir level or of reservoir level gauges required by Article 406, the licensee shall operate the Edenville project so that the project reservoir elevation does not fluctuate more than 0.4 feet or above, or it doesn't say above, but 0.4 feet below or 0.3 feet above the normal pool elevation of 675.8 feet national NGVD, National Geodetic Vertical Datum.
Except during the winter drawdown, right?
Oh, sorry, I thought.
No, that's okay.
Except during the winter drawdown.
And so this is prescriptive. It's a requirement, right?
Yes,
And FERC at this time, they knew the dam lacked sufficient spillway capacity, didn't they?
I would assume so, yes.
And let's actually read the second paragraph as well. So they required the dam owner to maintain this level at Wixom Lake. But Amy, if you, release the magnified section there. And just that second paragraph, I actually didn't highlight it. Yep, that one. So, Mr. Sturdivant, even when the FERC had a license in place for the Edenville Dam, the dam owner could still modify the level for operating emergencies. Isn't that what this says?
At this time in their history, yes.
Yeah, and so it's not that they were just bound by this license. If there was some kind of emergency, they could fluctuate if they had to, right?
Yeah, not by FERC. You're right.
Okay. Okay, you can release that, Amy. Let's actually, we can drop P341 and let's open up P15, P15. And you had testified previously, you weren't sure when FERC confirmed the lack of spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam, right?
Not offhand, not without relooking through the documentation.
It's totally fine. And so that's why we brought up plaintiff's exhibit 15. Amy, is there a highlight in that version I sent you? Do you recognize, actually, sorry, before we start looking at this.
I do.
Okay, this is the 2017 compliance order, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you recognize this document. Amy, could you magnify the second highlight there? Thank you. Mr. Sturdivant, I'll give you a second to read this. Does this refresh your memory as to at least when FERC notified the dam owner of the lack of spillway capacity?
Yeah. The first time anyway.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
1993, right?
Yes.
Okay. Amy, could you release that? Thank you. Could you please highlight actually, before you do that, does it go onto the second page, Amy, the highlight? Okay, so first that's maybe, is that big enough to see, Mr. Sturdivant?
Yes.
All right. So FERC in 2017, it's recounting the history of this dam and its regulatory efforts, notes in 1993, they notify the licensee of the need to increase the spillway capacity. And why don't you just read that highlighted section for us, please?
In working with the licensee, commission staff identified certain risk reduction measures the licensee was required to implement in stages to increase spillway capacity until the full PMF can be passed. These risk reduction measures include the construction of auxiliary spillways on both the east and west sides of the project in proximity to the existing spillways to add additional hydraulic capacity.
Great, thank you. So FERC did direct the licensee to implement risk reduction measures because of this lack of spillway capacity, right?
Yep.
And those risk reduction measures were intended to add hydraulic capacity to the dam, isn't that right?
Yes.
They don't identify lowering Wixom Lake as one of those risk reduction measures, do they?
No.
Instead, the risk reduction measures they identify are the construction of auxiliary spillways, right?
Correct. Yes.
Amy, could you drop that and let's go to page, not page, but plaintiff's exhibit 299. You can scroll a little bit so we can familiarize Mr. Sturdivant with this document. Maybe pause there. Mr. Sturdivant, do you recognize this as the 2000 CSIR for the Edenville Dam?
Man,
Yes.
it's got kind of a, I don't want to say it's a dumb question, but it maybe kind of is. Page 1 of 327, exhibit 299, there is a artist rendition on top. Is that
Yes.
supposed to be of one of the dams that are in this case, or is that just, this is the business chose to have that as their logo?
My understanding is that is just the logo of the Wolverine Power Corporation.
Okay, so this is not, okay, this is what it looked like before May 20th.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Thank you. I've just seen it enough times in the last few days where I've been paying closer attention to it. Okay, thank you. Actually, I do have a follow-up question.
Please.
If we do look at the artist rendition at the top of that page, Mr. Sturdivant, would that which is depicted, let's say on the left, would that be there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 places through which in this artist depiction, water is flowing. Fair?
Fair.
Would those be a spillway?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Would the spillway, if one were to have been constructed, would it have resulted in a new aperture in the concrete dam house?
That's not the normal procedure for adding an auxiliary spillway.
What would you do?
An auxiliary spillway normally doesn't have any human intervention involved for the gate to the spillway to work.
All right.
So it'd be a nice long piece of the embankment that's somehow reinforced that can allow water.
Automatically, when the water gets to a certain level, nobody has to flip any switch, nobody has to do anything. It's gonna let the water out in a way that won't flood downstream. Is that right? Doesn't sound-
In a way that won't.
Doesn't look like it.
Can we, no, it's not. It's right in one way, it's not gonna, the idea is it's not gonna flood downstream as a result of a dam failure. The idea is, yes, it's going to add extra water downstream. So I can't guarantee that's not going to
Oh, it
flood,
might
but
create flooding, but it's not going to be catastrophic flooding, hopefully.
that is correct. Yes. And they're normally so big that the water depth going through them isn't really deep, because the deeper you get, the higher design requirements there are involved. So you don't
Okay.
uplift the concrete, you don't uplift the slab, you don't erode away, you don't Oroville it.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
That's okay. Mr. Sturdivant, do you recognize this as the 2000 CSIR for the Edenville Dam?
I do.
And this was prepared by Mead and Hunt, right?
Yep, I know Kim well.
Did you talk to Kim about the,
I did not talk to him about this.
oh, him, excuse me.
Yeah, Kim is a him.
Okay. You didn't speak to him at all in preparation for your work on this
No,
case?
no.
Okay. Do you trust Kim?
Yes.
Amy, let's go down to page 13. Okay. And this is in section B, stability evaluation. Do you see that, Mr. Sturdivant?
Yes.
All right, so let's magnify that highlighted area and let's read that. And just to be clear, this section refers both to concrete structures and earthen structures. And concrete structures are things like the powerhouse, right? Whereas the earthen structures are like the embankments holding back the water. Am I understanding that distinction correctly?
Did you include the spillway and the gate structure as part of the concrete?
Well, yes. I mean, so concrete structures are like constructed concrete, either buildings or gates, right?
Whatever controls the water is what you're looking at.
So just to be clear, there's a different stability analysis that's performed for a concrete structure versus the earth.
Very different, yes.
Okay, got it. So for the earthen structure, and the part of the Edenville Dam that failed was the earthen structure, not a concrete structure.
Correct.
Okay. So for the earthen structure, could you read the highlighted there for us, please?
The downstream slopes of the earth embankments are stable and meet for criteria for all loading conditions likely to occur. The upstream slopes of the embankments may become unstable during a rapid drawdown. Therefore, the rate of the reservoir drawdown should not exceed 1 foot per day so that the embankment soil can drain as the reservoir is lowered.
So
Excuse me.
the upstream structure, they were worried it could become unstable if you drained it too quickly, right?
This is pretty much the same language and from the 94.
Exactly. It's just it's the same worry that the 1994 report identified, right?
Right, and in 90, what year was this, 2000?
This is 2000.
So in 2000, Kim would not have been the geotechnical engineer. He's a structural guy.
Okay. In any event, what this statement at least indicates is that if Mead and Hunt, Kim at that time, thought that the embankment would become unstable, it would advise a specific course of action. So in this circumstance, the upstream slope they thought could become unstable. So they said, don't draw it down too quickly, right?
Right.
So, but the downstream slope, they determined that they were stable and meet FERC criteria, right?
Yes, and the timeline escapes me a little bit on when they actually did that filter berm installation.
Okay.
So I don't know that if it was or was not done in 2000 offhand.
But the first sentence says that the downstream slopes are stable for all loading conditions likely to occur, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And loading conditions, that's a reference to water levels in the embankment, or
That's
in
correct.
the impoundment.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go down to the next page, page 14? And once again, let's just highlight that first or magnify that first highlighted area. So like the 1994 report, the 2000 report is saying that liquefaction in the embankments is not considered likely, right?
Yes,
Okay,
same verbiage.
so let's go down to spillway adequacy.
Can we hold on just a second?
Oh, of course. We're on page 14.
Are we still talking about liquefaction due to seismic activity?
Yes,
So we're still, the science is not addressing liquefaction due to saturation.
it still does not.
And
Thank you.
And the state of dam safety practice back in 2000 is that they didn't typically consider static liquefaction as a potential failure mode, right?
No,
Static, thank you, sorry.
And I think you mentioned before that FERC still doesn't require that.
no.
Okay. And now we get to the section of the report regarding spillway adequacy. Could you read the highlighted section for us, please?
Therefore, the spillway capacity is not adequate. Remedial measures to upgrade the spillway capacity were made in previous reports and are still valid. The licensee is currently in the process of addressing inadequate spillway capacity issues for all 4 of its projects in cooperation with the FERC. We do not recommend any changes to their current course of action.
So their current course of action to address the spillway capacity problem was to oh, it doesn't specify, does it? It just says that it's in the process of addressing inadequate spillway capacity issues, right?
It's pretty vague, yes.
Yeah, but it says we do not recommend any changes to their current course of action, right?
They're taking they say they're taking a course of action, yes.
Okay. And Mead and Hunt at this time said, we do not recommend any changes to their current course of action, right? That last sentence?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And this is in 2000. So this is after FERC had mandated the normal level for Wixom Lake, right?
Correct.
So nowhere in this report does it identify lowering Wixom Lake as a risk mitigation measure that they advise the dam owner to undertake, right?
Correct.
They do advise risk mitigation measures in other scenarios. For example, they were worried about the upstream stability or the stability of the upstream embankment. So they did recommend modifications to lake levels, like to not drop it too quickly, right?
Right, that's standard practice.
Understand. And
Yep.
so here, though, they recognize the lack of spillway capacity, but in their mind, no need to modify the normal level of the lake, right?
That's what they're saying.
Okay. And in the part that's not highlighted, that last sentence where it describes the inflow design flood, what did Mead and Hunt believe the project spillway capacity was at this time?
26,200 CFS.
Would that, if that were true, would that have satisfied Michigan's standard?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, let's just use all of our, maybe this is a good time to pause. I don't know.
Oh, mister, let's go till 5 o'clock.
I can, I just don't want to push the envelope. I'm using, let's use all 10 minutes.
Far be it from me to make my trial lawyers have to go the whole day.
No, let's,
No. I'm teasing you, of course. If this is a good time to break.
my point was just that the next document might take more than 10 minutes. And so rather than cut it off midstream.
I think everybody has been working very hard. I know my staff has. I've been trying to, and I know the lawyers have, and I know the witnesses have as well. It's trials are There's a reason they're called trials. So no, I think this is excellent. Thank you. Gosh, I know so much more today than I did Monday at 8:30. I can't even get over it. But it's because of the thoughtful presentations of the witnesses, including the one who's still with us, as well as all the very fine questions by the lawyers and the opening statements too. So, Mr. Sturdivant, wish you happy journeys back to the Centennial State and enjoy your travels and your last night here in West Michigan. Probably be a lot colder here than it will be when you get back to Colorado Springs.
It will be, and thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. So, keep those dams safe. I have a very dear niece that lives out there to go with my great nieces and nephews. And so it's a beautiful part of the country. So, we will see you next digitally. I think, I'm not sure you'll be back for this phase of the trial. Thank you for your presence here this summer. Yeah, technically, I guess it was summer because it was before September 21st, but it was really, September. And thanks for testimony here.
You're welcome.
Mr. Thompson, anybody else from plaintiff's side?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When those call outs are on screen, is the public able to, that being shown so the public sees them? Because I know our clients.
I honestly do not know the answer, and I'll ask Ms. Husa to try to find out. Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
They do.
I think so, Ms. Holman, but I am not 100% sure. Okay, everybody is saying they do. So if we find out something to the contrary.
Exhibits.
Yeah, it's like.
Hey, all right, nothing from this side of the V, anything from the defendants?
No,
All right, thanks. See everybody tomorrow. We continue with our evidence. New order, and you all have everybody ready to go when we need. Okay, thank you. All right, court is in recess. It's 5 minutes before the hour of 5. Yeah.
if you want.
No, we gotta. Okay. Yeah.